making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Maru!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good morning, friends. Excuse me. Good morning, friends. Today we answer the question of, well, we've had one day, yes, but why not more? Why not more days of StarCraft in IEM Katowice? My name is Beowulf. With me is Steadfast. He's right there. We have 8 more series of the B stream getting ready for you for IEM Katowice as we meander our way through groups A and B and C and D, not necessarily in that order, to determine who of these 24 players are going to move on to top 12, move on to the playoffs for the lion's share of $500,000. Dave, again, we start our day with some TVT. But before we get into that, I want to talk about yesterday, because while there were certainly some results that were expected, there were certainly some that were not nearly as much.
Yeah, you can say that again. We've got some absolutely bonkers results coming off of day one. You know, there's a few results that I think we look at and we're like, okay, that's, you know, a little bit surprising. I think Shin upsetting Cure in Group B was definitely not a crazy result, because we do know that Shin is capable of displaying some really top form at these tournaments. But that was already a little bit unexpected. Cure 2-1 in Clem, I think maybe even less unexpected than Shin 2-0ing Cure. But still, you would classify that as a bit of an upset. But I think when we got to Group D, that is when things got absolutely nuts. We had Maru getting 2-1 by Cyan. At this point, that's the upset of the tournament. And it's going to take something massive to overturn that. And then we had Showtime showing up 2-1 in Raynor and nearly taking down Dark.
Yeah, I mean, although granted, when we look at that, it is it's kind of funny paying attention to whatever Dark does, because he is just so good at saying, there's a Protoss hope. There's someone that we are very excited about that we think is going to do well, and then they don't, because Dark kills him. He did it to Classic at Atlanta. He did it to Showtime here, because those were definitely games. And it's kind of funny talking about Dark as well. I was talking to some people watching that last game. I don't remember the last time I saw Dark lose with Mutas in the matchup. I don't think I'm crazy necessarily in saying that. It feels like when he's the back against the wall, when he has to play against a Protoss player, he plays this Muta Ling Ultra style and just kind of kills his opponent. So it's going to be interesting to see if that is solvable moving forward. I don't think that Cyan is going to be the one to solve it, but maybe Hero. Actually, he lost to Hero, or he already beat Hero. So maybe someone else in the playoffs. I don't know. Maybe Estrella. Maybe Stats, if Stats makes a deep run in Group B, and he has been looking good. Talking about Group B, that's where we start here today. And Steadfast, as we set our stage, getting ready to talk about this. This is a matchup between Cure and Bunny. We love to talk about Bunny's TVT, how solid it is, how, well, he's like one guy that could consistently beat Maru when Maru was one of the best of the best. But this year, in this matchup, this is very much something that Cure has, A, been very good overall in, but B, specifically against Bunny, he's kind of had the upper hand.
I think that's I think that's a two-pronged thing. I think Bunny has fallen off a little bit since his 2022 Atlanta run. And I think Cure has entered the best form of his career. Cure has been an absolute monster these last, maybe even 18 months, definitely at least the last year. Some great performances in GSL at the Gamers 8 event. He came second and displayed maybe his best ever actual tournament play, but he's just been on a complete tear. Whereas Bunny, I think, has taken a little bit of a step back in terms of just how much he's been playing. But this is a world championship caliber event. I know that it's not the world championship. I'm not trying to say that. But this is a tournament where if you are going to turn up, now is the time to do it. And I think Bunny is going to be one of those players who is looking to do so. He already took down Shin yesterday. And while that's, a completely different matchup, he did it in pretty impressive fashion. He did get a little bit bopped by Oliveira. I will say Oliveira, currently only player in Group B who's undefeated in series.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know what it is about Oliveira. I don't know what it is about him coming to Katowice.
I mean, he's really good.
True, but like, he's been okay this year, right? He's won his region. I don't think it would have been a massive upset to see him not win one of summer or winter for his region, but he's okay. He didn't show up in Jönköping. He was okay at Atlanta. He's a decent result, but nothing to really write home about. Nothing like winning the world championship last year. But you show up to Katowice, you show up to $500,000 tournaments, and it's like, well, okay. Maybe this is going to be just a little bit better. So I'm excited to see that. The other thing I'm tracking as we get ready, we're going to have 3 straight TVTs back to back. It's going to be this one. Is going to be, let me take a look at my schedule, but we're going to have 2 more TVTs after this, just to pay attention to or to keep you all abreast of what's happening. It's going to be this one. It's going to be Cure Oliveira and then Gumiho Spirit before we start to add a little bit more of non-TVT into the docket. But what I'm tracking as we get ready soon enough to get into this game number 1 is the counter Cyclone idea. Because we've been seeing, yes, a lot of the Cyclones and a lot of the Cyclone drops, and has been, for the most part, pretty effective. But we have been seeing more and more players try to play counter to that meta, opening up concussive shell Marauders, which is wild. And, it didn't necessarily work. It did maybe slow down the Cyclones, but here Marine didn't even go for the Cyclones anyways, not really in that game. We've been seeing a bunch of other things that are designed around trying to punish the idea that your opponent was going to go Cyclone drops or mass Cyclones or something like that. And again, I'm unconvinced about that working just yet, but it is something to pay attention to. And given the fact that Cure has been one of the people leading this Cyclone meta forward, I wonder what Bunny's got in sleeve for us.
It's a very good question. For me, the more interesting thing is that we've seen a lot of fast siege tank play, which is what I know Kells was saying, like, oh, you do a 3-tank push, very standard, which was Cure's bread and butter for years, and he was one of the best in the world at it, still is. So it'll be really interesting to see if either player goes for that Cyclone drop. For me, I think that's more strong against the very early Cyclone, 8 Cyclone openers. But if you just go for a Cyclone drop, I don't think necessarily that siege tank push is going to be super overwhelming, but let's see.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out, because in the upper right, into the blue, he's for Team Liquid, probably in the best form, as Studfest said, of his career. It's Cure.
And his opponent with some decent results yesterday, but he's going to have to keep the pressure up, keep his foot on the gas. It is Mystery Gaming's Bunny. And we have already got something very interesting, something I very rarely see Cure do as a player. And that is going to be this proxied second barracks on the map. He almost never goes for this proxied second racks. He will, do proxy 2 racks Marauder. He will do things that are a little bit funky, but this is going to be up against a 1 racks expand, which we were talking about yesterday. So many players have been going for this 1 racks expand in TVT way more frequently than you would expect. And I think they've gotten a little bit maybe complacent about the potential of a very aggressive push. And for Cure, well, this is what he wants. He wants to be going up against a 1 racks expand. It will be up to the execution, but he should be able to get a lot done as long as he can execute well.
Yeah, the one thing you have to be worried about, and apparently this is just a thing that players do at Katowice, thinking back to the grand finals last year, you want to, given this situation, given this is a Reaper expand, is he going to see it? No, he doesn't.
Oh, perfect placement from Cure. It's like he saw the future.
Future's not in this tournament. But anyway, you do have to be careful to not pool your Reapers a little bit too much. You have this advantage right now. He's going to find it, cut him off on the map as well. This Marine is dead. Absolutely. And the Reapers...
I think this Bunny's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. So,
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, no, he loses the Reaper and the Marine. Doesn't kill either Reaper. Command Center is going to be delayed. It wasn't a fast reactor or anything. Oh, he does lose one Reaper right there, but he's going to get the Marine. Losing that Reaper does take a little bit of sting out of this, but there is going to be a lot of damage coming on in, and it's not a fast Cyclone. It will be the Hellion. Hellion gets out faster, but with 2 more Reapers showing on up, if Cure doesn't lose this 1 Reaper, which he will not, I think this is just done and dusted. Oh, that grenade was pimped. I think that killed 2 SCVs.
a little bit of friendly fire, though. Yeah, well, okay, so this is stabilizing for the moment. And sorry, when I say stabilizing, I mean,
the Hellion's out, yeah.
Bunny hasn't tapped out yet. But
the fact that he gets away with this command center is insane. That should never have happened. Cure should never have allowed that to finish. That is... I mean, I guess he still has kill potential right now. There are 2 Hellions out. He gets one of them.
You got to be very careful on the lineup, though. So we see here, he dives on top, but it's all choked out together. So he's still...
He's thinking about the next stage of this. Like, Cure was thinking about the Hellion from the get-go. He was thinking about the Cyclone even. He continued to build Reapers for a long time. In fact, he's still got 1 more on the way. But I do think he's got a lot more potential. I'm very impressed that Bunny is held. That when you lose your first 2 units and your opponent keeps the 2 Reapers alive, there should be no way you hold. Oh, but he's already in a lot of trouble here. 1 Hellion goes down. That's a great grenade. Okay, and it will be over. Never mind. Talking about how impressive it is Bunny held. Yeah, it's too much. Cyclone is going to pop out. Ooh, can he get the mass repair? He does get the pullback. He kills a lot of these Reapers, but it's another 4 SCVs going down. Cure's got his command center finished as well now. And Bunny, he actually doesn't have units popping out for a little bit. He's still going to take a fair bit more damage.
Yeah, you know, he's still in this game, Steadfast, and technically this game is not over. But Bunny is very much dead. And I think at this point it's okay, what went wrong in game 1? Why have I... He's got a medevac out, but it's got nothing to do with it. Anyways, as medevac's going to get targeted down very quickly, Bunny's going to tap out here. This is very much okay, what went wrong in game 1? Rounds and hold it occasionally, but that is like a, what? Based off the builders, that's like a 90-10 in favor of the 2-Rax Reaper player. That is very much 9 games out of 10. We expect the 2-Rax Reaper player to just win off build order and execution, right? It just gives you such an advantage. It gives you so much control in how the game is going to play.
Yeah, I would say with no ramp at the natural, 90-10 is pretty accurate. Yeah, that's what it feels like anyways, at least at this level. Once again, I do want to give credit to Bunny that he was able to survive at all. And I think a little bit of that was the fact that there is that double ramp going into the main. But good job from Cure to read the situation in the tournament, recognize that a lot of Terrans have been playing very greedy, Bunny himself included, and just go for this. And I don't think, well, with Hard Lead coming up, I don't think we'll see Bunny go for a 1-Rax expand once again. Now down 0-1 in the tournament, or in the series. And not quite a must win, but it's, if he wants to get out of this group, he is going to have to win, I think, at least 2 more series.
I mean, let's be real, Steadfast. We talk about this. This is IEM Katowice. You look at, we can point out a couple players and we say, you know, they probably don't advance, but everyone else has got a shot. And it's like, well, even Cyan, and again, no shade to Cyan here, but he's in the group of death, and it's a little scary. He took down Maru. Like, you look at the quality of this tournament, and even the players we say, they probably are not going to do as well, are sitting there taking upsets and knocking people down, because any given day, a tournament of this caliber, anyone can beat anyone, which means that every game, every series is a must win, because you can't rely on anything moving forwards. There is one thing, though, that we can rely on, and that is game 2. And in the upper left, in the blue, he's up a game in this series off of a Reaper at home and a barracks, and a barracks on the map. For Team Liquid, it's Cure.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Mystery Gaming, it is Bunny. Now we've got something interesting once again out of Cure. He has gone for another proxy. He is calling a potential bluff on this one. He is saying, you know what? I think you are going to be a little bit crazy here. And this is a little bit interesting because this is a slightly later timing on some of these proxy 2 racks Reapers. You can go for like a 13 supply depot and 14 racks. This was a little bit more SCV production before it, but of course he is still cutting SCVs, will still need to get some damage done. But this is the kind of thing that makes it feel like Cure has really elevated his mindset to another level, because this is the kind of thing that Maru will do, where it's just I don't give a hoot. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm up 1-0 in a series. If you think I'm not going to do it again and you try and get greedy when the 1 racks expand, I win. If you don't, and I even get 2 or 3 SCVs, I can be even. And I can just, you know, even if I don't, I'll play from a little bit behind and I'll beat you anyways. It's a super swag move.
Oh, no.
Oh, and it's reactor. Oh, no. That's so bad for Bunny.
No, he's going to get the first
But
shot.
he does scout, though. And he cancels the reactor instantly. Okay. If he didn't cancel that reactor, it would have been so bad. But he actually... Oh, great grenade from Bunny.
Actually, yeah. The problem is even still that there's an HP advantage for this Reaper, and a second one's going to dive in as well. So Cure wants to hunt this thing down. He wants to get it as much as possible. Gets the factory done. Okay. So that means there's a bit of a timer on this. Not impossible, certainly not. But eventually there will be that anti-Reaper tech as an SDV or 2 will fall. But again, the Hellion's going to pop out eventually. Since Reaper gets solo, goes on the high ground. Oh. Surely that dies. There it goes. Cure, a bit of a mistake there. And now as we look at this, the Hellion is done. Marines are getting added back in. I agree with you, Steadfast. The killer instinct was there, and it looked like a problem, right? The first shot gets shot on Bunny's Reapers, so he has to run away. He can never take a fight until he fully regens. But he buys just enough time. That KD8 charge, as you pointed out, is just so good enough. Or it's just barely good enough that Bunny, yeah, he's going to take 2 SDVs. That's kind of fine for him.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine for Bunny. It's absolutely, this is definitely a committed build for sure. You do have to get something done with it. 2 SCVs is better than nothing, and that's kind of what I cited to be even. But of course, we're talking about even economically. We're not talking about even in terms of tech. We're not talking about even in terms of where your production is. It does still have to fly home. For me, the big moment there was, of course, that scout for Bunny. If he doesn't get that scout, he probably does die, because reactor first means that you're not going to have that second unit, that Marine, that's able to keep you alive. And then also the factory just barely finishing up allowed him to instantly start up that Hellion. Good job from Bunny, sharp on the timing, but getting a little bit fortunate that SCV didn't go down even 1 second earlier. Behind this, though, we got a Cyclone drop from Cure, and, well, this is still very much a game where Bunny cannot rest on his laurels. Like, this is completely still in flux.
Right, but this is also a Bunny that's getting ready for a drop zone. Yes, we do have the double Cyclone drop getting ready for Cure, but he's got a medevac done. He's got a second tank on the way. This feels like kind of a Marine tank type of an idea, or a Marine single tank type of idea that we sometimes see. Bunny's tech, and I think you mentioned this at the start of this, because Cure went to Rax Reaper, and that is, it's certainly going to slow some of your tech down. Bunny's tech is in a very nice position right now. He's got his third base on the way, double tank in the medevac here, getting ready for this push. Probably third one on the reinforcement line as well. Bunny wants to go make something happen to this, take advantage of this tech advantage that he's been able to build for himself, as 1 Reaper will fall. And this is going to get a little awkward, because yes, Bunny has better tech, absolutely. But they're about to be 2 Cyclones in his main base, and they shred just about everything. Yeah, I'm not going to say cancel the Raven, but if it pops out at an inopportune time, the Raven's going to get shut down as well. And again, this is just a little awkward. The Cyclones are uncontested, but Bunny, he's got 2 tanks. He's got a bunch of Marines. He's ready to go push out on the natural, and Cure, he's got just about nothing.
He does, but he can pull SCVs, and he's going to have 4 Cyclones. If he can soak a tank shot with an auto turret, he can potentially clean this up. Oh, he does have to save the command center. Command center is getting so low. The repair is not in time. Bunny was just decisive, targeted it down. Cure was not expecting that. It's now 1 base. We need to see target fire on the Cyclones. They will come on through. 2 Cyclones do get taken down. No target fire from Cure on the siege tanks just yet. Takes a little while to clean that up. This is a very weird situation. the Cyclones on the other side of the map do get cleaned up. If Bunny does not kill that command center, I think Cure comes out of this very far ahead. But as it is, now Cure is in a weirdly desperate situation. The SCV counts are very similar. Look at the unit count for Bunny. He doesn't have a siege tank. It's actually very far away. There is a Cyclone alive. Even Reaper grenades with their heal could be dangerous here.
I feel like, it's not look at the unit count, it's look at the lack of units. There are 3 Cyclones on the map trying to dive on top auto turret as well. And yeah, Bunny just killed a base.
Oh my God,
unfortunately, he's got nothing. He's
gonna have a siege tank in a moment.
Yeah, but at that point, you can dive everything on top of it. There's just, don't let it siege up here. I cannot believe Cure let that siege. There were a marine or two.
I think that's reasonable because the SCV pull was so fast. I think that's actually a really heads-up decision. But now there's the interference matrix. That almost certainly will be the game. Cure playing with absolute championship swagger in this series. Looking unbelievably confident like a Maru in his prime. We're going to see a siege tank set up on the high ground. Yaddle siege up. Oh, great grenade to prevent the repair. And that will lock this series down. Cure comes out swinging haymakers and just bops his opponent. I really can't overstate how exciting this is to see Cure playing with so much swag.
Bunny took Cure's base. Cure just took Bunny's game. Like that, you talked about this, and certainly, it was maybe not the best opening for Cure, absolutely. But using the KDA charges to bump all of the SCVs away to make sure that the tank died so there was no repair is just...
Oh, that's Gigabrain. That's 300 IQ grenades. And it's so easy at that point to be like, oh, you don't have anything left. I'll just kill the tank. Like, Cyclones will DPS this down. But he's like, no. This could still go sour for me if I don't... if I don't do everything perfectly. And he just really does everything perfectly. Like, I don't want to fanboy too hard, but that was really sexy stuff out of Cure. Like, that was very clean.
No, Steadfast, you're allowed to fanboy if you would like. That was really cool. It was a very fast series. I think a grand total of about 12 minutes between our 2 games. Just very, very quick best of 3. But we saw a bunch of cool stuff there. We saw Cure reaching deep into his bag of tricks and pulling out something that we're not used to seeing. And I don't know whether this is because it's a counter Bunny thing, whether he's just trying to throw a wrench in all the TVTs. And because remember, we're looking at Group B. There are 4 Terrans in this group. Each Terran has to play 3 TVTs. That's a lot. And Cure's going to have to play 2 back-to-back because coming up next, Steadfast, is going to be Cure and Oliveira, also on this channel. So everything we look at, you can say, yes, Cure and Bunny, TVT, important to pay attention to. But also in the context of there's another TVT coming up after this, well, Cure's laying the groundwork about what maybe Oliveira has to think about. He's throwing an extra wrench into Oliveira's game plan by throwing these 2 Reapers or these 2 Reaper builds in on top of everything. So I don't know exactly what we're going to see, and I don't know how long it's going to be until our next series. But Steadfast, it's 1 down. It's 7 to go. There we go. 7 to go of day 2 here of IEM Katowice. Folks, we'll be right back. And when we are, it's going to be Cure and Oliveira. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of IEM Katowice in the group stage, and we get more TVT. But Steadfast, if this series that we're going to get is anything like the series that Oliveira just played, I really can't find it in my heart to complain, because that, specifically that game 2 that Oliveira played versus Clem, I was convinced that he was dead for about 15 minutes. Then I was also convinced he was going to win the game like 7 times in that period. So incredible game 2. And now we move on to Cure Oliveira. Steadfast, this is a matchup. We've been talking about it. Every matchup has significant implications, but in particular, this matchup here, there were 4 players at 2-1. This one, it matters a lot.
It matters a ton. It is actually a staggering situation that we find ourselves in. I don't think too many people are surprised by the fact that Stats is 0-3, which is unfortunate because he is a legendary player, the Shield of Ire. You know, we love Stats, and even in some of the matches that he lost, like he went 1-2 versus Oliveira, and the game 2 he had versus Clem yesterday was very impressive. But Stats is in a rough spot, Bunny's in a rough spot, but everyone else is at 2-1, like you said. And these 2 players going up against one another, Cure and Oliveira, are at a deadlock. 2-1, 4-3 in maps. Now, I said on Real Talk Strategy in a very bold prediction, my picks to get out of the group were Clem, Shin, and Oliveira. And that was me saying I kind of leaned into the insanity of the group, a ton of TVT. But I knew in my heart, like, Cure should win this group. But that can happen sometimes. And if Oliveira wins this series, the chance of that happening skyrockets. That Cure elimination.
Well, at the very least, that we're looking at a situation where Oliveira, if he wins this, he advances. It's not a given, but it's highly likely that if you get 3 series wins to your name, you're into the playoffs. Things have to go crazy for that to happen. Which, you know, by the way, this is still a group that can happen. We can have 4-3.
I was going to say, this group specifically is primed for a 3-2 player to be eliminated, but we'll talk about that as we get into the game, assuming there's no proxies.
Let's see what happens. But anyways, in the upper left, in the blue, he's for Dragon Kites of Gaming. He's your reigning world champion and reigning Katowice champion as well. It's Oliveira.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. And he came out swinging in his series versus Bunny. Dropped that proxy second barracks in game number 1. Basically won the game outright with the play there. In game 2, went for the proxy 2-racks Reaper straight up. And actually didn't get that much done, but was able to muscle out a victory anyways with just some heads-up play. Very cool stuff out of Cure. Now, Oliveira, he is a player that is much safer on average, so it doesn't make a ton of sense for Cure to go for a proxy, and you can see he knows how Oliveira plays, obviously. Oliveira tends to do everything a lot safer. So you're not going to see him doing stuff like a Reaper straight into Reactor without a Scout, most likely. And that, I appreciate that Cure does not try and do something crazy against that.
Yeah, and remember as well, the group matchups have been out for about a month, 3 or 4 weeks right now. So you've had a month. Cure's had a month to say, let me study Oliveira. Let me see how he plays. Nice job that Oliveira keeps the Reaper on the high ground. So yeah, his SCV is going to take some damage, but it means he gets the first shot on the Reaper, which again is going to be very nice for him. It's going to shove that Reaper away. But Cure and Oliveira both have had a month to prep, have had a month to say, hey, what do I think my opponent's going to do? How do I design 3 builds for this matchup to make sure that I'm in a good spot? And yes, I think part of that was, I think part of the Bunny series planning was to kind of put a shot across the bow against Oliveira and say, hey, Oliveira, be careful. But for now, okay, that's a problem. Double shot there on the Reapers. So Oliveira's going to opt into this for now. His Reaper's dead, 1 for 1, but it's not a good HP situation. So the command center will be delayed. It's not the end of the world. There is still the Cyclone out, so he's going to be safe. But this slows the command center down just a little bit. It gets an SCV down. It's an advantage, Steadfast, but it's not the biggest of one. Still hurts a little bit.
And it hurts a fair bit. It hurts a fair bit because they were doing relatively mirrored openings. And now with the dead SCV and the fact that the orbital was delayed quite a bit, that's going to turn into a 2, maybe 2.5 worker lead for Cure. So strong start for him. Cure will be going for the double Cyclone drop, and we are going to be seeing Attack of the Clones after all here, as Oliveira's gone very quickly into the Reactor Cyclone. This is a situation where players that are fast, players with great micro and really good multitasking feel confident going for this, and these are 2 players who I would expect to see going into these Cyclone drops, so it doesn't surprise me a whole lot. We could see a situation where things get a little bit weird. Cure did go for the medevac quite a bit faster, and the second and third Cyclones are not yet out, but he does have the other units at home. Fortunately for Oliveira, he did soak the 1 shot. Oh, medevac will get locked onto, and that is going to be a full cleanup. Does cost him 1 Cyclone, and I think a Reaper. Okay, Cyclone, Reaper, and SCV, but he kills the medevac, and now he's the one who gets to do what he wants. That is to say, Oliveira. So this is I think this is a pretty big advantage for Oliveira right here, despite the fact that he's down 4 workers. He has so much potential with this drop.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're looking at a 4 worker differential, fine. Talk to me in about 30 seconds, Steadfast, 45 seconds. Let me know what the worker differential is there, because again, you're right, there's a ton of potential on top of that. And now Cure, he's dropping his third base as well. All the Cyclones are at the front. This drop in the main base is going to be a problem. The third base certainly is going to be delayed for a time. It's already behind, and well, 3 SCVs go down very, very quickly. Should be 4 and 5 going. So there we go. Oliveira now, he gets the Cyclones of his opponent. He gets a worker lead. He delays the third base. Not a single iota, not the teensiest bit of damage, not a scratch on these Cyclones. They're not going to want to dive in right now because, of course, there are 2 Cyclones on the high ground, and medevacs don't want to soak that damage. But Oliveira, for everything that his command center is a little bit delayed, wants to make sure that this nice job of the Reaper to delay the third base a little bit. For all that his natural was delayed, he's not too upset about things. The one thing that you're not even worried about necessarily, but one thing to point out, is that interference matrix is a little bit slower for Oliveira. You're not going to turn that into a push. And now, well, we're moving on. Stims on the way for both sides. Third base just about done. Adding in those extra barracks. Oliveira falling down on a worker because of just production cycles, but yeah, game moves on.
Yeah, that interference matrix is super unimpactful. What we're more looking for is the fact that, you know, he remembered to make it. And they both go up to 3 Ravens. Now, Cure was quicker into those Ravens in general, which means his transition into medevacs, etc., or in this case, actually building reactors, is faster. Scan comes down, I suppose, wanting to make sure it's not battle mech without having to expose the medevac drop. Now, you might be saying as well, why did Cure have his Cyclones at the front? He was actually worried about the potential of a push, because that can be very dangerous when you fall down in those Cyclone numbers. If your opponent, you know, drops an auto turret, drops 2 auto turrets, and they have 1 more Cyclone, and you don't jump on top of that with a maybe 5 to 6, even 8 SCV pull right away, and your opponent even has 1 more Cyclone and a medevac, you can find yourself in huge trouble very quickly. So that's why Cure was out of position for the drop in the main base. He knew that he had to potentially just eat some damage. But I just wanted to explain why that might have seemed like he was out of position. Oh, this could be very interesting right here. There is a siege tank in the back for Cure. He is going to get a really big shot to start things off. And it's 2 auto turrets being dropped for 1. Oliveira didn't need to do this. I thought he was setting up to try and snipe the 3rd CC as it landed. And if he just set up for that, I think that would have been a really awesome play. But instead, he kind of runs into that 1 siege tank. We see the flimsiness of the Cyclones does kind of show itself. And this is, well, this is pretty good for Cure because he gets to secure this 3rd base now.
Oliveira's had his 3rd base down for a little bit longer, so really not... It's nice for Cure, certainly, to make sure that's up, but Oliveira's 3rd base was done faster. His orbital was done faster. Oliveira's going to go for the break right here, and his Ravens are tanking some of the shots of the Cyclones, I think, but there are just too many auto turrets, so it's not really going to be breakable at the moment. Kites away, the Cyclones are going to fall down. Ravens are going to die on both sides here. Oliveira is going to have to pick up, diving away. Keeps one of his Cyclones alive, and he has to be very careful of that lock-on. And these fights are always so weird to look at, Steadfast, because it's, man, yep, you got to be very careful there. Because the Cyclone auto turret spam is about the Cyclones, absolutely, and it's about the auto turrets, absolutely, but it's So the Cyclones want to target the Ravens down before the auto turrets go down, but if the auto turrets go down, then you want to immediately shift off the Ravens. That's a nice little drop, getting another SPV.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, very nice. He's gonna keep it alive.
Nice job. Something very important happened there. I'll see if I can talk about it before the fight breaks out. There was an attempted interference matrix on the siege tank in the back of Cure. Oliveira was not able to get it off. Cure was able to get the block on that. Cute little move right here from Oliveira, by the way. Sneaks up on his opponent's Marines. Does get a big shot. It's not going to lead to any kills, but it does discourage his opponent and kind of shoves him back. They both were heavily distracted by this setup, so they both forgot their armory for a little bit, but Oliveira was much faster, relatively speaking, to get that armory done. So he can go into the 2-2 a little bit faster. Cyclone on the watchtower will get spotted and should get taken down. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, the fact that that interference matrix got blocked made a huge difference in that fight. If that siege tank gets shut down, that's a drastic difference right there. So one heads up move from Kira. Ooh, Supply Depot actually blocking the concave brutally and allows Oliveira to take a better trade with less Marines. Nice heads up play from Oliveira there.
And that is a much better concave, but you mentioned it, Steadfast. 2-2 now on the way for Oliveira, actually a pretty significant margin. Here's gonna have 16 Marines in the main base. Oliveira, he's got a lot of his army. Yes, and it's gonna be a couple dead SCVs, but this is gonna be an entirely dead 20 supply. Getting knocked down very quickly. Medevac can try to boost away, but there are Vikings here, so that's not going to get much done. This is where it gets a little bit more problematic, though, because on the right side, Oliveira does not have his army here. This third base, yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to run away in time. Oliveira's going to try to opt into the fight, but the tanks on the back line make it so hard. And this fourth command center from Oliveira is going to just die where it stands, knocked out of the sky. Question, though, as we saw in that Clem series, what's going to happen on the counterattack? Kira's got his fourth base 3/4 of the way done, 80% done. It's not on location just yet. Ooh. Oliveira, though, is setting up for a massive surround on this. He's got a lot of army on the right side. His tanks are all sieged up, loses the Vikings, which is not what you want. By the way, did I say surround? I meant counterattack, because that's a lot of Marines getting ready to move on the other side. I don't know who scans that is, but anyways, he's going to load up in the main base. One medevac goes down, though, and that is a significant portion of this task force. SCVs still have to get pulled anyways, and this is a lot of damage that Oliveira or that Cure's going to take. It's going to get cleaned up. And actually, no, it's going to get cleaned up in an insane way, because on the right side as well, Oliveira, he got 14 SCVs Steadfast, but he lost his fourth base. He lost a couple tanks. He lost a ton of Marines. He lost a couple medevacs. 14 SCVs is not worth that.
No, it certainly is not. This is a really interesting little fight breaking out here. Both players siege up, but there's a lot more Marines for Kira. 2-2 not quite done for Oliveira. And Kira might just overwhelm him right here. Enough tanks do survive to make this still decent for Oliveira on the hold. Oh, scan. Okay, the siege tanks are not in range of one another, but okay, we're just going to see a tap out. Wow. Obviously, Oliveira doesn't know that Kira never started his 2-2. And he lost his third base. He lost a lot of army. There was some really crucial moments right there where Kira had some incredibly intelligent scans. Once he killed that fourth base, he obviously knew that Oliveira needed to get something done very quickly. And he marked that situation. He said, okay, I have a great siege up on you, but you're in a position where you can make a dive for my base. And he scans, he watches the tanks on siege, he watches them re-siege, and then he scans again further south just to see, okay, are you going for my main? Are you going to go for my third? What's it going to be? And just a really good job of, after getting that advantage, keeping tabs on everything and never letting Oliveira do to Cure what he almost did to Clem in that game number 2 of their series.
Yeah, I gotta say, though, I'm a little bit surprised. He was in a really rough spot. Don't get me wrong, Steadfast, but I saw that never die attitude from Oliveira in that Clem game number 2. So I'm a little surprised that he taps out. I'm not even gonna say early, because again, he was in a really rough spot, but you know, before he was forced out of the game, which is what happened in that Clem series. But you know, it's game 1. If I'm Oliveira, considering how I've been playing thus far, I'm still pretty confident about my results. I'm still pretty confident about how things are happening. So I don't know whose map pick is who. I don't know. I think, no, I do know. Kira's higher seed. So that was Kira's map pick. Now we move into Oliveira's. For Solaris, I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make, but in the context of things, I mean, it's not like this is the elimination map, or not even like this is the decider map in the series. It's just game 1. You know, you can go and come back and do something else and maybe save that mental energy for game 2 or game 3 and whatever's going to happen?
I think that in the series versus Clem, Oliveira was able to make a lot of plays, specifically in that game number 2. Whereas in this series versus Cure, all the plays that Oliveira wanted to make got blocked. And they got blocked pretty hard. Yes, SCVs went down, but that was Oliveira's big move. That was his huge counter punch. And it didn't achieve what it wanted to. So Cure did an excellent job of recognizing his position, recognizing he was ahead, knowing he could lose some workers in exchange for shutting down the big play. But we're going to get into game number 2 here.
There we are on the bottom left. He's down a game, looking to at least take us to game number 3 for Dragon Kites of Gaming. It's Oliveira.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid, playing a very heads-up game number 1. It is Cure. Very impressive stuff. Like, I really have to give Cure a lot of kudos for that one. Not just getting himself in a position, because it was a little bit fortunate that he was able to, just kind of walk up to that 4th command center. I think he recognized that Oliveira had rallied maybe too much army into his own main base, and kind of set up for that defense maybe against something like a double drop, because even though that double drop got cleaned up and really didn't do much in the main of Oliveira, Cure was moving his main army to the right side at that point, and that's what set up the massive advantage that Cure had.
No, it really did. And I think the one thing you called out was the scan, that he knew what was going to happen. And, even if Oliveira loses that drop, I think as long as he doesn't lose the rest of the task force on the right side that had, I don't know how many Marines, but a decent amount of his tank count, maybe he's able to do a little bit more, stay in that a little bit more. But losing the drop and the tank count and that tank Marine task force on the north side, and losing, again, a lot of his tanks on the backside, yeah, it did force the tap up. But we move into game 2 steadfast, and there were certainly some things we liked about how Oliveira played the game 1. His cyclo control, his ability to get damage done on that front, that was kind of the big thing for Oliveira. So we're gonna have to see what's gonna happen in this game 2. For now, Cure, he's got an SCV, he's got a Reaper, and the key thing you're gonna want to do here, of course, is you're gonna want to lead with the SCV to tank that first Reaper shot. Although he's not really doing it, but now it's gonna be in position. Oliveira, though, he's wise to things. He's gonna just target the Reaper down anyways. Damage done on both sides. SCVs fall on both sides, but this is still more damage for Cure than it was for Oliveira, because, yeah, Cure lost an SCV and there's mining time lost there. Oliveira's command center's delayed, and that's where the SCV went down.
Yeah, I think it ends up being a bit of a wash, actually, in this case, because you pulled the SCV across the map. And you can see that the command center timings are pretty much identical, even with that little bit of loss. I don't hate the play from Cure, but even with it kind of achieving its objective about as much as you could hope for, it still ends up being about even. So there's a reason we don't see that particular play very often anymore, is because while it can achieve results, and obviously in a perfect world, Oliveira actually messes up the micro and loses his Reaper, or loses the HP battle hard enough that, he's off that command center for, instead of maybe 5-10 seconds, it's like 20 plus. But yeah, I don't think that's as strong of a play as it used to be, because players are just generally better now. Oliveira does get into the main base, gets a little bit of a scout, but he also gets the Reaper picked off. And that scout didn't tell him a whole lot. I suppose it tells him that the reactor is naked, which he could infer that his opponent is going to be going for the double cyclone production after that, which is exactly what's happening. But you're not 100% certain about that. Regardless, Oliveira, he is going to be going into tanks behind this, and it will be cyclone drop versus cyclone drop. But once again, this time, Cure is faster across the map, but there is no defense this time. Cure could get a ton of damage. Actually, there's not even vision.
No, he's got no idea. There's a single cyclone that's not in the medevac, but it's not going to be right here. So just locking down everything. SCVs are slow on the pull as well, so it's 5 dead SCVs. We're probably going to see the refinery fall as well. This SCV pull, you need more than one cyclone. This is just not nearly enough. So I guess they're Marines here. Ooh, one Cyclone actually does go down. It's absolutely damaged. I'm surprised at how well it did. And Oliveira's going to get a positive lockout on these Cyclones as well, I would think. Knocks one down, tries to get the second, but it's on the Marine. It soaks the Marine shot. Oliveira takes more damage. He doesn't get as much. He's just going to be forced out of here. So Kira still has this potential as well. He's going to drop right back into the main base. There are some low SCVs. There's nothing here. And this is where it starts to become a significant problem.
I mean, it's already been a bit of a problem. The counter damage softened the blow, but this is much, much worse now. Even 3 SCVs additional from the disadvantage is a big deal. He does get the cleanup on that medevac and the Cyclone, which is nice. But Cure had done enough damage to his opponent's medevac and Cyclone such that Oliveira couldn't really dive back in. Oliveira did go into tanks quickly, though. And this is the push that actually can yield positive results against a Cyclone committed player. And this is one of the maps that's relatively choky. So there is an opportunity here. Interesting decision from Oliveira to go for a Liberator as well. If he can get it sieged up on the natural, or even better, the ramp of his opponent, there is a lot of potential here from Oliveira. Cure, very cool move with the Cyclone's going to be looking to intercept reinforcements with those 3 that are already on the map. And will find, he's going to find a Marine, maybe another one. But this siege up is scary.
There is a disturbing lack of quality in Cure's army right now. He doesn't have interference matrix. He's going to try to bomb the Ravens. Auto turrets on the backside. They're going to drop those auto turrets down as the SCVs do get repaired, but the tanks are living quite a while. Cyclones on the backside, though, on the reinforcement line, shutting this all down. It's 4 dead SCVs, but Steadfast. 4 dead SCVs for 2 tanks and a bunch of Marines and a Liberator and everything else that Oliveira just lost. Yeah, that's not enough. That is not nearly enough.
No, that was a really great break from Cure, and that shows an extremely good understanding of what you can do and how to play this little setup here. That was fantastic, honestly, from Cure. Really great break. Like, I can't overstate how well he did that. Yeah, that was that looked really scary, and he kind of trivialized it. So Cure comes out 6 workers ahead. He's way ahead in Ravens. It's 3-1 at this moment. We are going to see a second one popping out from Oliveira, but Cure is already transitioning into the next stage. We do see Oliveira was really fast to his 1-1 upgrades, which is quite cool. Actually, wow, how to get the production so fast? He built a second barracks. No, okay, no, there's a third one lifted, okay. Okay, so Oliveira's production is pretty fast, but this counter push from Cure, even though we think of Cyclones as early game units, if you can lock down both tanks in the front, Oliveira could very easily die to this. If Cure scans, recognizes the possibility, this looks super scary for Oliveira for a moment.
And look at this as well. We got double tech lab on barracks as Oliveira. He goes for 1-1 very quickly, and that means his stim is delayed. Yeah, he acknowledges that, yeah, he wants that combat shield. He wants the stim at a relatively reasonable timing. So it's double tech lab on the barracks, which is, again, that's not what you want in Marine tank necessarily. If he thinks this is mech, maybe that's a little bit different. But Oliveira on top of everything, and we talked about being able to shut the tanks down. Really nice. Stim being slow, sure, fine. Oliveira's Ravens are on the other side of the map. So this is going to be 3 Ravens versus 0 on this. He's moving out to try to take the third base, and Cure is right here. He's well aware of what's happening. Oliveira moves down the ramp, triggers the lock-ons a little bit early, and he actually gets some really nice shots on the Cyclones. It's not enough to kill them, but it's enough to weaken them down, and that might be enough to shove him away. Cure, again, this army is still, as you said, it is terrifying. But it's not going to go. Oh, it's going to find the he's going to find the Ravens. Oh, that's a problem. Big.
Oh, nice job. Saves 1. Honestly, considering the positioning there, it would have been very easy to lose both. So this is interesting. The double tech lab is just to make up for, obviously, the fact that he delayed the stim and combat shields by a fair bit. It's not quite ideal, but you can use one of those tech labs on a factory later. Second one is kind of bunk, but it's not a big deal. Stim not quite done yet for Oliveira. If it were, he maybe could have jumped this, because he did have combat shields already done and 1-1 was done. But that advantage window is very quickly closing, as 1-1 will complete for Cure in a moment. That was a really interesting scenario where Cure, it looked like he wasn't paying attention, and that's because there was auto turrets dropping in his main base, and that allowed Oliveira to get that third base down. If Cure had been paying attention, he might have been able to drop a couple of interference matrices a lot earlier on, and things could have gone very well for him. But obviously that's an opportunity missed, and that's because Oliveira was getting aggressive on the other side of the map. Missile turret was built here on the top side, and it is going to spot this drop. And with boost, boost is going to be off cooldown in a moment. Oh, he actually spots it. Nice job from Oliveira. Good eyes. Very quick reaction time there. But as we head into mid game, both players are similarly timed on their 2-2, similarly timed on their command centers. It is that Raven advantage, though, that could yield massive results. And here, oh, he wants to go for it. Siege tanks are a little bit far back.
They're like 6 interference matrices on these Ravens. That is every tank in this line. Oliveira has to be, they're all gonna get shut down. He's gonna try to dive on top. Anti-armor is a solid opportunity, and the concave's nice. The tanks aren't really firing. Here, well, he's just got so many Marines. There are more here, and the tanks are gonna not be shut down eventually. But there is not enough steadfast in the slightest. Here steamrolls that game.
He does. I like what Oliveira did there, dropping the anti-armor missile. I think that was a heads-up play, and I think that was the right call because he recognized, yeah, my opponent's going to shut down all my tanks. I need to win the Marine versus Marine, but Cure was confident he had the advantage of the speed zone, so his units were getting in position. Even so, as the Marines win little one-on-one skirmishes, they're readjusting just a little bit faster because of those speed zones. Heads-up play from Cure. By no means am I a Terran expert, but when my units are anti-armor missiled, even if I have all the tanks shut down, I think there's a really good chance that instinctually you pull back. But Cure recognized exactly the opportunity he had and just went right in there. Very well done. And now Cure, we talked about him potentially being eliminated from this group. He has pretty much punched his ticket into the playoffs now. It's not a guarantee, I don't think, mathematically, but it's almost definite at this point.
Yeah, it is very likely sitting there at 3-1. Now, we got to talk about this because this is going to be, we talked about it a little bit before we got into coverage of Group B or into this series, but this is a group where it feels more and more likely that we're going to have a 3-2 player not make playoffs, right? Yep. Because Stats is probably going to go as good as he looked against Clem in Game 2 yesterday. Stats likely goes 0-5. Bunny has he had that series against Shin, but he has not had the best results whatsoever. So I don't know how many more series he's going to win necessarily. And then you're going to have Clem, Shin, Oliveira, and Cure all duking it out. And it is very possible that one of Oliveira, one of Shin, maybe. I think Clem probably beat Shin in the in this series.
Nope. Shin is up 1-0 and is about to win Game 2.
Well then.
Yeah.
I was not a believer. I'm still not a believer.
I said before this series, I said off the air, I was like, don't be surprised if Shin beats Clem. And he just 2-0'd him. And it's this group has been pretty much completely turned on its head. Clem is now the one who is in a ton of danger in this group. He is actually the player that I think he did beat Oliveira, which is crucial. Absolutely crucial. And he plays Bunny, but he is actually in a situation where if he loses that, he is almost certainly out. I think there is a world where he could still advance. Oliveira needs to beat Shin tomorrow for sure if he wants to have a chance of making it out. So Shin can still get eliminated, but the scenario you're talking about, things get really messy in Group B. There is a very real possibility that the 3-2 player goes home, which is always tragic.
True, but it's also interesting. So, like, Kira's almost definitely through. He plays Stats tomorrow. And again, not to punch down on Stats. I'm a big Stats fan, but that's just kind of how it looks like it's going to shape up. So he's probably through it. He's going to go 4-1, I think. Oliveira, if he wins and Clem loses, which, It's probably just going to be Shin Clem Cure then, right? Because I don't think that Clem loses to Bunny. And then that means that even if Oliveira wins, he's not going to have the map score. If he 2-0s, he'd be 6-5. Shin would be 7-4. So Shin would still be able to move through on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So Oliveira, his life is not in his hands anymore. Is kind of the big takeaway as we take a look at that. He has to win tomorrow, and he needs Bunny to win. That's what this is. He needs Bunny to win to advance.
And this is an eerily similar situation to last year, but instead of Oliveira beating Clem 2-1 in the group stage, it is Clem who shut the door on that comeback in that series, and Clem who was the one who 2-0'd. So this is a very similar situation to what we saw last year with the World Championship, where Oliveira had that legendary run. A lot of people don't realize that it started with a 2-3 map score where he barely made it out of groups. And that is because he pulled a miraculous day one comeback versus Clem. That is because Clem lost to, I think, Neeb in that, was it Neeb? He lost to someone on the last day, and it opened the door to go through for Oliveira, that is, and set up that legendary run. But now he needs another miracle, and unless Clem loses, I don't see how he's going to get it.
Yeah, I don't know. And by the way, good news for you that are all watching at home. We don't have to wait. Generally, we'd have some sort of delay between get everything set up, but because we're between groups, we already have a lobby for Gumiho and Spirit. We already have everything ready for Gumiho Spirit. So let's start to get this next series contextualized steadfast. Of course, Gumiho and Spirit, we're looking at Group A right now. This is a matchup that Gumiho has looked pretty good in comparison to Spirit. It's 9-3 in their history this year. Spirit is one of those players that is very good, but it seems like in Katowice in particular, as the series gets later, even if he takes an advantage early, it seems like he can struggle to close.
Yeah, I think so. Spirit is a really interesting case because in the round of 36, was it last year or was it 2 years ago? Might have been last year. He had an amazing run and, an amazing series versus Cure. I think it was 2 years ago. Man, time really flies.
Well, last year he had the brackets or the round of 36.
Round of 36. Okay, it was last year. Okay, yeah. He had an amazing set of games against Cure. I think against Nice. He eventually qualified, but ago. That was 2 years ago? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever, fine. He played really well. He's played really well in the round of 36, but then when it comes to the group stage, and I think it gets closer to that main stage setup, I think some of those old nerves really start to set in because he's a player that, while he has turned a corner for sure and is a fantastic player, one of the best macro Terrans in not just Europe, but really in the world, he does tend to struggle a little bit, I think, with the pressure of the stage. And I think playing in front of the home crowd really compunks that. But this is a B-stream match, so maybe he can make something happen here. Regardless, we're going to get into the series and get things started.
There we are, one of the hot pickups coming on into Katowice. He's in the red. He's for Cloud9. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Na'Vi. It is Spirit.
Is this our first matchup of the new teams, Steadfast?
That's what I was just going to bring up. Yeah, this is a very cool clash of new team pickups. So you have Dark, who got picked up by Talon. You have Kells, who got picked up by R8, but they're each in their own group. I think these are the only two players that are in the same group for this IEM Katowice since we had that slew of new pickups. I believe it's just the four teams, right? Like, I know we had a Onside joining a partnership with Vitality. Yes, thank you. I was blanking, which is obviously very cool, but the actual new formations of teams, so to speak, this is the first one, and it's going to be an interesting setup to see who who got the better pickup? I think most people are going to look at this and say Gumiho is a pretty damn fine pickup, but Spirit could certainly impress here.
Yeah, kind of just to further contextualize this, Spirit is 0-2 in the series. It's not impossible to move on from this, but he does have to win this series to get a start. Gumiho, he won a series, he lost a series. You know how it goes. It's day one. You split things up. No one's happy going 1-1. No one's happy being there in the middle of the pack because it is still very, very scary. But again, his life is in his hands in a way that it really is not in Spirit's. Yes, you can go, and you can go 3-2. Absolutely. But a lot of things have to go your way, and you have to play perfectly from here on out. And TVT is a matchup that is always really interesting, Steadfast. I know we've been talking about it today. There are Reaper Expand days. There are Cyclone days. There are other things. Gumiho, of course, actually going for that level of a Reaper. Well, actually, both players went for a barracks
they both
expand.
went 1 Rax Expand. Spirit's still on 1 gas, which is actually the crazy bit. And that makes me think he wants to go fast 3rd CC potentially, which is insane. And that is exactly what we're going to see. 3rd CC before the 2nd CC is even done. He doesn't even have money for an orbital yet because of this. This is absolutely bonkers to be going for this. And it's so good against what Gumiho is doing on paper because Gumiho also went 1 Rax Expand. Like, you don't see this level of greed from anyone whose name does not start with SPA and end with Irit.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my God, he's building a 2nd Rax before Starport. This is bonkers. I love this.
Does he know, Steadfast, that this is a TVT? That we're not like, this is not Clem playing against a Zerg player right now.
Yeah. I mean, he scouted his opponent's natural expansion, so I'm pretty sure he knows Gumiho's a Terran.
Gumiho's Reaper
but
showed
more
up in
importantly,
his.
he knows that it's a 1 Rax Expand.
Yeah.
Which allows him to know that, yeah, he can kind of do this. Ooh, good job from Gumiho. Doesn't jump up to that 1 cliff and lose the Reaper. But Spirit has really done his homework. Sometimes you kind of make a gamble and it's a calculated risk, and if it pays off, the payoff can be huge. Now, he will have to contest with this early Cyclone drop from Gumiho, and if this finds damage, well, to be frank, Spirit really needs to make sure that it doesn't get into a good position, because if it does, things can really start to get out of hand very quickly.
I mean, for now, though, Spirit is decently set up for this. He does have to be careful, and it's 2 Cyclones to 1, but he's going to get one of them very, very quickly here. So he loses his, but he trades 1 down, and now with Reapers here, he can chase around. STVs are going to get pulled off. Damage gets done, and Gumiho's not going to get anything done with this, but, well, at least not at the start. But more importantly, this is the first time he's seeing that, okay, there's no starport. Okay, the 3rd base is done in Spirit's main base. I have been bamboozled. I have been boom-bazzled even. Like, this is a problem, and immediately what does he do? Across the map here, more Cyclones, more Ravens. He understands that Spirit has been tremendously greedy. So, yeah, the first drop didn't necessarily get a ton. It trades a Cyclone for a Cyclone. But now he knows what he's dealing with, and now this is maybe some opportunity for him to try to go and drop in the main base as he puts pressure at the front at the same time, trying really hard to punish how insanely greedy our Terran is, or our blue Terran's being.
Yeah, certainly. Something really interesting, by the way, that Spirit did during that little fight, which was really neat, was he dropped a grenade, because you cannot lift a Cyclone, you cannot lift a unit when it is airborne. And that allowed him to actually get the kill. You could tell Gumiho wanted to lift that first Cyclone right before it was killed, but it was in a state of stun lock, so he couldn't. So cute little move from Spirit to make sure he actually got the Cyclone kill. Just wanted to point that out. I know it happened like a minute and a half ago, but it was pretty cool. We are going to be seeing mech out of Gumiho, but Gumiho is going to go for the double interference matrix here potentially. No, okay, Marines get back in position. He wanted to go for that, but there was also a tank on the high ground, and that 3rd tank plus the Marines getting back in position allows Spirit to prevent this from getting out of hand. Now, this is funny because you don't often see a Bio-Terran versus a Mech Terran. The Bio-Terran, the one being the one dropping missile turrets. But in the context of this game, it actually makes a fair bit of sense with Spirit delaying his starport as long as he did. Stim is done. Gumiho will respond quite quickly. but he does still lose one of those Cyclones. Of course, the Hurricane Thrusters upgrade not yet done. But yeah, we're going to be seeing the battle mech, I believe, out of Gumiho. I don't know that if he would have ever played this against a player who had such a fast third command center as this and such a setup as Spirit had. But it is going to be interesting to see. Oh, Gumiho, will he get trapped? Oh, Spirit wants to go hunting.
These Marines are so overstimmed, though, that, yeah, it's going to be a little hard.
Well, yeah, but they'll gun down those Cyclones so quickly. It's just good job from Gumiho getting into the corner. I don't think he's expecting double missile turret here. He's like, wait, really? Like, you built turrets this quickly? But once again, it makes sense in the context of the game. Spirit, has he scanned out the... Yes, he has scanned out the factories. I was like, he's building Marauders. He has to know it's mech. And he does. And now we're going into the mid game with a very interesting setup.
Now, Steadfast, the hilarious thing about this is that Spirit went 3 CC. He started his third base before his natural was even done. He did it before he went 3 racks before Starport. Like, he has been so greedy on this, and Gumiho still has the 7-worker lead. Like, I understand that, yes, this is it's showing itself in other dimensions, in the production that Spirit has and his tech development a little bit, but even still, it is wild here that Spirit has been the greedy player, and somehow Gumiho's economy is still better.
I think it's more so in the last little bit that Spirit has been cutting SCVs in order to get a lot of production. And in fact, he is a lot of production and a lot of units. A big couple of siege tank shots here do take a chunk off of that army on the right side. But Spirit right now is going into 2 additional starports. Very quick transition into air. I do like that quite a bit. Gumiho, really fast 4th command center. We talk about greed. You can respond to your opponent's greed with a ton of greed of your own. Now we are going to be seeing missile turrets coming up from Gumiho. I like that he's going for a lot of them. I don't particularly like the fact that they're not right up against the corner. I think on maps like this where you have these little nooks, they're perfect little missile turret spots, you know? You just put them right up against the edge, and I think it's really good. I still like that he's gone for a lot of missile turrets, but a small nitpick. I would have loved to see them a little bit further up against the edge. But the big thing is going to be, will Gumiho recognize that Spirit is pivoting hard into air?
I mean, that's what you want to do as the bio player. You theoretically, against mech, you use bio as a way to establish map control and start to trade and enable this economic development, and then you move into Sky Terran and you go Viking Liberator, and you have more gas theoretically than the meching player does, so you can build this massive Sky Terran army. Now, that's not really true here, right? Because Gumiho's 4th base is faster. He has had actually more map control for a while. We're not really seeing that from Spirit, but he is going to leapfrog that development anyways. So it's going to be a little awkward. The question, though, Steadfast, and I think it's worth asking here, is Gumiho is just about to max out. His +1 armor's done. His attack's done. He's building more Hellions. He's building more tanks. We're going to have a ton of Vikings on the field. Right now, we're looking at 6, and we're going to go up to like 12 very quickly. Ooh. And the Hellions are going to find this before the planetary is done. Blue flame as well. So this is undead SCVs here, really compounding that economic development that Gumiho's been able to find.
It actually wasn't that bad. There wasn't that many SCVs at the base, so it only ends up finding 5 and a couple of fresh mules, which is nice. But it's not going to cripple his opponent by any stretch. Now, this is where things get a little bit interesting. Spirit has gotten up to his air. He has 12 Vikings, and he's already got Liberators on the field. I almost said extended thermal lance. Advanced ballistics is just about done. We are going to see a big counterattack coming on in. There are siege up tanks for Gumiho, but the big deal is the fact that there is that air superiority now for Spirit. He is going to siege up these Liberators, will snipe down a couple, 1 Raven, and he's going to probably kill all the Vikings. Can Gumiho get the damage done? This is going to be chaos here. We got a drop coming in on top of the tanks in the backside. This is a really tough situation for both players, but I like what Spirit is doing here. Gumiho needs to get on top of his opponent's production right away, but the Liberators are going to say, no, you cannot do that. Gumiho, oh, he did pull the SCVs quickly. I'm actually not sure whose position I like better in this situation. I think Spirit's, but this is really tough to call.
Okay, so +2 attack is going to be denied. +2 armor was never even started. The Spirit, he's only going to be on 1-1 for the rest of this game.
But there's so many Liberators.
Yeah, that's why it's like, that's what I was getting to. It's like, yeah, Spirit's losing all of this. His economy is being shattered. But Mass Cyclone, I mean, Mass Cyclone can handle Liberators is the one thing that I'm struggling with here. It's like, it feels like Spirit has Gumiho in a bit of a checkmate situation, despite the fact that the army's bad. Like, despite the fact that this situation's not all that great. Now, Cyclones are going to try to get on top of these tanks before the Liberators arrive, but justice is going to rain from above here. And there is, I mean, you do not fight into this. Not easily.
No, you just don't. You just do not fight into that many liberation zones. We are going to see a bunch of bio getting intercepted in the middle of the map. As long as Spirit doesn't panic and just uses his liberators on the other side to deal with this, he's actually supply blocked, so he can't build them. So he is going to be going home with a little bit of bio. As long as Spirit doesn't panic, hold that thought. We're going to see just a rush in on top of the liberators. The Cyclones are going to clear out everything. Gumiho baited Spirit's army away from protecting those liberators. That was a huge play, and Gumiho able to clean this up. Now the checkmate is broken, and Gumiho has blown this game completely wide open.
That he is. You got to be careful of these tanks that do have to siege up. There's a lot of Marauders and Marines trying to go around, but the upgrades are better for Gumiho at this point. Liberators are going to try to siege up as they can. Vikings landing as well. And the Cyclones say, yeah, it's fine, you exist. No, you don't. Not anymore. You're dead. And at this point, Spirit is, in fact, just dead in this game. What a wild game one.
Yeah, that was a situation that Spirit will absolutely want back, because he knows that with that many liberators, a position on your opponent's natural, you are in such good control of the game. But he didn't manage to hold that position. He got kind of baited around by Gumiho with that mech army. And just very unfortunate for Spirit, because if he holds that situation, you know, you've got 6-8 liberators and you're on top of your opponent's production, I think you just win. I think you just win from that situation. Like, there was no way for Gumiho to retake air control. It wasn't even close. Spirit, even if Gumiho mines from that left side planetary, there's not enough production for Gumiho to break the air superiority. And then the only way to clear out the liberators is with Cyclones. So if he has enough bio, even 20 to 25 supply of bio to just cover those liberators, I think Spirit just wins that game. Despite the supply differential, despite the economic advantage for Gumiho, he was in such a strong positional advantage. And that is one of those games that is really tough to recover from mentally on your best day. When you're down 0-2 in the group, it is that much more difficult.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I was looking at that fight. It's like, it was very much looking for a time that this was going to be a game where Spirit was going to win up or down like double army supply, which seems wild, right? Because just that's not how StarCraft works. But if I have a bunch of liberators and you really can't deal with them, and you know I have this air superiority, the worst you can do is a draw. I can shut down all your economy, then I can float away. But by moving the SCVs in with the Cyclones, he tanked just enough Liberator shots that the Cyclones were able to clean everything up. And, well, despite getting away with the greediest possible opening, wasn't quite enough for Spirit. It's funny, I was looking at that. I know you said in part, it's like, okay, he's cutting SCVs, but I had my eye on the SCV tab pretty much the entire game, and there was pretty much not a point where Spirit pulled ahead in the worker count. Not by like more than 2 or 3, and that shut down, that settled down very quickly. So, yeah, mules are a thing, absolutely, and everything else is important to mention, but even though he quote-unquote got away with that greedy opening, it's hard to pinpoint any position in the game, really, where he actually benefited from getting away with that greedy opening.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Gumiho also opened one Rax Expand and never stopped building workers. Like, it's a fast third CC is nice, but Gumiho's third CC wasn't super late either. But, well, let's get into game number 2 and talk about that one a little bit.
And the bottom upper left, he's up 1. Handling the Liberators very well. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is Navi's Spirit. And at this point, we are pretty much in a situation where if Spirit doesn't win basically win out from this position, he is pretty much eliminated from the group. I don't think this is not going to be one of those groups where a 2-3 player advances. I don't think it's going to happen. There's too much normalcy in the group in terms of, like, we'll probably have a 5-0 player, we'll probably have a 4-1 player, we'll probably have a 3-2 player, and we'll probably have a 2-3 player, which means you don't have one player that really underperforms in the group, or not even underperforms. What's the word I'm looking for? That well, I guess relative to everyone else, yeah. Like, you don't have one player that's kind of the, I hate to say this, but the punching bag for the group. Not so much relative to everyone else. But let's talk about this game a little bit. We've got something very interesting from Gumiho. He is going to go for the 1-Rax expand again, but doing it with a very interesting mind game, anticipating an SCV scout potentially, where he misses the barracks and causes his opponent to panic. But Spirit is a player who likes to skip SCV scouts, so it's one of those things where it's the mind game is cute, but it's not necessarily the best against his specific opponent. But I like it in general. I just would have liked it against someone like, maybe like against Oliveira, who does tend to SCV scout very frequently.
You know, Steadfast, I'll do you one better. If there is something, if there is a step that Spirit can skip, he will skip it. Like, he's the champion of hopscotch, okay? Like, he can skip everything, and that's what he's going to want to go for. We saw that in game 1. We're seeing this in game 2 right now, because he's just, his goal is to get in the late game as big and as beefy as possible. So yeah, you're right. It's not going to work out all that well for him, as it's a 1-1-1 coming out of Gumiho. His starport is going to be a lot faster than anything that Spirit has in store for us. And in fact, this has actually been the case. We've seen this a couple times. We saw Oliveira doing it as well, although actually that's not, never mind. I was going to say, well, Oliveira was going reactor before getting the starport, so he could have double cyclone production a little bit earlier, but that's not even what we're seeing out of Spirit. So his economy, his SCV count's a little bit higher, right? He's trying to be as greedy, skip as many things as possible. But at the end of the day, you have to see what happens. This is a very quick, I was going to say this is a very quick tech lab going down from Gumiho, but that's just going to be probably for a Raven. Go high ground, low ground, and float it. Yeah, there we go. So Raven goes down, but what this does mean, Steadfast, no cyclone drops.
No, it is actually a very quick tech lab. It's actually quite surprising because he skipped reactor, and Gumiho could have run into some trouble if it had been very fast reactor cyclones. Like, if we're seeing the fastest possible reactor cyclones, basically, and, you know, Spirit's on 4 cyclones right now, there could have been some danger. But I like that he does this on the map, because anytime there's a ramp, I mean, trying to push up a ramp into a defensively oriented player is just going to be a really bad time. So if this was a map that didn't have that ramp, I wouldn't really like the opener from Gumiho. It would feel a lot more risky. But considering the map, I'm totally cool with it. And I like those little adjustments where you do things a little bit differently. Gumiho is really good at tailoring builds. And this is a situation where I'm really a big fan of his tailored build. And now behind this, he is going to plop that factory on the reactor. Is it going to be basically reactive? Okay, no, it's not. It's not. I was like, that'd be very weird if he goes basically reactive cyclone, reactored cyclone, because he did just get the scout with the Reaper, but maybe was thinking about it and then was like, no. Or it was just one of those things where it was kind of a muscle memory thing, and then realized, like, wait, no, I actually want to build a reactor with this. There's so much complexity and nuance to ways you can do a Terran opener with juggling add-ons and all that. It's okay to get crossed up a little bit and kind of wrap your feet up around themselves.
Yeah, and the funky thing here, that as we talk about what the players are going for, is that Gumiho's actually going to be the first one into the third base. He starts it just a little bit faster, which, you know, is not necessarily always worth talking about, because it's like a 10-second difference or something, 15-second difference. But against Spirit, this guy who loves to go and get as greedy as possible, the fact that Gumiho is functionally out-greeding him that's an achievement in and of itself, and it will stand Gumiho in a pretty nice position going forward. Now, he is on double eBay, but he's only started one of his upgrades. Only +1 on the way, no armor. Certainly that attack upgrade is going to be faster than whatever Spirit has. His eBays aren't even done. But the fact that Gumiho is only going to have half this nice time that he might have built his way into otherwise is a bit sad for Gumiho.
Yeah, It's very unfortunate, actually. Really undercuts the power of this build, because look at the timing on the 1-1 upgrades. Gumiho would be looking at like a 30 to 40 second upgrade lead. Instead, he is actually going to... He will have an upgrade timing lead, but it's going to be 1-0 versus a 0-0 as opposed to 1-1 versus, 0-0, which is, I mean, it goes without saying that's a pretty huge difference. Literally double the advantage or half the advantage, depending on how you want to look at it. But he does start his armory reasonably well timed. Spirit, for his part, he does start his 1-1 at the optimal timing for himself for when those engineering bays finish, so at least he won't fall further behind. But this could still be scary, even with just a single upgrade advantage. And Gumiho, he's got a lot of Ravens and a lot of potential to maybe get something done here on this left side.
Well, he's up one Raven. He's got a ton of energy on those Ravens, certainly enough to shut down the 4 tanks that are right here. Yeah, he certainly has enough energy to shut those down. The question is whether he can get on top of them. There are Marines forward. Ravens are going to try to dive on top of this. Interference Matrix 1-2 is going to go down. Not going to get the third one, not just yet, but that's fine because Gumiho is just going to kite away from it for right now. Taking the fight against these Marines again with that one upgrade advantage, and sure, he's going to get anti-armor missile, and yes, these tanks will fall, but it's 5-7 dead SCVs. A lot of Marines have fallen as well. Was it the game-ending push that Gumiho would have loved? No steadfast, it wasn't. But it does open up a bit of a further gap here. Again, already Gumiho, his upgrades are in a, well, I was saying is in a better spot, but he hasn't started his +2 attack just yet, even though his armory was on time for it. And that means that this upgrade timing, yeah, it's going to equalize for the most part. Armor's going to be done right around the same time. It's going to be like a 10-second window for +2. Well, as I say that, it would have been, yeah. But the armory is very slow for Spirit as well. The big difference is he knocks down a decent amount of Marines, and more importantly, he gets some economic damage done. We're going to see one of these medevacs, despite wasting Raven energy on it, it's gonna find high ground, low ground. It's gonna be able to dodge away from these Marines, and actually, nothing is done. Meanwhile, Gumiho on the other side gets on top of a tank here. Is gonna get on top of some SCVs. This counter drop, this counter pressure is getting so much more done.
Nice hot pickup there from Spirit to make sure he doesn't lose the siege tank. He does have a really strong push on this top side. It's 6 tanks to 2. Both tanks are here for Gumiho. Spirit might not realize that there's not a whole lot more behind this in terms of the tank count. There's a ton of Marines, but the fact that Gumiho kept his Ravens alive from that first push is a big deal. He's going to drop an anti-armor missile in addition to this, but there's going to be a lot of tanks ready to fire. Spirit needs a couple more big tank shots, and they will land. However, that anti-armor missile, I think, is going to be just enough. Oh, it's really close. 1 or 2 more big tank shots will land. Spirit does lose that final tank. He's got 1 more in the back, but the position has been kind of broken. However, 14 SCVs go down. I'm of 2 minds with this one because Spirit was building Liberators, I think, with the intention of slow pushing this. So he really wanted to get a lot more done there, but Gumiho did break the position. It cost him a lot of workers. Gumiho has a way faster +2 weapons. Yeah, I'm actually not even sure whose position I like more. I think considering the fact that Gumiho is so good in these chaotic positions, I generally like this more for the Korean Terran. Oh, and if he's... Okay, he does spot this. Good job from Spirit to make sure he doesn't actually commit in there. If he had, that would have been almost certainly game losing for him. Meanwhile, other side of the map, we do see a single drop getting in here. Going to find a lot of SCVs. That's very nice for Gumiho. If he gets this Raven, that would be huge too.
He's not paying attention to, though, because there's just a bunch of stuff happening everywhere. Liberators are getting damage done. 7 SCVs are going down elsewhere. I don't think that's just the Liberator. Something else. Yeah, I think there are 2 Liberators on the map, actually.
Yeah,
one on the fourth, one on the natural. So Gumiho's getting a lot of damage done, but again, he did have to deal with that one, and Spirit is able to go punch and counterpunch here. So at the end of the day, this medevac will fall. Maybe like 1 or 2 more SCVs should die as the Marines try to kite away. So again, it does kind of equalize. But I think Spirit's, well, no, actually, no, the force paces are kind of similarly timed as well. So 59 workers to 61, 89 army supply to 83. It's a 1 upgrade lead for Gumiho. That's kind of the big deal right now. And he's going to have, actually, the other big deal, he's going to have +1 mech attack done very quickly. And that means he's going to be able to get into +2 mech attack decently fast, which, of course, that's when you start one-shotting Stim Marines. And that's when the tanks become really difficult to fight into in this matchup.
Yes, that is the big tipping point here. We're going to see both players kind of wander into each other. Spirit accidentally loaded up one of his medevacs, and it will die with 4 Marines inside. That might not seem that impactful, but that was 8 Marines that got instantly taken out of the fight. Gumiho, both players kind of reacted about the same time, but Spirit fought without his 2-2. It was 1-1 versus 2-1, and yeah, that extra couple Marines getting pulled out of the fight right away really hurting Spirit there. And now Gumiho has a pretty deadly siege position on this 4th base. He does have to be careful, but with air superiority, I was just going to say he can build a Liberator or 2, and Spirit is in a ton of trouble in this game number 2 and is really on the verge of potentially getting knocked pretty much out of the tournament at this point.
I mean, I think if you're 0-3 in this group, you are knocked out of the tournament. I'll leave it to someone else that's a little bit smarter to do the math to figure out if that is true or not. But yeah, in this situation, the tanks are wailing away Gumiho. He's okay. He's actually got his +3 armor on time. It's a little slower, but close enough. And talking about that last fight, not only did Gumiho respond a little bit better, his army was in a better concave to start the fight, and his tanks were a little bit closer to the front line. So his tanks were wailing away pretty much as soon as they sieged. Not every tank in Spirit was, and it was a better lineup. It was a better concave for Gumiho. So really everything going his way. Is now a 5th base on the way for Gumiho. His 3-3 is again about halfway done. Hasn't even been started for Spirit. Doesn't think he can afford it at the time being. And what we're missing here, if you're a fan of Spirit, is what we saw Clem do against Oliveira, what we've seen Cure do earlier on, where when you're getting kind of socked in like this, where there's this heavy position, there's got to be some instinct to do something else. Trying to drop on top of everything here. The tanks are unsupported, and that maybe is going to be the instinct. It's a lot of medevacs going down. Those Liberators going to not do anything. That was a lot of dead medevacs, but Spirit sensing some level of opportunity, dodging or diving on top through the Vikings. So it wasn't cheap, but he does at least break the back of this push for the time being.
Oh, I don't know if I like this from Gumiho. This is very bold. He's going to stim it on top of the command center. That is a lot of Marines. Gumiho is in a massively economically advantageous position. He's on a 4th base. Well, I mean, I guess they're both on 4th bases, and Spirit did hold that, but Gumiho's taking a 5th. The most dangerous thing for Gumiho is to get counterattacked and just lose the game. So that was a really bold move going in on top of that planetary for basically just a few SCVs, but it may just work out for him. Now he's got a massive army on the bottom side, no medevacs, but so many Marines. That's going to be an instantly dead 3rd command center. Doom drop into the natural from Gumiho. He actually could have unloaded everything, but I suppose he wanted to save the medevacs instead. And now this is going to be a base trade, but it's an upgrade lead for Gumiho, 3-3 versus 2-2. Spirit needs to basically win the game with this army pretty nearly, and Gumiho is already sieged up in the main base. He's already got a bunch of Marines. He's got those +2 tanks, and he's building Liberators, and Spirit will not be able to hold it home, I don't think. There's just a single tank.
Yeah, Gumiho is hitting like 2 seconds before his +3 armor would have been this, so that would have been nice. Maybe he loses a couple less Marines, but now Doom drop in the main base, Liberator siege up on everything, and Spirit, well, the Spirit leaves the body on this one because Gumiho moves on 2-0, puts himself in a pretty nice position to go in advance and in Group A, but I don't know if Spirit's mathematically eliminated. I didn't run through the possibilities before the series started, but going down 0-2 against Gumiho, 0-3 in series overall, is not a compelling option, is not a compelling story to try to get out of this group.
No, it's going to be really tough. And the fact that he got 2-0'd by one of the players who was, has lost a series already, the chance of Spirit making it out of this group is, if there's even a mathematical possibility, it's infinitesimally small. And it would also take some really weird stuff at this point. Great news for Gumiho, though, because he did drop that early series to Hero Marine 2-0. So really important that he was able to recover here and get a W. He is going to be playing Solar a little bit later on the A stream, but we are going to turn our attention to another series. For me, a very exciting series, because we've got Scarlet and Hero Marine coming up. It is going to be a while before we get that one up and running, because I think we're waiting on the A stream or the C stream.
Theoretically, both. I don't know where the games are necessarily, but Hero Marine is playing Solar on the mainstream. Scarlet's playing Trigger.
Okay, we're waiting on the mainstream. Yeah, Scarlet did 2-0 Trigger in the Canadian matchup. She also took down Spirit yesterday. Scarlett's looking really poised to make it out of this group. She just needs to win basically one more match, but she's got two very tough Terrans ahead of her to try and make that one happen. We're going to be waiting a while for that, but before we go to break, I want to talk about this group just a little bit more. This has been a surprising group.
Yeah, I think every group has been a surprising group at this point, but to see Hero Marine at 2-0, only dropping a single map thus far, Scarlet looking pretty good, which is always questionable. You never know what form Scarlet's going to be in any tournament. Sometimes she goes and she's killer, and sometimes it's a bit of a disappointing run. Gumiho, he was the runner-up of Yanchiping. He was the finalist of the GSL, so I think we expected him to be top of the group. But you're still, again, it's a lot of players that we looked at Group A steadfast, and it's a lot of players that are unknowns, or you're never quite sure what they're going to do in any given tournament, right? Like Solar can win the GSL, and I think that it's expected that he makes playoffs, but also if he underperforms, it's not the craziest thing. He certainly has some trap matchups so that he's kind of been able to get through for the most part. So yeah, I think we went into Group A saying this was probably the flattest group. Anyone could do well, anyone could do poorly. So it is surprising to see some of these results. But on the flip side, for me at least, it's also not all that surprising, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. For me, Solar was definitely my pick to win the group. And I think we looked at this and we were saying that Hero Marine wasn't on super top form. But as I say that, he's already 2-0, and he just took down game number 1 versus Solar. Ooh. This is looking really good for Big Gabe to have one of the biggest tournament performances he's had potentially since he went round of 4 in that one IEM Katowice that Cyril won. That was 2021, right?
Yeah, and remember,
was that wow? That was 3 years ago.
Do you remember, by the way, who knocked him out of that round of 4?
It was Raynor. It was Raynor in a reverse sweep where Raynor was in such a tough position in game number 3.
Actually, I'm sorry. Better way to say that, because you're right. I had myself backwards. Do you know who he beat to get to the top 4? It was Solar.
Oh wait, no, that was 2022.
Long time
2022.
ago.
Okay.
A long time
who
ago.
He beat to get to the top.
Yeah, he beat Solar.
Oh, he beat Solar. Yeah. Oh, that was the game where I think Solar forgot Bane's speed. Was that right?
It was I remember the one map. I don't even remember the name of the map. I'm really bad at that, but it was the long map. And Solar had this incredible fight that Gumiho, that Hero Marine still kind of won, and that broke the back of the series. Regardless, there's something special about Hero Marine versus Solar in Katowice. Whatever it is, I don't know. But Hero Marine is clearly in good form. It's funny. I won't spoiler anything now, because who knows what VODs get watched before this. But I talked to Scarlet just about a couple days ago, getting ready for Katowice, and I'm talking about our group, talking about other things. And the one thing she did, she had some things to say about Hero Marine in particular and how she was prepping for him. So we're gonna talk about yeah, and what she knew about that. So we're going to talk about that more once our series is actually, and I can feel like I can talk about it. But for now, friends, it is going to be a bit longer of a break. We do, of course, have to wait for Hero Marine and Solar to resolve, and of course, come off stage and get all set up. So it's probably going to be about like 45 minutes or so, maybe even longer. When we're back, though, it's going to be Hero Marine, it's going to be Scarlet for, theoretically, likely for advancement in this group. Hero Marine might lock it up here and go 3-0 and pretty much guarantee advancing, but for Scarlet, sorry,
Hero Marine could be playing for first in the group if he wins versus Solar and he's up 1-0. Hero Marine, by the way, has been playing Mech versus Zerg, and he's made it look really strong. It's a lot of people have been saying, like, oh, Mech pretty weak, like you can't do much with it, but we've already seen it do quite well. Maru beat Raynor with it yesterday. We've already got Hero Marine beating Solar with it once. Like, it's looking pretty damn potent. It's looking very playable and very viable at the top level.
Yeah, and it's Interesting. It's kind of funny. The change of the Cyclone was to make mech viable versus Protoss, and apparently it's just making mech viable versus Zerg instead. I don't know what to say about that, but I do know it's a break. When we're back, it's going to be here, Marine. It's going to be Scarlet. And now we move on to our second map, or our second series of Group A. And this time, Steadfast, I know we've been talking about implications. This is one that has a ton of implications. Scarlet is, I'm not going to say overperforming, but maybe doing better than some people expected, sitting there at 2-1. But the big surprise in Group A is the fact that Hero Marine, not only was he going into the Solar Series 2-0, and that's a surprise, he just 2-0'd Solar. He has his life, he has everything possible in his hand, in his fist, and he doesn't want to let it go. But again, we talk about this series, Steadfast. Hero Marine's looking very good. What do you think about it?
I mean, this is a dream come true. This is these two players fighting for first place in the group right now. Both of them can be very happy with the situation they're in. I'm sure Scarlet would have loved to have beaten Solar yesterday, but she still did take a map off of him. She was able to 2-0 Trigger earlier today in that Canadian versus Canadian, that CVC matchup. And now, yeah, we've got an absolute barn burner of a series ahead of us. I am very, very excited about this one. Once again, we got that big Gabe bicep blocking the score, which is so funny. Oh, hopefully my SC2 is not crashing.
Well, that would be sad, but we can always remake. That's fine. Yeah, luckily enough.
Okay, looks like we're good.
Okay, we're good. I was gonna say, luckily enough for this one, it's not blocking the relevant matchup. It's blocking the TVT matchup, which who cares? You know, this is a TVZ game. We're gonna be fine. Friends, we have game one here. It's Scarlet, it's Hero Marine. It's a match for the top of the group. Let's see what happens. At the bottom right, he took down Solar 2-0, playing his own style, marching to the beat of his own drum. He's for Mouse. It's Hero Marine.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left at a 2-1 scoreline, performing very well so far for the Shopify Rebellion. She is Scarlet.
Steadfast, it's kind of funny as we get into this series, as we're looking at things. I told you I talked to Scarlet Saturday or Sunday, getting into Katowice. And first of all, she was talking about prepping for VT because they're, you know, decent amount of Terrans in general. But she had choice things to say about Hero Marine, and a lot of them, it's kind of funny because I was watching that Solar series. A lot of them have come true. Hero Marine is gonna play Cyclone Mech, was kind of the first thing she said, which we saw. He went. We saw Maru use it against Raynor, certainly, and that wasn't totally clear. Maru has that mech gene in him, but we're not totally sure what's gonna happen. But we saw Hero Marine do that against Solar. He won a game. Scarlet has been prepping for that in some way, shape, or form. And the other thing that she told me was that he was probably going to be a little bit better than his previous results had been. And I think sitting here at 3-0 in Group A, Steadfast, I think that one also bears things out just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is going to be minuscule. This is for the stats nerds out there and the nerds that know about those little timings. Both players really sharp on their timings with their first structures. I know this is going to seem silly and minuscule, and it is, but Scarlet got down a 112 pool timing off of Hatch Gas Pool, which is, you know, the optimal. That is 1 second faster than the average. That means she was pairing her workers really well. And Hero Marine got the 138 command center, which is also optimal. So both players pairing those workers very nicely, boosting them well. And just wanted to give that little shout out that they're both doing that optimal thing. And it's nice to see going into this matchup, and it is reflective of their positions in the group. It means they're both quite on point with the early game.
No, they are, but you're talking about the early game. It's nice to have a really good start. This drone is gonna go down, times it perfectly on the charge. You talked in the last series about stun locking a Cyclone so it dies. Well, it's more common to see Terrans try to do that in this matchup, and Hero Marine pulls it off with aplomb, with pizzazz in this game number one. But it's nice. It's nice to get a early timing. Absolutely, it's fantastic. What I'm equally as curious about is where these players go in the mid game. Yeah, we saw the Cyclone Mech coming out of Hero Marine in game one, sure, but we also saw him go for a wild single eBay 8 racks that Solar was not ready for in game two. Scarlet's been talking about this mass Hydra into Infestor type of idea that apparently has been dominating Gun in their practice sessions. Both of these players, not just kind of playing a little against the meta, they are very, they're playing very idiosyncratic. But for now, Hero Marine It's a 3cc. It's not anything truly groundbreaking. Getting that early, getting his natural down on time is really nice. Getting that even a little early is really nice. But it doesn't tell us a lot about where he's thinking about going from here necessarily.
No, it's there's a lot of things still open. It is going to be 3cc Banshee, which is the safest way to play and does go into that Cyclone mech very well. There is... Both players are definitely the kinds of players that love going for little innovation. Scarlet was the first one to go Hydraling Bane in, you know, the very early stages. She actually used it to beat Innovation, for example, many years ago. So neither player is unfamiliar with being avant-garde, with being a trendsetter. We do see these two queens getting very low on HP. She's got to be a little bit careful with these, especially with one of them getting off creep. Good job from Pyramarine sniping a creep tumor right there, and a great little grenade. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that was...
You got it.
That's something that is very funny. So he killed his own Reaper. Didn't quite do the quick maths on that one, but does get the creep tumor, which is, I suppose, good. That's a bit of a mistake, but a very funny one. It's minor, but it means no more grenades, which is a little bit unfortunate. Nice snipe right there from Scarlet. Grabs one of those queens. Nice, or one of those Hellions. Nice job right there with the Evo Chamber morph. Obviously, she wasn't quite in position to build the hatchery, so I like that. Very heads-up play. And Pyramarine is going to be going for what he experienced success against Solar with, and has been doing quite a bit of. And that is going to be the 3cc Banshee into that battle mech that we alluded to.
That it is, but I wonder. So Solar, I didn't talk to Solar leading into Katowice. I don't know. But I don't know how prepared Solar was necessarily for that Cyclone battle mech thing that we saw Pyramarine pull out.
He's played against Pyramarine doing it quite a few times, actually. Pyramarine's done it to him at least 2 separate series before this.
On the current patch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Solar actually handled him both times. He actually beat him both times. I think this is the first time that, I could be wrong, but I believe this is the first time that Pyramarine has actually beaten Solar in a professional match with that battle mech.
All right. Well, I'll take that one. I was going to say, I don't know how much prep Solar had for him. Like, we know Scarlet is aware of it. But yeah, apparently he's got a ton. So good news there is we're going to see this pressure on the bottom side. Double cloaked Banshee Hellions as well, trying to get damage on these queens maybe. But there is detection there, so that's not going to be all that effective. Now, the one thing I'm worried about is Scarlet is going into that mass Hydra style. 1-1 Hydrogen done very quickly.
Ooh.
Hydras
No
are great
chance to use,
against Cyclones. Hydras are great against Banshees, as the Queen will fall. One thing Steadfast they're not very good against is a bunch of Hellions. Certainly not with, say, Blue Flame or something. They just dive on top and it's a lot of damage done very quickly. So Scarlet she's going to have to do more than just pure Hydra, I think. I understand that that's kind of her new hotness, but once she realizes that this is properly next, this transfusion are really nice. And the damage is going to continue to pile on top. The Queens are falling down. Banshee will fall. And that is
losing 2 Banshees.
All the energy on those Queens, and there's not a lot here to defend right now. Hydras are being made, and losing those Banshees is painful, absolutely. But Pyramarine was very close to breaking through just in its entirety.
While Scarlet is starting to add those Hydras on, she's gone for a lot of drones here. She went very quickly up to 86 drones, but she has kind of survived this stage. Pyramarine is getting a lot done, but losing the Banshees actually does take a lot of sting out of this push. He does have Hurricane Thrusters finishing up very shortly, and there's actually no detection right here, which is a big problem for Scarlet. The Hydras are kind of coming out piecemeal. The detection finally does appear with the Spore, but it gets sniped down by Pyramarine. Grooved Spines is done. There's no Hydra speed, though, on the way, which means the Cyclones are just outmaneuvering them. The Cyclones are so glass, but they're so much more mobile. And now we've got a tank that's rallied in. Pyramarine might just run Scarlet over. That's insane.
Yeah, I want to point this out as well. Every single time there's detection, Pyramarine, the first thing he does, he targets it down because he knows, A, more Banshees on the way, and B, how powerful they can be with that additional tech. And now there's a tank here. It's not just the Cyclones shredding the Hydras, it's a tank on top of that as well, and tanks are very good against the Hydras, but Lings are going to try to get on top of this. Scarlet looking for the hold, gets on top of the tank. The damage is going to go down, but again, it's 3 Hydras. 3 Hydras do not hold
Yeah,
this.
but these are really low HP Cyclones. There is actually still a chance for Scarlet to hold. She still hasn't started Hydra speed. She's been so under the gun. No additional upgrades. She does have 1-1 versus 0-0, and that has helped a lot, as well as the Hydra range has helped a lot. She will hold this hatchery. She doesn't lose that many drones. She killed the rest of the Banshees, only one of them alive on the field. And Hero Marine has lost 4 of them, but the tempo advantage still goes in the favor of Hero Marine. Scarlet, though, does have some upside in this game. She's got a 5th hatchery done. She starts that +2 missile. She's still ahead in the upgrade timing, and Cyclones are affected heavily by upgrades. And the fact that we don't have, 3, 4, 5 Banshees means that there's less threat for Scarlet to have to deal with mobily, but there is still a chance. Oh man, okay, she does reposition the score. I was gonna say, with how low this hatchery is and where that was, I actually are gonna see the Cyclones. They could maybe just go for a dive on the hatchery, but with not much creep on the left side, he can kind of just kite here, and Hydra speed finally starts up. That has been an upgrade that's been missing for so long. Once again, no detection. Scarlet gonna try and take the fight, but there's a lot of Cyclones, and that will be a lot of dead Hydras. Overseer finally shows up to provide detection, but that was a rough situation, and it gets sniped down once again. Scarlet, once that Hydra speed finishes up, it will help her out a lot in these fights, but Hero Marine still has the potential to maybe just snowball this even here and now.
Yeah, it's getting a little scarier, right? Because +2 is going to be done soon. Hydra speed is going to be done soon. You add the Lings on top of it. Scarlet, again, tries to get on top. There are tanks that are going to siege up, and they're going to try to get as much damage as they can, but Hero Marine, I'm not going to say the push is... Actually, I am going to say that the push is starting to stall out at this point. The tanks go down pretty much as they siege. I do like what Hero Marine's doing, where he's seeing the observers or the overseers, and he's shooting them down immediately there with the Cyclones to, again, to make those Banshees a little bit more powerful. But they're not getting enough just yet. Hellion's on the run by. This actually has a little bit more potential. Again, it's only a couple Lings, but the rest of the Hydras are going to show up in time. The thing we got to point out, though, just behind all this, behind this pressure that we're seeing coming in from Hero Marine, he's got 93 SCVs steadfast. He's on 5 bases. The macro of this man on top of the pressure is just, it's off the charts.
Yeah, this is not the same opener, because I believe Maru got away. I didn't actually watch game 1. I didn't get the chance to, but based on what the commentators were saying, Maru got away with a very greedy opener, but he did go up to that insanely high worker count, and it allows you to play this like Zerg. We do see a lot of the Hydras eating some big shots from the Blue Flame Hellions. Siege tanks, though, are not sieged up yet. They will siege now. They are going to get some massive shots, and the Cyclones doing very well. Scarlet committing into that fight, maybe not realizing there was not just, 2, 3, 4 siege tanks, but there was like 6, and she ends up losing all of her Hydras in that fight. Fungal growths coming in very late, not much damage to them, and Hero Marine once again has a very strong position, but he's super far on creep, and Lings will do quite well against these tanks. Actually, we even see a Hydra getting the melee range, and this will be a cleanup from Scarlet on this first army, but there's another army on the bottom side. Hero Marine is so confident moving on to creep, but it is starting to kind of be a little bit wasteful, but if he can get in here and get a couple of big shots, could find some massive damage on the economy.
I mean, even as we say that, Steadfast, and yeah, losing tanks is not great. Losing these task forces is maybe not the best thing ever.
Oh my God, 11 Cyclones.
So yeah, he's still building 11 Cyclones at a time. And Scarlet's not going to have the block off in time. This is where the damage starts to get a little bit more. 12 drones go down. But equally as important is the fact that Hero Marine is trading, well, I was going to say he's trading much better. He was at like +10 or +8K, I think, at one point. Now it's only about 5 because he did lose those tanks. But his economy has been pretty much unfettered. He's at 94 drone or 94 SCVs. And he's just been trading a little bit better time after time. So this is a... Well, no, there are too many Hydras here. So Hero Marine's going to have to
this is actually really good for Scarlet.
It is. Oh, he's going to get a tank. She's going to get a tank as well, which is really nice. What she's really missing...
I love this creep drop on the top side. Scarlet, one of those players that does a lot of the extra things really well. We talk about her creep spread and complement it, very often. And she's doing an excellent job of respreading it. That is really what has helped her stay in this game and really helped her... manage to keep up with Hero Marine, and she actually does enjoy a decent little army supply lead now. If she could snipe this command center, I don't think she's going to get the planetary, but if she can get the morphing orbital, that'd be really nice. And she will be able to grab it. able to disengage before the tanks get too big of shots. And now she's got Hive done. She also has +1 melee done. There is going to be a big battle mech run by on the top side. If Hero Marine dives for this hatchery, he should be able to get it, but he will actually back away. Scarlet, oh, she is going to turn around with the Hydras. This is not what you want to be doing, I don't think. There's a lot of tanks here, even though they're unsieged. And now with the rock still up, that's going to be another few free Hydras. Very good pickoffs for Hero Marine there.
And those Hydras were very much stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I do want to... Actually, we don't have time for that because Hero Marine just continues to get aggressive. Banelings are not going to get incredible connections.
Oh,
but
big flank.
Big flank. Yeah, the tanks are going to siege, though. And with the Cyclones right here, it does slow Hero Marine down. Which I think
it does a lot.
Tremendously important. Well, these Hydras are kind of stuck right now. Scarlet's going to knock the rocks down. Cyclones are going to dive right on top of them, and the tanks should siege up as well. So that is, again, not a good trade for Scarlet in the slightest. And what we're lacking here, she's building more Infestors. Steadfast, Hive is done. There's not a single Viper on the way, certainly not a Viper done. That ability to knock down some of these units, to abduct them away, to get those trades time over time is kind of eventually what you're looking for against the meching player. But Scarlet doesn't have doesn't have the gas for that, doesn't have the time for that, really, because of how aggressive Hero Marine has been. Fungals are not really going to hit all that well as Scarlet goes for a massive surround on top of all these tanks. The Hydras, they need to split a little bit harder, though. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Hero Marine, the battle mech, Scarlet was prepped for it, but Hero Marine is too good anyways.
Yeah, that trade around the 4th base of Scarlet, I really thought that there was a couple of things that were very interesting about that, because I was looking at the whole situation as it was unfolding, and it looked like first Scarlet was going to be pretty well prepared for it. She had a lot of good creep spread. She did end up losing a lot of those queens, but she also picked off the Banshees early. But Hero Marine did such a good job of retaining those Cyclones and keeping the trades very lopsided and very unpleasant for Scarlet. And it really kept her from starting up her 2-2 upgrades and enjoying a solid upgrade timing lead there. Most importantly, much more importantly, that for getting her Hydra speed. Mm-hmm. If she had her Hydra speed, maybe a minute and a half earlier, then she starts taking way better trades in those early situations. And Hero Marine probably isn't able to secure his 4th base as easily. He isn't able to keep that creep penned back on the left side. He's not able to kind of exercise his will in that game. Scarlet was really close to cleaning that up really solidly, but Hero Marine just applied so much pressure and now finds himself 1 map away from, well, actually, I think if he wins this, he pretty much locks up 1st place in the group. I think if he 2-0s, it's done and dusted, because the only player he has to play is Trigger. He would have beaten every other player in the group.
Steadfast, when we getting ready for Katowice, I had many things that I thought were likely, some I thought were possible. Hero Marine going 5-0 in this group was not on that list. Now, again, Scarlet can still make a comeback, and we'll see what happens. But Hero Marine's putting himself in a really nice position to find that value. So for now, we're going to move into game 2. It's going to be Golden Aura. It's a pretty good turtle map. Let's see what happens. The bottom right in the red. He's up a game in this series for Mouse. It's Hero Marine.
And his opponent with some impressive macro, some amazing creep spread, but not quite able to get the job done. For the Shopify Rebellion, she is Scarlet. I did really like her game plan for how that worked out, because the 1-1 Hydras they're actually very good against what Hero Marine did. Or at least they're very serviceable, and they work against both bio and mech as an upgrade setup and as an opening setup. Of course, you can transition into those ultras if it ends up being bio. You can add on infestors and go for 2-2 upgrades if it ends up being against mech. You can even get potentially a 3rd Evo chamber, even though we didn't see that. But if Scarlet, had been able to more handily get on top of that push, I think we might have seen that upgrade setup come online.
Yeah, and part of the problem as well, we talk about that setup steadfast, is that Hydras are great, or that Hydras can be good. They're rather controversial unit, I think in the community, but they can be good, and certainly against this setup, they did a serviceable job for the most part. The problem is the second part of that build is not the Hydra. The second part of that build is adding an infestation pit and getting those infestors out so you can drop the big fungals and really allow those Hydras to get to town. And Scarlet got the 2 infestors out. They were a little bit maybe slower than she would have liked, but hey, she was under heavy pressure. The fungals got nothing done. You know, she goes and she commits them, and by the time she commits them, the Viper, the Hydras are all dead anyways, and then the infestors just kind of die. And she was never able to hit the second part of the build idea. Yeah, sure, she got a ton of Hydras out, but she didn't have the infestors on the top. That really is what makes this build idea from Scarlet actually somewhat decent, or strong, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's because she was just so heavily pressured. I really think even without the infestors, just Hydra speed with the obviously you'd love to get those infestors out, and they're actually not that big of an investment. I mean, it's 100 for the infestation pit plus the loss of the drone plus 200 minerals, 300 gas, so that's 350 minerals, 400 gas for that, which is a fair bit, but it's more so I think the attention that was heavily pressured. Because obviously, even with that relatively high investment, oh, nice snipe on the creep tumor. Even with that relatively high investment, Hydra speed's only 100. She already had the Hydra Den done. She could have gotten that out, very quickly. And there's no way she didn't have the money for it. She had the money for it off 86 drones. It's just that the mental pressure that gets put on can sometimes, dislodge you a little bit. And I think that's exactly what we saw. So good job from Heremarine to just really ramp up the aggression. Even though I was a little bit critical of him, losing the Banshees, he kept the momentum up, and that was really difficult to deal with. We are going to see a dive coming on in from Heremarine. Oh, the Evo Chamber block once again. No, the idiot drone blocks the other one. Oh, Scarlet, unfortunate right there. Heremarine able to get another shot. It doesn't kill an additional drone. Only ends up being 3 drones. Could have been so much worse. Like, so much worse.
Given how traitorous those drones were, the fact that it's only 3 drones is like actually pretty good.
Would say idiot drones.
Yeah, oh man, that we've all been there. That does not feel good. But again, nice job for Scarlet to make sure that at the very least it's managed. It does seem like Heremarine is going for the same idea in game 2 that he did in game 1. We saw the Cyclones popping out here very quickly. Second factory on the way. And Scarlet's trying something a bit different in game number 2. We're not going to see the quick rush to Hydras as much. There's a Roach Warren halfway down. And this is a different way to handle it.
Well, this is a really interesting setup on both sides, because we've got Heremarine not going for the Banshees. It's going to be Viking Liberator, which is a really intriguing way to go into mech. Because you almost always see players going into bio behind us. Oh my God, he just picked off a queen. Yeah, the Cyclones show up and are able to find a queen kill. That's big. But more so than anything, this actually leaves Heremarine very vulnerable to a Roach attack. And Heremarine might not be expecting this out of Scarlet. And this is not just any Roach attack. This is going to be a queen drop as far as I can tell. A very tailored build. 63 drones, 5 gases. This is going to be a modified German taxi with Roach speed added on eventually. And Heremarine is really not well set up to deal with this. No Banshees. It does mean that he gets into the mech more quickly, which in one sense is a very good thing, because the Queens were already designed to deal with the Banshees themselves. But I don't know. I'm very scared for Heremarine right now. But the scan does find the Dropper Lord and sees Overlord speed.
Okay, so here's my question. Is this a big bait?
Oh.
There are lings in that Dropper Lord. Not queens. There are 8 lings in that Dropper Lord. Now, you can argue as a...
Well, she knows that she doesn't need the queens across the map because there are no Banshees. It's just that Liberator. So this is going to be a queen drop at the front. She still is going to dedicate to this the same way. Liberator, by the way, killed 6 drones and is getting a lot of damage done. Ooh, there is going to be a siege tank setting up. Lings will get in on top of the 3rd base. This is going to be a very messy, disjointed fight. I would love to see creep drop at the natural, but of course, Scarlet is focused on the main fight. She does lose one of the Overlords somewhere. but she's going to kill a lot of depots of Hero Marine. Both players are going to be supply blocked massively pretty soon.
So she loses Ravagers on the left side, kind of trying to find her way in, but the third base seems destined to lift at this point. More importantly, Scarlet, though, just wants to break the natural. There are tanks here, though, and the Cyclones are getting mass repaired. They're not due to die very quickly. Queens are just going to get dropped on top of them, because why the hell not? Eventually, the Overlord will get dropped down. And here, Marine, he loses 27 SCVs. Certainly he does. But this does kind of feel like it's starting to stall out. Yeah, the Queens have energy, but that's going to get all spent right now. Roaches are continuing to rally across, but the Cyclones are still here. There's a strong tank line. There are not enough Ravagers to really knock multiple tanks down very quickly. You need 3 to 1-shot a tank, and we don't even have 3 yet. It was an interesting idea from Scarlet. She got a ton of SCVs.
Scarlet needs to consolidate right now. She needs to, she's letting Hero Marine trade against small portions of her army. She has a ton of stuff, and she's got a big supply lead. Yes, it's Roaches, but she's letting Hero Marine kind of pick away at her army. Here's doing a really good job of needling her constantly. And it is making things very difficult for Scarlet, but she needs to kind of back away a little bit. She was trying to defend that creep spread, but Hero Marine has already kind of broken the position a little bit. Scarlet is allowing herself to be kind of kited against. It's hard to deal with those Hurricane Thrusters, Cyclones. And I was saying I wasn't sure it was the best setup for Hero Marine, but because he got into that upgrade setup so much faster, he is able to take these trades a lot more effectively. But Scarlet, she's going to back away from this. She's been droning up. She does have a big worker lead. 4th base was not made until just now, but Scarlet is going to back away. Infestation pit on the way. I think she's still in a very good position. She does lose actually 2 Overlords. Oh my God, this Viking is feasting. That's 3 Overlords in the last little bit, and might even get a 4th.
I'd even get a 5th. Really, 4th is guaranteed. There's no transfuse on that Queen either, so yeah, it's very awkward. The Cyclone, how many kills does this Viking have? Where's my?
It's up to like 8 kills.
8 kills on the Viking is insane. So the Cyclones are
really good kiting.
Really good. More Overlords are maybe going to go down on the Cyclones here, and that means Scarlet's supply blocked in an army that needs a lot of supply to be useful. So she will target things down pretty nicely, and this Viking should eventually go down. But this kiting, this hard push coming out of Hero Marine is very difficult for Scarlet to deal with right now. She's got creep on the low ground, but that's like one tumor that she's got access to. So eventually, if Hero Marine pushes forward, that can get knocked down. And for the time being, Roach Ravager, you can't. It's really hard to get on top of these Cyclones. They're so fast.
It is really difficult to get on top of those Cyclones. Oh, Ravager able to get saved right there. Good job from Scarlet saving the egg. Once these Infestors pop out, this little setup that Hero Marine's been doing, this constant needling with the Cyclones will not be an option anymore. Not easily, at least. Oh, he did scout the infestation pit. Okay, good call. Oh, man. Scarlet put it in a bit of an awkward position. I understand not expecting that it would be scouted. Oh, good scan. I was going to say, if he moves through these bushes, he is asking to lose a whole lot of army. He is going to keep the push up. That is bold. There is going to be a lot of supply out here for Scarlet. There's a ton of Ravagers, too, and he does know it. Okay. Scarlet,
he doesn't know where the army is,
wants to jump this army. She doesn't know where it is, though. She doesn't know exactly where it is, what it is. Oh, she's going to go for the fight. I don't know about this. Corrosive Biles. Oh, they actually don't kill either tank. She will find a couple of tanks on siege. Actually, a lot of tanks on siege. Only able to get 2, I think. Big Fungal Growth does come on down, and the Corrosive Bile combo is attempted. Right now, she needs Lings, I think, in order to try and jump in on top of this army. This is looking really scary for Scarlet, actually, despite the supplies.
Yeah, obviously Roaches and Ravagers are not the... Oh, Burrow. That's not...
Ooh.
I don't think that's the button you're looking for. Obviously, Roaches and Ravagers are not supply efficient, so that's where a lot of this supply is. But even still, this army looks so small for the supply count, and part of that is this, well, Scarlet's up 20 workers here. So if she holds on, her economy's in a great spot. Fungal's going to go down on a ton of these Cyclones. Well, the follow-up needs to be there, and the Biles are not going to land in time. Scarlet again burrows on top. At this point, it feels intentional, but I don't
know it's
know
not.
why.
Yeah, those are definite misclicks, unfortunately. I think she meant to burrow the Infestors. Speaking of which, there is a burrowed Infestor that watches the army. We do see the scan coming on down, but she is just going to tap out. Hero Marine gets the 2-0 with relentless pressure from those Cyclones. That was so difficult to deal with. And Hero Marine did such a good job with those clones. really just got right up in his opponent's business, never let her feel comfortable. You know, I was critical about Scarlet letting herself get like kind of picked away at the natural, but that was Hero Marine doing that to her. That was Hero Marine inflicting himself with that battle mech. And man, oh man, he's now basically locked up first place in the group. I don't think anyone can touch him. It might even be mathematically guaranteed at this point.
That is a gap. 4-0, 8-1. Next closest player, Gumiho, 2-1, 4-3. If Gumiho goes and wins his next two, he couldn't catch him. He'd be 8-3, right? If he just 2-0s the next. Yeah, no, mathematically, unless Hero Marine. Okay, so like the one way this happens,
even if Hero Marine goes 8-3, though, they'd both be 8-3, and Hero Marine would have the head-to-head versus Gumiho.
Against
Gumiho. Hero Marine just won this group.
Yeah.
Oh right, my goodness.
All right then. Hero Marine looking again. I think we went into this group saying, yeah, I don't know that Hero Marine is. He's not the big Gabe Weekly anymore. He has not been looking nearly as strong as we're used to seeing him. But so to see him now go and top this group with a GSL champion in it, with some other players that are looking very good, is extremely, extremely impressive. But there is more Group A on the way, not on our channel, not here, but on on the A stream for Group A. There we go. We're gonna have one more series. It is or you're gonna have one more series of Group A. We're not gonna have that. And that is going to be Gumiho in Solar to really fight for second place at this point, which is, it's a GSL Finals rematch, and it's a fight for second place in the group.
I mean, Zombie Grub and myself and you and I and a bunch of the casters have been memeing a little bit that GSL is now a regional tournament. But I mean, look at that. Hero Marine is first place in the group. You know, memes aside, he made a statement today. And he has made a statement so far in this group. And that statement is that I am here. I am huge. And one cool thing in addition to this, we're thinking about this tournament as its own thing. But on the A stream, they've been showing this road to the World Championship. Mm-hmm. Top 4 at this tournament makes it to the World Championship later this year with a yet unannounced but staggering prize pool, I assume.
Well, not you assume. They have said that it is going to be a massive prize pool. They just don't have a number yet.
Sure. Yeah. I'm being glib. But we have a huge tournament later this year. Top 4 makes it through. Hero Marine just guaranteed himself top 8. He is now one series away from qualifying for the Esports World Championship, I believe. Yeah, Esports World Championship or Esports World Cup. EWC. And that is very impressive. Just very impressive for him to be in that situation on day 2 of the tournament. We're not even done the group stage yet, and he's already guaranteed himself top 8.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're used to looking at this and saying, well, okay, you know, day 3, right? Day 3 is when Hero Marine can start prepping for the playoffs. Now he plays, I think, who does he play? Trigger last, I think. Yeah, he plays Trigger next series, and I think he can just kind of do his big game pushes. It doesn't really matter what the result is. Yeah, $500 to win a series is always nice, but at this point, start looking on towards the quarterfinals. Look at your likely opponents. Look at who you might run into. Start prepping builds for that because, again, you're locked up. You're moving on.
Yeah. At this point, the only thing about that is he has no idea who he's going to be playing. Oh. Even once the groups are fully decided at the end of, well, actually not even the end, after the group stages are wrapped up tomorrow, he won't know who his opponent is until until they basically seed that round of 8. But he will find that out on day 3. His day 3 became so relaxing. Mm-hmm. The day 3 is the end of group stages, and then it is the round of 12. And Hero Marine he's basically just playing a $500 show match tomorrow against Trigger to see if he can, 5-0 the group. He's made first place. He's done everything he needs to do today.
Mm-hmm. And again, you say it's hard to figure out. It will be, you can look up at 6 players or kind of your potential that you're going to run into, because it's not going to be someone from your group. It's going to be second and third place from the other 3 groups. You're going to probably, by the end of the day, not every group's going to be decided, but you're going to have some idea, I think, if some of the groups are going to be figured out. So obviously you can't prep everything steadfast, you're right, but you can start to make some educated guesses as you get ready. like we're going to get ready for a break because it's going to be a little bit longer before we move into Group D. That's happening after, of course, Solar and who did I say it was? Solar and Gumiho are playing on the main stage to fight for second place. Of course, Scarlet's not out. Solar's not out. Gumiho's not out. This is still a highly contested group for that second and that third seed moving on into the playoffs. So for now, friends, we're going to break. When we're back, it's going to be a bit of a longer one. We're going to have Group D. Let's see what happens. In Group A, some things are decided. In Group B, much the same, but now steadfast, we move into Group D and then C later on. And if you are taking a look at this series, or you're looking at what matches the B stream is going to have today, this one is circled, it's starred, it's got some glitter on it, it's got sparklers and other things. This is Maru. This is Showtime. This is a rematch of that TSL finals that you cast. It's a matchup that is incredibly important for both players because Maru did lose to Cyan early on. Showtime lost to Dark yesterday. We're in Group D. It is the group of death. And this one, it's weird I'm looking at this because based on the results we've already seen this weekend, this feels, despite this being historically Showtime being 2-11 against Maru, this feels winnable for both players.
It feels very winnable. I will say it was the TSL 9, not the grand finals, because that one was Cerro Maru, but that was the lower bracket finals. And that one ended up being a pretty competitive series. They don't have a lot of offline interactions with one another. That is, I believe, the most recent one, because a lot of them were, Gamers 8. Main event. No, I guess they played in the group stage of Gamers 8. Okay, that's fair. That's also a LAN. And honestly, very similar concept. I do think Maru is the favorite here, but Showtime is looking good. Maru already dropped a series to Cyan. He did look very good in the series versus Rainer, but he also played, so mechanically he played extremely well. The execution was really good, but some of the strategic decision making, and it's also the reason why he lost to Cyan, was greed. So twice, once it actually led to him losing a game that he should have won, but twice he was very far ahead after holding an extremely dedicated all-in. And one game he actually lost, and it cost him the series versus Cyan, and another game versus Rainer, he had no business being even close to losing that game, but it actually got very messy from a completely basically one position because he overbuilt workers. He was very greedy on the follow-up, and it cost him a lot. Let's see if that happens here.
It's going to be interesting to find out, but for now, in the upper left, he's playing for Berlin International Gaming. His name is Showtime.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Onside Gaming. Coming in with a cheeky proxy. Sorry, no, not Onside Gaming anymore. It is, in fact, Vitality. It is Maru. That's going to take some getting used to for sure. And Maru doing what Maru does best, what he loves doing to set the tone in a series. That is going to be a proxy Rax Reaper. Showtime is a player who, much more than many other Protosses, loves going gate Nexus if he can. But he is going to scout. He's going to see there's no supply depot at home. And I don't think he's going to take the gamble. He's looking around. Okay, he checks for the... I like this check on that little spot. But I think we are going to see gate cyber. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. So he is going to make the adjustment. But there's still potential for this to be, you know, quite annoying. Grab a probe or two. See what it can get done. Showtime will need to drop that pylon very shortly to make sure he doesn't miss any of his timings, and I would love to see it right. Oh, beautiful. That's going to block a Reaper jump in point, and it's also going to block a Reaper jump out point. Nice moves from Showtime.
It also means that pylon is not particularly vulnerable to a well-placed bunker trying to shell down, not just on the prospective shield battery, but the bunker as well. Showtime's going to try to get as much damage on this SCV as possible because that does put a timer a little bit on this pressure. Yeah, the SCV can sit in the bunker and this probe will die. But if you can go and you can get half damage on the SCV as it is, it's a little bit harder, and Maru has a little bit less room for error to do the pop in, pop out, jump around thing on the barrack, or on the bunker, excuse me, to get that. So for now, first Stalker's out, second one's going to get chronoed out, but conspicuously here, Steadfast, we talked about shield batteries being exposed or not. There's no shield battery for this Stalker to really sit behind. There's a shield battery on the way now, but you'd like it to be done at this point. You'd like to be able to put the pressure on the bunker and not just kind of let it sit there and deny that much more mining time.
Yeah, you absolutely would, but he will be able to get that up. And that's another thing I wanted to mention about the pylon, is that it allows him to drop a shield battery on the low ground without exposing itself, like you said. We are going to see just a single Reaper. So this is just going to be up to denying mining time. Maru trying a cheeky escape with the SCV. Very nice that Showtime spots that, because one, he gets the kill. Two, it lets him cancel the shield battery. That's actually fantastic for Showtime. Not a massive, massive deal, but very nice that he's able to do that. However, the follow-through of double Cyclone, here's the drawback of not putting the pylon at the front. Now there's no option to build a shield battery there. This could be dangerous. Showtime, oh, look at that. Gets enough damage on that Reaper such that a probe can just kill it, instantly pulls that probe, gets the snipe, gets the assassination, and Maru's not able to find out that it's a Stargate. This actually could be potentially dangerous for Maru if he moves out with just those first two Cyclones. Because a Phoenix lift on one of those Cyclones would be big. It is going to be a Cyclone drop, but the concept of that Phoenix lift being dangerous is still very real.
It is, but this is kind of, it's on both sides, right? So as we look at here, Liberators on the way, additional Cyclones. Maru looks like he's got some additional push plans behind this. You have to be very careful because, yes, on the one hand, two Cyclones in the medevac, Phoenix can lift that.
If he drops in, this is a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to drop it off. Your Stalker runs away. One Cyclone's going to get lifted. Second one's going to try to run away as well as it can. Stalkers will not die. At the very least, Steadfast, one Cyclone gets out. At the very least, the medevac gets out. But, I mean, for how much longer here? Phoenix can chase this down for the time being. And this... Showtime moving on the map like this is pretty dangerous, though, because, again, Maru... He wanted to drop with it, sure, but there's another round. There are more Cyclones on the map, more Marines on the map here, and Liberator's going to look to siege up as a Phoenix falls down. And yeah, the first drop was very much a disaster, but this second round with more Phoenix and more Cyclones and more Marines, this becomes that much more difficult to stop.
Well, so it could have been a disaster. If he loses both Cyclones, it's very bad for Maru, but he was able to get away with one of them. He redropped the Cyclone, which was really bold, but Showtime wasn't able, of course, to get the lift. Maru was trying to get the kill on that one stalker that was softer from earlier. Shield battery will complete. Maru really needs to be careful about pushing the issue too hard here. We do have that Liberator in the main base, though. That's why Maru is still here. And it gets two probes, but a very quick reaction time from Showtime mitigates the damage. We still have a 7-worker lead. However, Maru has gone 1-1-1-3 CC. So his economy is going to be very good. And the fact that he has kept those Cyclones alive, was able to kill a Phoenix, is good news for Maru. But he has to be very careful with this army. It is still very fragile. There's the double lift, but I don't know if this is the right call from Showtime. He didn't have the rest of the army in position, and he will lose two Phoenixes very quickly. Oh, that's one of those situations where you feel like you can take the jump, but the DPS of those Cyclones is just so high that you can oftentimes end up underestimating their power. And I think that's what happened with Showtime. He's like, oh, I have an opportunity. I need to jump this army. And instead, he ends up getting a bit of a bloody nose for it. Didn't quite work out the way you'd planned. If the rest of the army is there, that's an amazing jump from Showtime, because he probably kills 4 or 5 Cyclones, maybe loses those 2 Phoenixes, but has a really good time preventing Maru from landing the third base. As it is, Maru, I think, should be able to land that third. There's no blink, no charge. It's just these regular stalkers, and they're not going to be able to do too much. Good job from Showtime not losing this Observer with the Raven out. Maru, though, building 2 Reapers. That's a little bit of an oopsie, I think. Okay, yeah, he cancels the one. So I was like, maybe it's a scouting Reaper, but no.
The plan, Steadfast, is to get the KDA charges so you can go, and when the Cyclone pressure happens, you can bump the Cyclones into the sky.
Yeah, okay.
There we go. I'm actually not even sure if that works on massive units. You never see it.
It does not.
Okay, fair enough. I'm like, I don't know that I've ever actually seen that interaction one way or the other, but regardless. No, that's not going to happen. Now, you're right. If Showtime had been able to jump on top of that army, Maru was not going to have a lot back at home. He had been greedy behind this, but as it stands, his third base is up right around the same time that Showtime's is on location. He's down a couple workers, but Mules absolutely make up for that. And now if you're Showtime, you have defended well enough. You lost a couple Phoenix, which doesn't make you particularly happy. But attacking into this third base scenario, even if you're trying to hit the +1 charge timing, doesn't really seem all that attractive, which means that, hey, you know, technically this is Showtime's bailiwick. Get on the 4 bases, play defensively. And if we go back to what you were talking about at the start of this, and Maru was playing, Templar Archives. Storm seems on the on the menu here?
No, I don't think it's going to be Storm. I think we're going to see a big charge lot Colossus, like 3 Colossus charge lot Archon timing potentially. You don't necessarily have to commit to this, but it can be very potent. Now, what we could also see Showtime going for is maybe just some high Templar to try and feed back the Ravens. But this is a very Raven vulnerable army. Interference matrices could be good, but this is a bit of an awkward position for Maru. However, he's got a bunch of reinforcements coming in from the side. Colossus shut down, and this is going to be a very good jump for Maru. The Colossus will wake back up, and those Archons don't have a great answer, but there's just not enough stuff for Showtime. Maru powering through here. It was a bit of an awkward position for him, but Showtime just was not ready to take that fight, and Maru punished very hard.
That he did. You talk about it being an awkward scenario. No, it was just a massive surround coming out of Maru, really taking advantage of the timing. And, you know, trying to talk about this a little bit, Showtime wasn't quite there, right? You give him another Warpend round, maybe he's good. Maybe he's got those charge lots ready to go, but at this point, again, this is a hard position to defend with those Ravens there available. You talked about how weak it is to the Raven play, and it's absolutely true. And now Maru is going to look for a different angle, right? Showtime, he's going to try to get this 4th base up once again. He's got Warp Prism speed on the way as he gets ready to move in the late game. And actually, Maru's army's entirely on the left-hand side of the map here. It's like one tank, it's a couple Marauders. There's not a ton here. Showtime, if he had a Warp Prism, if he's another round of Zealots ready to go, this feels like it might be breakable, certainly once the supply depots go down. But as it stands, he's not ready to break it down, not just yet. Maru's army gets ready to move into the natural on top of the Robo right now. Showtime cannot take advantage of that vacant army. He's going to try to dive on top on the other side and Steadfast. We're going full base trade here. SCVs and Bio's going to have to run away. And yeah, the 3rd base is going to get broken for a time, but A, there are Vikings defending the natural. B, the SCVs are out. And Showtime lost his Robo. He lost his natural. He's going to lose the Robo Bay very quickly as well. And the balance of the damage that's happening at the moment, this is far better for Maru, but you still have to defend this attack at the front. Meanwhile, Zealots in the main base as well. SCVs are going to start to fall here. Maru tries to get on top of the Colossus, diving on top of them. 1 will fall, 2nd as well, and that is going to do it. Maru catches his opponent just way off guard on multiple parts of this game. Maru goes up 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that happened right there. Obviously, we know with what Maru had at the 3rd base, Showtime could have just blasted right through that with the army. But of course, you're never expecting about 40 supply of bio to just not be there. That just doesn't make any sense. Showtime didn't have an observer. He couldn't see behind it. So it makes sense that he didn't go in for that. Then Maru, upon seeing where Showtime's army was and that he was kind of slow sieging it, which makes sense for Showtime to do with what he knew, Maru just guns right across the map, initiates the base trade, and at that point, there was almost nothing Showtime was going to be able to do. Heads up play from Maru. That fight in the middle of the map was definitely a situation where neither player, I think, expected the other army to be there. But fortunately for Maru, his reinforcements were coming from the south side, and it turned into a bit of a funky surround on its own. And of course, he dropped those interference matrices, shut down the Colossus. A very interesting game. Definitely one of those games where things went off the rails very quickly, and Maru just capitalized in a big way. He had a clean, solid early game, got a little bit of damage done. More importantly than anything, though, he got up to that 3 bases very quickly. He got the 1-1, the stim, the combat shields all coming online. And you mentioned that timing. It worked very well for him.
That it did. But of course, we have more games on the way. Yeah, game 1 was, I don't want to say an unmitigated disaster for Showtime because, you know, he did have some opportunities. He handled the bunker really nicely. But on the balance of things, this was not the game that Showtime wanted to play. This was not how he wanted to present himself in the series thus far. He kind of got unlucky sometimes, and Maru just played very well on some aspects as well. But it's another day. It's another game. Or not actually another day. It's the same day. But it's another game as we get ready to move into this series, or move further into the series. Game 2 on Solaris is ready. On the upper right, in the blue, down a game, looking to hold on, maybe a little bit stronger, hit back, even stronger still. For Berlin International Gaming, it's Showtime.
And his opponent, very decisive to start off that base trade once he knew the situation. It is Vitality Maru in the red.
Certainly
Very
played.
impressive stuff from Maru. Really decisive, which is what you need to be in those base trade situations. He also was quite good with the Viking kiting against those Colossus. Showtime, that is one of those situations where I think, I don't want to look too much into it, but I think Showtime's game plan was taking that forward fourth base to act as a bit of a jumping off point for what was going to be a 3 Colossus, you know, Charge Lot Archon style push, which is something that if the Terran player doesn't have ghosts can be very effective. However, it really didn't pan out for him. If he gets a force field on the ramp against that first army from Maru and really is able to kind of clamp it down and limits the surface area of his opponent, even with the Colossus being shut down, it's not necessarily the biggest deals. Or even the other side of that coin, he has 2 High Templar and he feedbacks the Ravens and those Colossus are awake for that fight and the force fields are the same as we saw. Things could have gone very different, but Maru, like I said, very decisive, got the job done, and will take down game number 1. Now, this is very interesting. Showtime dropping a pylon to see, hey, what are you doing next? And first of all, A, scout it. B, stop a reactor from coming down right away. Oh, then he cancels it. Maru goes for it. But this does delay the reactored Cyclones by, what, 15 seconds? 10, 15 seconds? Very nice.
Something like that, absolutely. So a little bit less of a power budget available to Maru early on. Certainly not bad, but again, slows down a little bit. And now we're going to see a Stargate opener from Showtime once again. We talked about how the Phoenix can get lift on the Cyclone drop, and they can be very nice. But on the flip side, a lot of these Cyclone openers, a lot of these Cyclone builds, again, if that's what Maru chooses to go for, a lot of that actually is almost designed to deal with these Stargate openers. If you're not in the right position, if you open Oracle first, that's a bit of a problem. If it is a more committed behind this, but we talked about the Cyclone openers and reactors on factory. Steadfast, he's building a second Hellion. He's building more Reapers here. This is a TVT opening that we sometimes see in this matchup. It can get a lot of, if there's no wall, which by the way, there is no wall in the natural, this can get a lot of damage done. A single Phoenix lift does not stop this.
No, it certainly doesn't. And what I was wondering and kind of hoping for Showtime's sake, I guess if you're hoping for it for Maru's sake, Phoenix is what you want to see. But if it's going to be an Oracle first, that can actually deal with this extremely well. I can't remember the last time Maru's opened 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion in this matchup. And it's a bit of an audible call, it feels like, and it will be quite effective. We are going to see an attempted lift coming on in. Oh, no lift so far. Hellion does run by. Good target fire, actually, from Showtime, and a great probe pull. Oh, my goodness. He's going to lose... Two probes. Oh man, he was so close to saving that probe. He like almost kept Maru from getting the target fire, but Maru ultimately does take down the probe. Still, that is a really good defense. And something else, this is off of a gate nexus. I mentioned Showtime prefers this if he can get away with it. Ooh, Cyclone in the middle of the map. Fortunately for Showtime, he does get to the high ground. Oh, but a little bit of a bad rally on the Phoenix cost him a lot of HP. First Phoenix, understandable, losing that HP. Second one, that's a lot more painful.
It really is, but you know, on the flip side, Steadfast, if you're able to lift both Cyclones, there's not a ton of anti-air damage behind it. There's a shield battery right here. It's not great, absolutely not. It does remove a lot of utility from those Phoenix on the map, but if you're trying to make sure you can just defend against it with their only 2 Cyclones, it's manageable. The problem is more Cyclones start to get added. We got 4 on the way, and Showtime is holding the ramp, but he's holding the wrong ramp. Maru's gonna find this prospective third base location. Pylon gets canceled, probe goes down. And now Showtime, do you rotate over here? Do you go back to your natural and defend it that way? Well, actually, what you're going to go do is go deal with the Liberator that's going to show up in the main base. Showtime's aware of this. It's still going to take a second to knock it down, but as the Phoenix are here and the Stalkers are there, it actually is going to be totally fine. Maru getting much less damage done in this game, too, with a very similar opener compared to game number 1. And if you're a Showtime fan, that's making you pretty happy.
Yes, less damage. Which is obviously a good thing. Oh, Showtime. Gotta be careful with those Phoenixes. That is so many Cyclones and represents so much anti-Phoenix DPS. And I think that's why we're seeing Showtime not commit to the Phoenixes as much. Of course, if he continued to pump them out against double Cyclone production, it's going to be really difficult to actually contest the army. Showtime should be able to push his opponent off the high ground and that will allow him to secure this third base. But Maru, I really love the setup of what he's gone for in these 2 games. This seems like a great way to play against Showtime's style that he's chosen. It is that, you know, that 1-1-1 off of its fast expand, even though it wasn't a super fast expand this game, 1-1-1 into third CC into that double engineering bay. It works really well against what Showtime is going for. Now, Showtime does have an army supply advantage, a very small one, and army power is actually rather substantial. But he still has to be very careful. The DPS of those Cyclones is no joke. But can Showtime find anything here? He's got the vision with the Observer. This is a little bit interesting for Maru, a very anti-Phoenix lift positioning on these units.
Yeah, so Showtime can definitely delay the third base for a time. I think that is kind of guaranteed. I don't think he breaks this. There are too many Cyclones. Ideally, if you're Showtime, you run in, you lift the tank, right? That's what you're looking for. You lift the tank. Immortals and the Stalkers deal with everything else. But because there are, what is this, 8 Cyclones on the map, and and some Marines, any sort of lift is just going to get shot down nearly immediately. So Showtime can posture. He can delay the third base for a time, maybe try to dive in now and find some SCVs, and this almost feels like it's going to be a one-way trip with how many Cyclones there are, as long as he's not like, really on top of it. But even still, as we look at this, lock-ons there.
Yeah, he's got to get into the corner and just recall.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Okay. I was going to say, when the Phoenix is spread out, there might have been an opportunity for Mar to get some pickoffs, at least get one of them, but no, Showtime was quick enough with the recall. Something very interesting, by the way, in this game number 2, in addition to everything we've seen, it's already been a rather neat set of openings. In addition to, you know, this stim combat shields, 1-1 concussive shells, all finishing very close together. We also see Maru on 4 Tech Lab Marauder. That is not a common setup. It's usually 3 Tech Labs, 2 reactors. So he is going to be pumping out an extra large number of Marauders going into the mid game. It will be these 2 Ravens once again, and Showtime doing pretty much the same setup, saying, you know what, I actually feel pretty good about what I did. I just need to execute better, maybe. We do see a scan coming down at the third base. Showtime. Okay, there's those High Templar I was looking for in the previous game. Oh no, but the Phoenix! That's every single Phoenix dead, and an instant cancel on the 4th. Very nice find for Maru. Very unfortunate for Showtime.
Oh, and an immediate... yeah, I love this from Maru. Phoenix are dead. Okay, I'm going to immediately boost the main base, or at least pretend like I am, because that's going to force Showtime to posture much more defensively. So now he tries to dive on top of things. Double feedback on the Colossus, double shutdown to the Colossus, even with the High Templar here. They're not in position, not it really. And Maru now looking to wedge his way on into the natural. Now, Warp Prism Speed is going to be done soon. Who the hell cares about that? Charge is done here. Archons are at the front, and the shutdown on the Colossus continues to be found. There are 3 Colossus, only 1 of them can fire. There's a 4th one on the way, but Steadfast with this heavy pressure coming out of Maru on the natural and the third base. I'm not convinced that that is well, actually, Maru's going to back up, so never mind. Showtime should be able to handle this, but he's going to lose the third base. So even as he forces Maru back, he's got that 4th Colossus on the way. Showtime, this stable, defensive, late-game Protoss, he's forced to go all in.
Yeah, he's got pretty much no choice. He lost... Wait, oh, he's taking a 4th base. Oh, Widowmine? Okay, there's a Widowmine in the naturals. That is going to just get a single shot. Is there an armory? Yes, there is. So it is going to be perma-cloaked until an observer pops out. I mean, it's still perma-cloaked, but observer will reveal it. There was some really cool maneuvering right there from Maru. He feinted Showtime so hard and really utilized the lack of those Phoenixes to exploit an amazing position. Showtime, unfortunately, was not able to get a feedback on the 2nd Raven. The first set of shutdowns was rough. The second one was what made that go from rough to disastrous. Now, Showtime's going to still try and get through here. Ghost count is not super high yet. So maybe if he finds the absolute dream fight, there's a chance. He is going to slow play this with the Colossus. Not a ton of Vikings yet, but there's also no blink on the Stalkers. We do see a maneuver coming on in from Showtime. He moves through this position. Nice feedbacks on the Ravens. But, can the Warp Prism Micro be good enough? No, he loses one of the Colossus. There's so much bio blasting through this choke. Showtime took about the best fight he could have, but Maru just absolutely overwhelms. off of that huge advantage he carved out, and he will take the 2-0 and puts himself back on track in this group.
Yeah, Showtime kind of got suplexed. You know, he just got whatever wrestling term is. I mean, I need Kalaris here. I know he's on the other stream, but like we need Kalaris for the proper wrestling terms. Showtime went for the same thing 2 times in a row, and neither time it properly worked. And you know, Steadfast, you know what they say about doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? That's kind of what it felt like from Showtime. And he had opportunities. The Phoenix opener handled the Liberator nicely, and you know, you maybe have some opportunity to get lifts, but losing all those Phoenix, actually the big deal in that second game, losing those 4 Phoenix meant that Maru could feint into the main base for Showtime to go back defensively, then set that big pressure moving in, which then allowed him to section off like a third of his army to go kill the third base. And you can just see that Maru is playing on that GSL level, on that. Not only is his micro fantastic, not only are his builds very nice, but his in the moment decision making on how to not only play the game, but play with his opponent's perspective on how he's going to play the game really was coming to the fore in that game too.
Yeah, that was very impressive from Maru right there. I already kind of mentioned it during that game too. The maneuvering, the way he set that up, dancing back and forth. You talked about it as well. The boost into the main base, the fake boost, caused Showtime to really panic with his army movement. And he was under the gun. He needed to be decisive. But Maru was so bob and weavy, and he was so difficult to predict about where he was going. It just felt like almost an inevitability. Just fantastic stuff from Maru. Showtime definitely had some opportunities there. I think even after the first round of interference matrices went down in the natural, if he lands a feedback on that second Raven and he doesn't have the Colossus get shut down again, then he can fight with battery overcharge. He's actually got Archons and charge lots against an army that doesn't have ghosts. The army was pretty heavily stimmed from Maru. Not super heavily stimmed, but there was an opportunity maybe for Showtime to find a good fight. But Maru just exerts so much pressure, and Showtime just a little bit flustered, I think, by it, and ends up with the result we see.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason that even as, you know, technically the Phoenix can deal with the Cyclone drop, it can lift it off. There's a reason I'm not a big fan of opening Stargate against Terran players right now for the most part. It's just very much a game of you give the Terran a lot of map control. Yeah, Phoenix can give you a little bit back, but you give the Terran a lot of aggressive options. The Cyclone openers handle it really well. If you don't play it absolutely perfectly, you remove some of your ability to go play on the Terran side of the map and really get aggressive with more than just like some random worker harass, but to actually make them feel scared. And all of that together means that, yeah, Maru was able to do exactly what he wanted to do pretty much in all stages of the game. Of course, Showtime losing those Phoenix really in both games didn't help all that much at all. And at the end of the day, it means Maru kind of has the expected result. He's now looking at 2-1. We're going to see if he can move up to 3-1 and really secure himself into the playoffs. And Showtime at 1-2, it's not impossible, Steadfast. This is a group of death. Anything can happen. But at 1-2, and certainly getting 0-2'd by Maru like that, that's going to make advancement from this point much, much harder.
The good news for Showtime is that he does still control his destiny. If he's able to 2-0 Cyan and 2-0 Hero, he, I believe, still can make it through. And I'm pretty sure he can guarantee that he makes it through, because he would be, what would that put him at? 7-5. He would, of course, pass Cyan. And then Hero, even if he 2-0s his next match and 2-0s the following match, yeah, it would be, they would both be at +2, but Showtime would have the head-to-head.
Well,
so Showtime can still do it, but 2-0ing Hero is going to be a tall order, and he's got to think about what's ahead of him, which is going to be that PvP later on. For now, I think you just got to, take a little break. He's got a bit of time before his next match, refocus up, and just kind of take the games as they come to him. But as we get ready for our next match, it is going to go from a TVP to a ZVZ between one player who has had a resounding success in the group and another one who has had a really rough start to things.
Yeah, and this is certainly a matchup that historically Raynor has struggled with. He beat Dark in his run to his Katowice championship, but that was a matchup where he was really struggling until he finally was able to turn something around, and his ZVZ is very good, certainly, but we're gonna have to see. Dark actually likes late game ZVZ. He's one of the few players that enjoys getting into that Hydra Lurker Viper setup, which is not exactly Rainer's cup of tea. So it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen with that one. Is, by the way, talking about Group D results, Hero just beat Rainer in game 1. So the Rainer's struggles continue. If Hero's able to 2-0 this, that makes it even harder for Showtime to advance. But for now, it's going to be a bit longer of a break because, again, we're going to do Rainer and Dark coming up next. We need the series on the mainstream to end before we can do that. So we'll be back in however long it takes, and see you then. welcome back to day 2 of ESL Masters. On the base stream, we've got a ZVZ for you. It's going to be Rainer. It's going to be Dark. Rainer, of course, unfortunately eliminated by Showtime, taking a single map against Cyan over on the stream just a little bit ago. But Dark, he's still got a ton to play for. He's looking at trying to top this group. He's the only one that can. And historically, Steadfast, I know as we take a look at our head-to-head here, it may not necessarily say the same thing. It's 6-6, Rainer and Dark. Historically, in my mind at least, this is a matchup that Dark has done very well against Rainer at.
I mean, yes and no. It's kind of ebbed and flowed back and forth. I think the one biggest event that really sticks out in a lot of people's heads, and in my head for sure, is the BlizzCon final in 2019. That one was the biggest match they've ever played. It was the grand finals of a world championship event. I think at that point, at that point it was at BlizzCon. That was the world championship. I'm almost certain. But yeah, that was the one that Dark 4-1'd Rainer and almost kind of trivialized him. And that was right after a really epic, was that loser bracket final between Cyril and Rainer? Was that a semi? I think it was just a semifinal because I don't think there was a loser bracket for that one. Regardless, that's the biggest event. However, I actually think Rainer overall, especially in recent history, has had a pretty solid edge. But today, all bets are off.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see. Maybe he has a bit of an edge. And right now, again, he's playing spoiler. He's playing for $500. Let's see what he can do as game 1 is ready. The bottom right, he's playing for Talon, playing for top billing in Group D in this group of death with more championships than like the rest of the groups combined. It's Dark.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left. He is eliminated, but he practiced so hard for this tournament. I hope he can make a good showing here. For Basilisk, it's Rainer. And my heart really does go out to him. I know that, you know, all the players practice extremely hard for these events, but I know that Rainer, for example, was really hitting that grind hard with the with that Archon mode practice. We talk about it all the time, but it obviously didn't work out for him. He practiced specifically very hard to increase his speed, which is very beneficial in ZVT more than anything. And he only had one Terran in his group, and it was Maru, who matches up against speed very well, and specifically a really frantic style of play that Rainer plays to perfection. Rainer may be thinking a little bit too far ahead for the tournament and gets stunned by Showtime, stunned by Maru, stunned by Hero. And this group of death is going to go to the Koreans.
Yeah, it really will. Showtime has an odd path forward. He can maybe make something happen. His Hero plays Maru on the mainstream. Don't know if it started yet, but he is absolutely, Showtime is absolutely Hero's biggest fan, because Hero needs to win and then Showtime needs to beat Hero for that to work out properly. But otherwise, you're right. This is very much a Korean group at the end of the day. They have done very, very well for themselves. At this point, you know, Rainer's not only playing for $500, and that's always very nice. He wants to go and showcase what he's prep, obviously, but also he can make life a little bit more difficult for Dark. Obviously, in Group A, we've had Hero Marine go, and he's advanced. There's nothing anyone can do about it. But this series, or not this series, this group is tightly contested enough that even dropping a single series means that you are not locked in, not by a long shot, to first place.
No, you certainly aren't. But I don't think Rainer really, to be honest, cares about playing the spoiler too much. He would love to win that $500 for winning a series, and I'm sure he'd love to secure 4th place in the group, and that is a significant increase to the payday you'll get. And I think he still does have a shot at 4th place in the group, but this is a player we're talking about that had championship aspirations. I don't want to talk about it too much more because, you know, we've already gone over it a little bit. Dark, his motivation is sky high to win this one. You know that he is going to be looking to win this out. Sneaky Bane Morph on the right side. We do have Rainer going for a Roach Warren. No Roach Warren from Dark. The Banelings will show up for Rainer, and that's going to allow him to hold this base. And of course, this Queen going to come over here will help with the target fire. Baneling almost getting a big connection. Oh, Dark got two Baneleys, tried to run them by into the natural. One of them looks like did get sniped, but the second one was able to get a big connection. Dark could have an opportunity to run by with some Lings, and he's going to try and do exactly that. The Baneleys are in position for Raynor, but Dark can still potentially snipe down one or two of these. No, good micro. And, oh, okay, he saves them. But the Roach Warren is scouted. And this is not a 2-gas Roach. This is 1-gas Roach. It is going to be a lot of Roaches, but Dark building 2 more gases of his own has his Roach Warren on the way. And if this were super dedicated, I think Dark would be very ready for it. We are going to see Raynor maybe fake a little bit of follow through with some Lings being built and could get Dark to overbuild units here. But if Dark flips the script and decides to go very aggressive himself, that could leave Raynor in the lurch. That could end up surprising him and maybe taking him down.
Yeah, Raynor is droning pretty heavily off of this. You're talking about pantomiming pressure. That's absolutely true. He's got these Roaches on the other side. He's got Lings on the other side. But behind this, he's opened up a sizable economic advantage. In the macro game, sure, fine. But if Dark opens the taps, he doesn't have a layer on the way. Raynor's is halfway done. If you just pump a bunch of units, you're right. It's going to be rather difficult. Now, Raynor has tons of map vision. Dark does as well, but you look at the map right now, Raynor has overlords everywhere. And Dark, he's got like the 2 set, but anything that Dark wants to move out with this, Raynor's going to not only see what's happening, he's not going to see the first punch of these 5 or 6 or 7 Roaches that are looking to run across the map, but also he's going to see if there's a follow-up or the lack thereof. And in this case, Dark, he's moved down the map a little bit, but he's got his lair halfway done. He's got more drones on the way. It's a lot of mind games as we get set up in this series. Lots of players moving forward with Roaches, trading out like 1 Roach for a Ling or something, but no one really seems to want to commit to it.
No, and that's amazing news for Raynor because he definitely did mind game Dark pretty hard. Dark was concerned that this was a dedicated pressure, but didn't think that Raynor maybe droned as hard as Raynor did coming out of this. And if he had done that, maybe he does pull the trigger. But Raynor had the informational advantage. He was the one with the better scouting. And now he has gotten up to the ideal drone count quite a bit faster. He's going to be pumping out Roaches super hard. You mentioned the layer timing. It's significantly different, which means that Raynor is going to have that Roach speed quite a bit faster, and it will be done in time with this +1 missile. And that's going to open up a massive opportunity for Raynor to maybe just close this game out if Dark isn't extremely careful. And even if he is extremely careful, I mean, Raynor's committing pretty hard. And he's even going to be dropping Overlord Creep right here. Yeah, this is looking phenomenal for Raynor. Dark, can he even hold this middle base? I'm not sure.
I think you pretend like you're going to hold it to just try to buy some more time. Obviously, you don't want to eat files. Obviously, you're going to cancel it pretty quickly. But anything Dark can do right now to buy some time, to get more Roaches out, to get more Ravagers out, to get his upgrades done is incredibly important. His +1's done right now. Raynor playing a tiny anti-timing, but now his +1's going to be done right around the same time. Roaches on the right side are going to get forced away, but it's about the reinforcements coming in from Raynor right now. He's up 30 army supplies, so the Roaches continue to get built, continue to run onto the other side of the map, and Raynor, his Ravagers are doing nicely. The Biles are not really landing. Dark kills one of his own Creep Tumors as he desperately tries to make sure he's going to stay alive. There is no life here, Steadfast. There is no victory for Dark in this game. Raynor absolutely pulls the wool over Dark's eyes and takes game 1.
Yeah, and that was just phenomenal execution from Raynor and is kind of what I was expecting to see in some of the other matches, which is this. So the way that the practice, the dedicated practice that Raynor was doing translates very well to ZVZ, because ZVZ is an extremely aggressive matchup where your mechanics are extremely important, much more so than the other matches. And it translates very well to ZBT versus Bio. So the fact that he's able to do this as well as he did versus Dark should really give you an indication of how on form he is and how surprising it is to be in this situation.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think also when we talk about prep a little bit, it is unfortunate if you are really grinding hard on ZVT, right? On getting that into it, that the ZVT that we saw Raynor go for wasn't ZVT, right? It's not this Maru, Clem, multitasking, really crazy stuff. It was Mass Cyclone. It was a very different version of the matchup, but luckily, and we were seeing some matchup innovations in ZVP as well. Luckily for Raynor, ZVZ, the mirror matchup isn't really changing all that much. It's a massive mind game matchup. I mean, we saw what was happening back and forth, floating forward, trying to convince your opponent that you're attacking, but you're actually droning behind it. All these mind games that you have, but at the end of the day, it's, for the most part, you open up 16, 18, 17, you get your third base well, you Ling Bane a little bit, you have roaches. Your practice is going to bear through in a way where if the meta is really developing quickly, it might not show as much. That might not show as much.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, but this is a highly execution-based matchup. In addition to being those mind games, the scouting, the speed, it's a reason why Solar's experienced so much success, as he is a very fast player, and it's a reason why Raynor is up 1-0 in the series. As we have spawning up in the top left for Talon, it is Dark.
Bottom right in the blue, going for a 15 hatch gas cancel, looking for maybe some extra wrinkles in his game. He's for Basilisk. It's Raynor.
And this 15 hatch, Extractor Trick 15 hatch, it yields a lot of benefits for you in ZVZ, but primarily, more than anything, it is 12 pool proof. It is pretty much cheese proof. And the reasoning for that is you get your hatchery up 10 seconds earlier. That means that you get the benefit of that hatchery at the natural having 1 armor before the lings arrive. So any timing where the lings show up, which is about 3-4 seconds earlier, where the DPS is coming in on that hatchery, is reduced by 20%. That's a big deal. In addition, you also get those queens out quicker, and you're also able to build lings faster. Like, everything against a 12 pool or against a 13-12 is better for the 15 hatch, Extractor Trick 15 hatch player. Now, the difficulty with this is that, of course, it's not the smoothness of that hatch gas pool that we usually see. So the ling speed is usually a little bit later, but Dark did something interesting, maybe anticipating that from Raynor. He did not go hatch gas pool. He went hatch pool gas. So he's going to have slightly later ling speed, but he will have a little, just a marginally tiny bit more money and an ever so slightly faster pool. But it actually, funnily enough, doesn't end up being a faster pool. It ends up being the same timing for some reason. Regardless, it's pretty small potatoes, but that's the benefit of what Raynor went for. Raynor's deviation is obviously the bigger one.
Yeah. The other thing that we're talking about in terms of scouting and trying to win these mind games and figure things out, the fact that Raynor got his hatch that much faster means that his creep is a little bit more developed. And you might say, well, okay, what does that matter? It matters because there's a panoptic, not a panopticon. There's a subsection of Zerg builds that we saw Scarlet use back in the day against Rogue, and Norget would get started, where you get an early pool, you get an early hatch, and it's a speedling flood, right? And one of the ways you scout that is, first of all, you see if there's no queen wiggling on the natural. That's Raynor had that. But the first thing that tells you something's wrong is that the creep's a little bit further forward. So I'm not saying the Dark thinks that, but it's just kind of another layer to the smoke screen of Raynor trying to maybe pull the wool over Dark's eyes just a tiny bit. And the other thing that's interesting is that this is a very quick Evo chambers. We're going to see +1 melee on the way behind this. A lot of the Zerg meta in ZVZ has been developing on delayed Evo chambers, the laser style that we talked about last year. And then you go and you kind of get double Evo and you're able to catch up. This +1 melee speedling all in, that, or you can go mutas off of this as well, that Raynor's going to commit to. This is very out of the meta.
Yeah, but it's a great build order. It's a really, really strong build. This is a really strong ladder build, for example. Of course, you get the +1 melee. If you're mining with full saturation on 1 gas and you start the +1 melee and then you continue to mine fully, you will get up to the 100 gas to start ling speed, and it's going to time out perfectly. You're going to see that +1 melee and ling speed finish up at the exact same time. Dark will, of course, scout the Evo chamber, and he's going to see that there is something coming. He's going for a little bit of his own speedling flood to start out, but this is actually worse for Dark, because he is going to potentially try and get something done with this. As long as he doesn't lose the units, it's not so bad, but his lings are going to be badly out upgraded, and that is the one benefit for this from Dark is that he has, you know, that faster third hatch and should have a better economy off of it. But because he builds those lings early, it kind of undercuts that small advantage he would have. Raynor is going for a second gas, by the way, and a Baneling Nest. We are going to see the one queen. Only one of them has energy for a transfuse. So that means the queen will go down in the front. Very nice pick off for Dark, and good job to recognize there was no transfuse behind this. Raynor, he's going.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a massive scout for Dark as well. Not necessarily that he knows that +1, although there's no Roach Horn, double Evo, you saw it wiggling. That's a really good guess. The thing is, you saw Raynor with a bunch of slowlings suddenly get speed much later in the game. You saw them come out of the ramp, clearly being hidden from Dark. That's a massive scout, and certainly +1's done now. So Dark, if he was ever worried, he's got confirmations. A lot of lings will go down. And Dark, I feel like holding this third base might, or attempting to hold this base might even be of a bit of a mistake. Lings are going to try to get on top. Banelings blow up all the roaches, or at least enough of them. And more lings are going to try to show up here. Transfuses are really good for Dark right now. And the lings, for the most part, in the first round, it gets a lot of roaches, absolutely steadfast. But it doesn't kill Dark.
No, not at all. And those Banelings, they could have been, I mean, they were pretty effective, but with the transfuses there, I think Dark was able to save 2 or even 3 of the roaches. Dark kind of got a little bit fortunate with his setup. He was building roaches defensively a little bit early, and that was about a hard counter to what Raynor has done here. 2 gas Ling Bane is... Well, it is not it is not what you want to be doing against a player that is going roaches. +1 melee is great, and it actually does allow the lings to trade very well against the roaches until they have that +1 missile of their own. But in this case, it does not work out one bit, and Dark does have that +1 missile. This game is, well, it is not particularly I don't want to use the term hopeless, but it feels pretty brutal for Raynor at any rate.
It's not particularly hopeful. As you notice, by the way, Raynor, a lot of Banes are going to try to bust through this. Well, we're going to have to see what happens. Banelings are going to try to get on top of this. The roaches are kind of clustered up, but Dark's going to split away as they take too much damage. Banes are going to try to find the drone line, but it's all dead. Dark, he gets the good scout. He moves on. Do want to point out something Raynor did, though, is you notice he had Carapace about halfway done in that game number 2, and then he scouts that, oh, the roaches have +1, let me cancel it. I'd rather spend my gas elsewhere. Because, of course, the breakpoint is, if you have Carapace and the roaches don't have +1 attack, you 3-shot lings. If you have +1 attack, you 2-shot lings. So getting the Carapace really didn't do much for you there. And now that means the Dark, he's tied up in the series. We move to game number 3 as soon as we get the lobby for that one. And I like the idea from Raynor, but there's a reason it's really kind of far out of the meta.
Well, I don't even think that it's a bad idea to do it. I think it's a very good idea to do it when you're up 1-0 in a series. There's lots of reasons why it's a good idea. But I think against Dark is one of those players that is very unpredictable. So someone like a Serral, he might do the Ling Flood, or not even the Ling Flood. He might do the exact same thing that Dark did, build 10, 12, 14 lings, just apply a little bit of pressure, check on what his opponent's doing. But maybe he doesn't go for a very fast roach transition right behind it. Serral's going to be the kind of player that's like, okay, maybe instead of 40 drones, which is what Dark went up to, or I think even maybe like 42, maybe Serral's the kind of player who's like, oh, okay, well, I'm expecting you to go +1 missile roaches. I go up to 48 drones, and then there's like 5 less roaches on the field, and Raynor gets a kill on the third base. And then all of a sudden, Raynor he's got the mobility with those lings. He's got, the ability to threaten counterattacks, and there's lots of stuff that happen. Dark, though, very much plays by feel and does things not randomly, but he marches to his own set of build orders. And that makes trying to do a prepared build against him a lot scarier and a lot more tenuous.
It also means that theoretically there are weaknesses in his play that are not necessarily weaknesses in the standard Zerg play that you can maybe try to exploit. But again, Dark is good enough, and he's good at adapting enough as there are things happening in game 3, so we're going to get into it. The upper right, they're both going for 15 hatch this time, or at least 15 gas cancel. In the upper right, in the red, it's Dark.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Raynor. And yeah, I really do think that the way these two players approach the game is extremely different. Dark is actually a player who, yeah, because he plays somewhat suboptimally sometimes, there are, you know, ways to expose his play, and it's actually the reason why he is so good at ZVP against almost every Protoss player statistically, and it's why he's able to win games against players like Classic, who is an extremely timing-oriented and very precise player who kind of approaches the game similar to Serral. It's why Dark does so well against Classic and can pull off some absolutely inhuman comebacks against Classic specifically, but against someone like Hero, who is also another very intuitive player, and maybe his play style also has some holes, but he plays very chaotically very well. Hero matches up against Dark extremely well. So you actually touched on a very important point about styles and how the styles of those players really, you know, intermingle and clash.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. By the way, talking about Hero and talking about what this Group D means, because this series is not being played in isolation. These games are not being played in isolation. Hero just tied up the series against Maru. So again, if Hero wins that next game, that is very much an influx. In general, this group continues to be very tightly contested. And again, if Raynor cannot advance at this point, that much is given, but he can climb up to 4th place. That's always a possibility. He's currently in right around 5th place right now. Or actually, he's in 6th place, but he's going to play Cyan, and we're going to see what happens with that one. Point being, Hero still I think you said this earlier, Raynor, despite things happening elsewhere, does have things to play for. And as we get onto Hecate Steadfast, Hecate is a map that has rich gas spaces, has a weird hybrid mineral line. I don't think we're going to really see players take too much advantage of it. But anything else we should be paying attention to as we get into this game 3?
Not really. To be honest, the bridges are good for corrosive biles. There's a lot of tight chokes on Hecate. It's less so about the minerals and everything like that, and more so about the way that the bases are defensible. And this is a really strong defensive map. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does go well. Okay. I could see it going late game, but I could also see Raynor being like, you know what? As much as I want to win this, maybe he just plays really aggressively. We've already seen him play quite aggressively in the first 2 games. I don't know if we'll see him go late game. I think if this group were still a situation where he had an opportunity to advance to the playoffs, I think we would absolutely see Raynor willing to go very late game focus, go, you know, Hydra, Lurker, Viper, ultimate turtle army. In this case, though, I'm not so sure if that's what we're going to see, but this is a very interesting setup because we don't often see 2-base play from both Zergs.
Yeah, this is calling me back to like 2017 ZVZ or something.
Yeah.
Both players going +1 speed roach timings. You get your 3rd base behind it, but it really is all about this timing. And the fact that they both went 15 hatch, right? 15 gas cancel. And they're both going for this speed roach build is, I mean, you said it. It's not what we're used to seeing, but I guess it is kind of both players' adaptations to how the other player likes to play. Very mind game heavy, very aggressive in different ways. And +1 speed roach, not only does it give you plentiful aggressive options, it means that a lot of the 2-base aggressive builds are gonna break themselves on your roaches. So it keeps you safe. It gives you aggressive options. Both these are pretty nice given how the series has developed.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, you might be able to just throw out what I said about Raynor not wanting to take this one late because he is adding on a 2nd Evo chamber. Dark, double Overseer scouting, very concerned about the potential of a Spire. But he's going to see that 2nd Evo chamber, and that's gonna pretty much let him know what is going on while Dark sees, okay, you're doing this setup? Well, I'm going to go for a Spire of my own. Very much a Bly-esque Spire where you go for that 2-base setup. And it's going to be a little bit of a push here coming in from Raynor, but this is just a pressure. He is droning behind this. And he is more than okay just saying, oh, yeah, you've got your defenses. You didn't skimp on roaches, and just backing away.
Now, the one thing behind this is we talk about this +1 roach timing, and we see what Raynor's trying to do is the fact that, well, Raynor's, first of all, he's, double Evo. He's got 2-1 on the way, but he's been droning so hard behind this. He's up 10 workers right now. And in part, that's because Dark had to be safe. He's getting a Spire, that absolutely, you can die spending that money. So you have to be very careful on that one. But this just, again, these are tiny economic leads that, because again, eventually Dark will catch up. We see him droning pretty hard right now, but the spikes in economy, this was how Raynor won game 1. He kind of fooled Dark a little bit. His pressure was taken as serious when it was just poking. And then, well, Dark didn't have enough for the eventual follow-up later on. It gets a little bit different though when you add mutas into the mix, right, Steadfast? Because yeah, you're down a couple drones, you've been slowed down, but the mutas represent a tremendous drone pressure, but also tremendous pressure on the overlords you have on the map, and they force spores out, and they force more queens, and they force a lot of expenditure just by existing. That should allow Dark to, at the very least, kind of equalize his situation.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things about this. So the mutas did go unscouted, of course, but we will see now Raynor sees them. He only sees 5. He does have speed on his overlords, which means he should be able to save a lot of them, pulling most of them back off the map, but actually not grabbing every single one. So he's going to lose 1 in the middle here. Actually, hang on. No, he's not saving. There's 3 overlords, 4 even, that are exposed on the map. Dark will be able to kill 2 of them for sure. Is that it? 2. Man, this is funny. The only units that have died. Take a look at the units lost. Shift L. 1 overlord for Dark, 2 overlords, 2 overseers for Raynor. That is what has happened in this game.
I mean, I'm used to at least seeing like a ling go down, because the scouting lings. But hey, you know what? This is modern ZVZ. This is where we're going. Now, the second thing I'm worried about, as we talk about what the players are doing, is 5 mutas. It's 500 gas, absolutely. But it's not the biggest investment, supply-wise, anything else. And one of the ways you can try to play this is Dark is cranking out overlords on top of this. One of the ways you can try to play this is say, okay, that's fine. You're going to try to go and you're going to build a lot of Hydras to counter my mutas. I represent threat. And I'm going to max out on Roach Ravager because I know getting the infestation or getting the Hydra Den, getting your spores, maybe getting a couple extra queens, getting all these Hydras, that's very expensive. I can just max out on Roach Ravager and I can build a higher quality army. But the thing we're looking at on top of everything else, the mutas don't want to get caught by these Hydras. They try to snipe one, it doesn't work. Is that Raynor is up an upgrade. He's got the high ground here, and the Ravagers are exposed at the front, at least for the start, as Dark tries to find his way up the ramp, and that fast, there's nothing doing there. These chokes, these ramps make it pretty nice for Raynor to try to go and make sure that even if he's building this more expensive army with these Hydras on top, Dark is not likely to break him.
It's so the thing that makes this defense the most difficult for Raynor is he doesn't know which direction his opponent's coming from. And that's what the mutas do more so than anything, is they clear out vision. Nice little transfuse from Raynor on the right side, does save that 1 queen. Could have gotten another transfuse, but obviously little missteps do happen. Raynor, you mentioned it, does have the upgrade lead. Carapace is not a huge deal, but once you get up to level 2 Carapace versus, 2-2 versus 2-0, it does become pretty important. However, the concave still very important, as well as those biles. Oh, and bile does land on a couple of roaches here. Raynor, I mean, that's the thing. He's got this one overlord on patrol that's kind of watching. If we check his vision, he does have a decent bit right now, and he's killed off all the mutas, so he can kind of reestablish these spots. But we're going to see Dark just going straight up the gut, looking for an opportunity. Raynor will have a bit of a surround. Good dodge on the biles on the top left. Excellent concave from Raynor, and Dark got really aggressive, and it has not panned out for him in the slightest.
Dude, I know Carapace is not the biggest thing when we talk about Roach battles, but hitting 10 seconds before your Carapace is done, and I understand you're trying to take advantage of what you think is an opportunity, but hitting 10 seconds before your upgrade's done, running into that massive concave, that is not how you want to win a ZVZ. And Dark does remax. He's got his Carapace done. He's got his Hive on the way as we look to move into the late game. But again, the quality of Raynor's army, it's a couple hundred more gas. It's a couple hundred more minerals. He's got Roach Burrow as well to start to try to really tear Dark apart about this. And we talked about, I talked about the mind games earlier, but as you so pointed out, it's a mechanics game as well. And Raynor, if you unlock him on the map, start his multitasking on the map, starting his harass on the map, that's when life gets really, really scary for a player like Dark. He's going to have to defend roaches in pretty much every single base at the same time.
He keeps burrowing the roaches. I don't know if he's trying to burrow individual roaches or what the play is there. But he did something very nice on the right side where he was able to snipe down a couple of Ravagers and then burrow those roaches and get them out of there. Very good stuff from Raynor. He's really got Dark on the ropes right now as Dark tries to get in towards Hive. Raynor hitting a brilliant counterattack timing. And I think he is just going to muscle through. He's killed 19 drones on the backside with those burrow move roaches. And Raynor, yeah, we talked about it. Mechanically speaking, he looks fantastic, and he crushes Dark in that game number 3 and gets his first series win. But unfortunately, it is going to be a little bit too little too late for his opportunity to advance from the group.
Yep, he reclaims some of that form, but yeah, you're right, just a little bit too late. But he certainly can throw another issue, another piece of confusion in the game is, by the way, talking about other things, Maru just 2-1'd Hero as well. So again, things are getting rather awkward. Tons of players. Dark is not guaranteed. Well, I don't know if Dark's guaranteed at first place in the group now. Based on...
He's certainly not guaranteed first place, but I think he's still guaranteed to make it out.
Oh.
I don't think there's any chance for him to not.
No, I think his map score is too good. He 2-1. Yeah, there's no way he doesn't get out, but he's not guaranteed first place. Not anymore. Maru, of course, takes down Hero, and what this means, Steadfast, is that on top of everything else, Dark and Maru is probably going to be for first place tomorrow. That's number 1. Because they do play each other. They're within 1 map score of each. No, they're tied in map score.
Yeah, they're guaranteed
totally tied.
to whoever wins it will. I think whoever wins it, almost regardless of map score, it's for first place.
Yes. They are. Well, it doesn't even matter because they're both 3-1. They're both 7-3 in maps.
They're both 7-3.
Yeah. So
yeah.
They are totally tied up. So what it means tomorrow is Dark and Maru first place. Hero and Hero plays Showtime tomorrow for qualifying into the playoffs in the first place. So things get very spicy here in Group D. Just not quite the angle. We didn't have everyone at 2-2, which was the absolute dream, but things continue to be very interesting as we take a look at Group D.
Yeah, I think so. Damn. Tomorrow's got some spice, some very spicy matchups where we've got 2 players or 2 matches that are absolutely crucial going into tomorrow. Showtime, if he takes down Hero, he advances. If Hero wins versus Showtime, Hero advances. If Dark wins versus Maru, he wins first place. If Maru wins versus Dark, he wins first place. Everything other than that, well, I mean, actually, what do you mean everything other than that? That's it. Who would have guessed, by the way, that Showtime would be the one still alive in the group and Raynor would be the one eliminated after day 2?
Not me. That was not my... I mean, I had many predictions going, and we went over them on Real Talk Strategy, but this was not one of them. This was not.
No, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
No, not really. So Raynor throws a bit of a wrench in things. It means that Dark actually is going to be playing for something tomorrow. He doesn't lock up top seed with a win here right now. Of course, Maru doing well enough for that as well. And moving forward, it means we get 2 more series of Group C coming up next. Kells and Beyond are going to be is what we're going to get immediately as we get to see hopefully some pretty awesome TVT. Of course, Kells, it was a bit more of an unstable meta, but he took down Maru at Atlanta. Beyond has always had his own take on TVT, loving the Marines on top of at the exclusion of everything else. And then we get to take a look at Firefly for the first time, at least on this broadcast. So we have 2 more series today. We're going to see what happens with that. But for now, Steadfast, we've been through 3 groups. Any final things you want to say about that before we head on for a break?
I mean, this has been a crazy tournament. There's so much to talk about, but this has just been a straight up crazy tournament. A lot of expected results, but quite a few unexpected ones.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be Katowice if we didn't have just upsets all over the place and some really awesome storylines getting created and be broken. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that. We got Kells and Beyond after the break. Welcome back, everyone. The players are ready to go as we move on into Group C. So steadfast as we get ourselves properly set up. Again, we got to get into this very quickly. Thoughts about this series as we get into game one?
Well, all the other groups were crazy. Group C so far has pretty much gone exactly according to plan, so to speak. Let's see if that happens here. We got Beyond at a 2-0 scoreline, looking to lock up playoffs, and Kells 0-2-0-4 looking to win his first map and keep his playoff hopes alive.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens because, well, this man in the bottom left did beat Maru in Atlanta, that master of TBT. See if he can do it again. Well, actually, this is Beyond. What am I saying? All discombobulated from the quick comeback. Beyond, you're right. He is at 2-0.
And I think what you were getting towards, spawning up at the top right for R8 is Kells. And I think what you were getting towards there is that this is a this is a matchup where Kells kind of figured something out earlier than his opponents. He didn't defeat Maru in the series, but he was able to take down one of those maps early on. He ultimately lost 1-2, but we looked at that and we were like, oh wow, like Kells must really be on point, no? And he is playing very well, but more so than anything, he figured out how to deal with the Cyclone play in an interesting way. I don't think he necessarily is going to be able to replicate it super easily, but very cool for Kells that he was able to start things off with that.
Yeah, and now that this Cyclone meta is a bit more developed, we have seen players going and trying to do things that are not Cyclones to see if they can maybe find some other option to go. I keep going back to Gumiho opening Concussive Shell Marauder, which I don't think we're going to see from anyone here. But there have been other ways to try to approach things. We've been seeing a lot of Reaper expand, single gas expand. It's not happening in this game necessarily. And as it stands, right, again, with the matchups or with the openings being pretty mirrored, quicker reactor comes out from Kells to make himself maybe a little bit happier. Beyond's going to get his second Reaper up to give a little bit more power on the map. Regardless, as this setup gets pretty mirrored, we're going to see Cyclones coming out. I'm going to assume reactored Cyclones eventually, getting a starport for Cyclone drops and things like that. This has to be something that you kind of look at and say, well, this is a matchup right now that more so than a lot of things really benefits players who are fast, really benefits players who are incredible at multitasking. And, you know, Steadfast, I think I just described Beyond.
You sure did. One of the greatest micro players of all time. However, he drops a quick tech lab, and it's just single Cyclone to start things off. So that should tell you that, you know, maybe the alarm bells we had coming out of Atlanta where it was mass Cyclone versus mass Cyclone, maybe not everyone is going to be going for that. Maybe we will see more of this tank style play now on a map like Hecate, where there are, you know, lots of tight chokes around the map. By the way, are you wanting to just do the observing for this one, or are you wanting to?
I missed your observer, so I don't know what number you're on. So
I should be on 5 or 6.
In the natural?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, great, excellent.
Yeah, but the way that this is has shaped up is that on a map like this, where there are relatively tight chokes, it's not super easy to maneuver around with your Cyclones like we saw Cure doing on Solaris, where he was able to intercept some reinforcements. You're not going to be able to do that on Hecate. Obviously, that was a different series entirely, but it is quite interesting what we're seeing. Meanwhile, Kells are building a very early Liberator, and that is something I would not expect in the slightest. We are going to see Kells getting in for a big scout. He did see the tech lab on his opponent's factory, which is incredibly good information to have. He sees that there was a siege tank at the natural, which is also good information. And this is going to be very much like the TBT of old, with those big 1-1-1 style, you know, 3-tank Raven style plays. The type of play that Cure was the master of.
Yeah, it's interesting as well as we take a look at the more developed story around this, right? Because Beyond, you say, yeah, he's not going into that Cyclone style that much, which is true. We're not seeing it. But Beyond was one of those players that was, more than anyone else, he was developing the Cyclone style going into Atlanta. Like, that was his thing, that he showed up on ladder like or in some small cups like 2 weeks before it landed and said, hey, you know, mass cyclones against Terrans are really, really good. And I think it's interesting to see him be one of those players that's kind of diving off the cyclone style pretty much just as quickly as, you know, he developed the meta. Now he's going to play against the meta. But for now, the other thing we have to point out, Kells, he's got an interference matrix on this Raven beyond not opting into it for the time being. I don't know if this signals that he's just going to build less Ravens overall, or maybe just gets it a little bit later. Regardless, Kells, he's going to have a lot more power budget in these Ravens as we move forward. This ability to shut down tanks, shut down other units. And, you know, Steadfast, the more I look at this, it's a bit of a surprise to me that we're going to see 3 Ravens out of Beyond and no shutdown, no interference matrix.
Yeah, that's a mistake as far as I'm concerned. That's not the kind of thing. Maybe Beyond is playing on purpose. Maybe he's done this on purpose. I would be so surprised though, because the interference matrix upgrade, it's still, even, you know what, when was it introduced? Like 4, 5, 6 months ago. It is still something that isn't inherently instinctual. Either it's a mistake in the sense that he forgot it, or in my opinion, it is a strategic mistake not to get it, because with 3 Ravens, you're going to have the time. It's only 50 minerals, 50 gas. I know gas is really valuable in TVT, but there's nothing more valuable than shutting down 3 tanks during a major mid-game fight. So even if he goes for the auto turrets, personally, I would really prefer to see the interference matrix play, but he is going to be able to get some harassment done. And I mean, well, with this much energy, he can potentially kill quite a few SCVs, especially as Kells is not really going to be able to deal with this super well, since Beyond's also pushing at the front.
He is, but without the Ravens right there, you're really missing a lot of the power of this army. Yes, Dim's done for Beyond. He's going to try to get on top of this tank, and Kells is just a little bit too slow. So we talked about how hard it might be Beyond missing out on the Ravens, missing out on that power, but Kells just doesn't react appropriately. And by the way, Ravens in the main base are getting more damage done. More auto turrets are going to get dropped. And I don't think Beyond has the energy to snipe one of those eBays. I don't think he's got that much power, but he gets half damage on it and gets 7 workers. And he finds a way down onto the 3rd base, as well as he thinks about stimming on forward. Seems like a pretty expensive trade. Most of his Marines go down, but this is fine for him. The 3rd base is not mining from Kells. It's just the longer this goes, the better it is for Beyond.
Yeah, Beyond is very far ahead in terms of economy. He's done massive damage with these Ravens, and even if, in my opinion, it's a strategic mistake, it doesn't really matter, because Beyond has absolutely put himself in a game-winning position with this. He's going to find the 3rd command center, and that is... Actually, that might just be it here. Combat Shields is under extreme duress, and that's a huge upgrade in these Marine versus Marine fights. If Beyond targets that down, that would be massive. But instead, he's going to pick the fight against the Marines. He actually has a better concave, so with about a 1/3 the number of Marines, takes a reasonably decent trade before he's forced out.
Fast. On a scale...
Jesus, that resource is lost.
Oh, it's bad. It's really bad. Steadfast, on a scale of 0 to dead, how dead is Kells right now?
There's your answer.
I was piped in Kells 0. I'm like, Kells, time this out.
You teed that one up about as perfectly as you could ever ask for.
Oh, man. You know, sometimes you're just sitting here, you're casting a game, and you get really lucky on the timings. But yeah, Kells was very, very dead. I don't know. There was nothing he could have done. His 3rd base is dead. His tech is not delayed, but there's just not enough of it. His army was smaller. He didn't have position. Game 1 goes the way of Beyond, which I think is as we expected. Game 2, of course, is going to get started soon enough.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get fired up real soon. That was a very impressive display from Beyond. I was critical of the strategic decision making to not get that interference matrix, but that's because I'm a purist, you know, and I'm like, ooh, turning off siege tanks, very good. Out multitasking opponent, killing a ton of SCVs, winning the game that way, also very good. And Beyond really flexed hard right there. And he's now 1 map away from basically locking up playoffs. And I think you and I have said in Real Talk Strategy that we expected Beyond to be a solid lock for 2nd place. Estrella gave him a really good run for his money, which is something I was also personally thinking would happen, is that Estrella would be a very good chance of maybe knocking Beyond off for that 2nd spot in the group. But Beyond is now, 1 map away from pretty much locking up playoffs. And he will, if he wins this one and continues to do well and wins against Firefly, he will have an opportunity to potentially win the group tomorrow going up against Sero. We're getting ahead of ourselves, obviously. We still got StarCraft to play today, but Beyond's looking really good. And
talking about that Firefly Beyond series, that's now going to be on the mainstream coming up next. We're going to do Kells and Skillous coming up after this. So just for those of you that are trying to figure out where you want to watch, that is what's going to happen. But we have game 2 ready and waiting. It's Kells, Beyond's up 1. And the bottom right in the blue, I know who this is this time. For the Rebellion, it's Beyond.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for R8 Esports, it is Kells. It's a shame about Kells so far in this group because he has been playing quite well. He is playing quite well in general, but unfortunately for him, he just hasn't really been able to put the pieces together and make it happen in this group yet. There's still theoretically a chance, but Kells is definitely going to have to focus things up. We will, of course, have that Kells versus Skillous series that you talked about coming up after this one. But for now, I mean, this is the story of Beyond, looking just really strong and really sharp.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we talked about things as well in Real Talk Strategy, and a lot of Beyond, in my opinion at least, was that a lot of Beyond's success or lack thereof going into day 2, going into day 3 was how many on-stage matches he was going to get. I think if he plays majority B and C stream, he maybe even tops the group. If he has a lot of mainstream games, you're maybe a little bit more worried, but he's had a lot of those mainstream games, and he is still looking as crispy as possible. He's going to get, of course, another one with that matchup against Firefly, which I'm kind of sad we're going to be casting during because Firefly is my one true love. I have fallen in love with him since his ESL Masters Winter Regional. I have his card on my desk. So I'm sad I don't get to watch it. I'll have to go watch it later on. That being said, that's a PvT. That's not this matchup right now. In game 1, we saw Beyond absolutely abuse Kells with Ravens and with pressure and everything else. And for the moment, we're opening up in a very similar fashion. It's a Barracks double gas factory type of expand. Both players are on the low ground, so no one's trying to pull the wool over their eyes or play maybe a little bit too safe by putting the command center on the high ground. And well, Steadfast, we go on. One Cyclone on the way for right now, but Beyond, the one wrinkle in this, he's getting a third Reaper.
Actually did this in game number 1. I'm not sure if there's a specific timing that he's concerned about, or if he, maybe wants the option of, hey, maybe in a little bit, I go across the map with 3 Reapers trying to run by into the main base. I think it's defensive in nature, but 3 Reapers do 2-shot SCVs, and that is a potentially strong setup. I don't know if there's anything specific that Beyond is concerned about, but either way, he's got this mapped out. He is a player who likes to skip SCV scouting, and that's exactly what he is doing here. But I'm really curious. That would be probably the first question I'd ask is like, Beyond, 3 Reapers before Reactor. What's going on here? But unfortunately, I won't be able to get the answer to that question. I'm just really curious because whenever you play with no SCV scout, you oftentimes have your own little twist on things that you might want to do certain things with. Regardless, though, it's just a small little tweak that Beyond likes.
Yeah, and as we see developing, again, this is a 1-1-1. Right, pretty much the exact same thing we saw in game number 1. The question I ask myself now is, does Beyond get Interference Matrix? He didn't need it, clearly, in game number 1. We don't see it on the way right now, but it's also a little bit too early to get it this early. Generally, you're going to get it, like, say, as your second Ravens in production, your third Ravens in production, because, well, first of all, pushes that need it don't really hit this early for the most part, and B, you only really want it once you have all your Ravens out, and then that's kind of becomes useful. Before then, who really cares? So we're going to keep an eye on that one. As Beyond, very aggressive in game number 1. Now he's got his third command center going up, but Kells, look at this Steadfast. 2 additional barracks before the, well, yeah, 2 additional barracks before the third base.
Yeah, as well as a very quick stim. Kelliser only getting one Raven here, not getting the he is getting a second Raven, but no interference matrix for Kelliser. We do have Beyond. You know what? I'm talking about the triviality of 50 minerals, 50 gas. And I have been watching Beyond's money. He has had money for that interference matrix for a while, but he might have just decided like, hey, I want faster stim. I want faster upgrades. I want all these little things. And I mean, as critical as I was in game number 1, it worked for Beyond. And maybe he just prefers this. Maybe against a player like Cure or something else, he will go for that interference matrix. But it is a really interesting wrinkle to go to 3 Ravens and not get it. Now, Kelliser, he is going for a pretty heavily dedicated 2-base play. But Beyond's double engineering bay, despite the fact that he got a 3rd CC, his double engineering bay is faster than Kelliser's single engineering bay.
Now, what this also means is that Beyond has committed 450 minerals for a 3rd command center and an additional significant amount of minerals for 550 double eBay, and more money and more gas for +1/+1 as well. So yeah, it's faster if depending on when Kelliser decides to hit with, that may be end up being a problem. But this is a significant investment that Beyond is committed for 10 minutes or for 4 minutes from now, not for 2 minutes from now. So again, Kelliser, despite Beyond, all of his timings are going to be fantastic. If Kelliser can hit this just with a big supply lead, there is still absolutely some opportunities. Now Ravens are going to try to show up in the main base. Ravens defensively dropping some auto turrets as well. And this is not going to get a ton of economic damage. The Marines are there. Some of them will fall, but some of them may die steadfast. But I'm pretty sure that's a sacrifice Kelliser is willing to make.
Some of you may die. That was actually quite a few Marines. That was 6 Marines.
Oh, wow.
And an SCV. That was a lot, but it was also a lot of auto turret energy. Now, the one thing about this setup is that you can kind of afford to be a little bit more frivolous with that auto turret energy because you're not caring about saving it up. And even just forcing... So this is actually really interesting because Kelliser is going to be going for that 3rd CC behind this, but he does want to get something done. He's sacrificed worker count. Kelliser, though, will be able to kill these Ravens. And, we're actually going to see mostly a block on the auto turrets. Only one more getting able to be dropped here. And now Kelliser will drop into the main base. Beyond, does he have enough to deal with this? The big advantage right now for Kelliser's Marines is the combat shield. And this is going to be a lot of dead SCVs. Target fire on the Marines from Kelliser. Very nice job. And he might just be picking up his first map win of the tournament. We've got more Marines coming back in, but 22 SCVs perish. Kelliser will get cleaned up, and it's not over yet, but there is another push coming across the map. There's no interference matrix, unfortunately, for Kelliser. If he had that here, he could just switch off all 3 of these tanks for Beyond and just run headlong into this 3rd base. But as it is, Beyond's defensive position looks pretty strong, and a tank gets sniped very early.
You know, steadfast, Beyond doesn't get that snipe without the Reapers, so actually he probably does. But I'm a little bit of cope on that one. That being said, you're right. This is a lot of power coming out of Kelliser right now. He's got those Ravens. Beyond's going to try to stim on top. As the tank's on siege, Kelliser, this is not the time to go run away. Everything, yeah, fine, gets away at the end of the day. The tanks do, the Marines do not whatsoever. Ravens fall as well, I think. All of a sudden, I mean, Kelliser, talk about a time to try to run away. Cyclones on the other side, getting more SCVs. I think the Reapers are running, killing the work. Tank?
I think it was just a Cyclone, maybe?
Okay.
Oh, brave Sir Robin, he bravely ran away. Yeah, that was very unfortunate for Kelliser. I was like, oh man, this is game-ending damage. Like Kelliser might just take this right here now. Obviously, there was enough Marines for Beyond to clean that up, but 22 workers going down is huge. Kelliser, though, that I mean, good job from Beyond to get on top of that army, but Kelliser unsieging those tanks and leaving the rest of it abandoned really left him in the lurch. And now the upgrades are going to be ridiculously one-sided for about, what, how long? 20 seconds?
Like
There's going to be a 2-2 timing versus 1-0.
Yeah, it's going to be about a 20-second window where Beyond is going to be up 3 upgrades. Unfortunately, he doesn't have Raven, so he can't make it a 5 upgrade lead, but even still, these Marines are going to be insane. And yeah, Beyond took a lot of economic damage. His 3rd base was still on position for quite a while, so he's able to make up for the most part, drop into the main base here. There's a Liberator, and with the missile turret as well, that does mean that Beyond should be cleaned up eventually. But we're seeing the power of those upgrades. Even 1-1 versus just +1. It took a decent rally of Marines into the main base, a Liberator and a Raven spending anti-armor energy to finally crack that thing down. And even then, Bjorn didn't trade that poorly given how much of a reaction there was from Kelliser.
And take a look at the battle report. that was extremely good for Kelliser. Kelliser just killed 2 full medevacs. Only loses 6 Marines. Did have to trade some energy, but that actually kind of lets Kelliser back into the game just a little bit. We are going to see a nice spotter Marine from Kelliser. Spots this big move from Beyond on the left, but can Kelliser even stop it? He's got nothing in the natural, a siege tank in the main, and there are a few Marines here. Beyond will get pushed back, and actually, hang on, there are more units behind this, so it's a little bit of a trap. That works actually pretty well for Kelliser, considering how scary that could have been. Kelliser once again comes out ahead in that little trade. 11 Marines for 5. Okay, good job from Kelliser. He got back in a hurry. But the upgrades. Yeah. Oh, we're going to see another move back into the natural.
Yeah, we see Beyond. He's recognized that he's got this incredible timing where he's not up 3 upgrades right now. He's only up 2, but he's going to have another because, well, plus 2 armor was also even slower. That he's trying to abuse this Marine timing. All right, so we're seeing him stim in, take advantages, trying to take really good trades. The crazy thing is, despite all of that, Kelliser's the one that's been trading better in this game by about 1,000, 1,300 resources, which, again, you know, part of that was how bad that, or how good that drop was from Kelliser and Beyond's main base. Part of that is losing the Ravens. Part of that was losing the double drop on the right side. It's kind of funny. It looked like Kelliser took a while to kill it off, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And now, well, it actually matters for Kelliser, but now a drop on this 4th base is going to take the tank down very quickly. Targets that down. SCVs are going to get pulled, and Beyond responds. But anything that Kelliser can do to keep Beyond off the map, to force Beyond to stay on his side of the map, is really, really nice. But Beyond, he's already got a double drop on the left side. Damage on this building planetary, or not even started, but will be a planetary soon. And now into the natural, there's a single missile turret. Absolutely steadfast, but it's only a missile turret. The bio is not really in response. But Beyond, that very damaged medevac should get targeted down. There we go. So Beyond, again, he's kind of breaking against the wall that is Kelliser. On the right side, tries to get a little bit more, knocks these tanks down. Absolutely, and a big siege up on the right side as well. This is where it gets a little bit scarier because we have the upgrade lead. We're getting some massive tank shots on these Marines, though. And you talk about upgrades all you want. When you drop an anti-armor missile on top of it, the tanks shred them. Beyond loses his 3rd base. Kelliser keeps his alive. And again, Beyond, it looked like that siege up was going to be horrifying, but he just breaks himself against the wall that is Kelliser.
Yeah, that was a situation where Kelliser's counterattack got Beyond. So we looked at the where I was looking with the camera is the opposite of where Beyond was looking, and that was illustrated by the fact that a bunch of those Marines ran into those siege tanks to their death. Kelliser getting a very fortunate find right there. A huge mistake being forced out of Beyond, running 25, 30 Marines into their death in those tanks. Not even actually running them in, just letting them go into that. Now, there is still 3-3 versus 2-2, and the army is still very big for Beyond with a lot of siege tanks. But Kelliser has an opportunity for himself now, having killed that 3rd command center. Beyond is going to be looking to make plays. There is a well-placed siege tank here for Kelliser, but Beyond, one of the best Marine tank players in the business, is going to be able to snipe down that tank. Kelliser pulls back those Marines. Good job. Doesn't let Beyond do unto him what he did unto Beyond, you know, a minute and a half ago.
That's the best. Kelliser has one job right now. It's my time for 3-3. And you know what? It's a 2 upgrade lead for Beyond. Anti-armor missile, it's 2 upgrades. As long as this is true, Beyond will really struggle to fight on into this. And look at the surrounds getting set up from Kelliser. That is so many Marines on the right side. +1 or +3 attack.
Waiting out the anti-armor missile, though.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Beyond, what are we doing? Oh, okay. He's that Marine that rallied just spotted this this huge contingent of Marines. Beyond is going to go for a big doom drop into the main base with 3 full medevacs of bio, and he will get past this big missile turret setup. But with the Vikings coming in from the back, this is a fully committed drop. It will eventually die. Beyond not going to be making any moves during all this. He's trying to maybe find an opening, but Kelliser, he's got just 1 tank on the left. If Beyond can identify this, he can move in and start sieging this planetary.
As Beyond will finally lose that drop in the main base as well. Kelliser's got
there's that scan.
Sorry?
Oh, he scanned it. He saw the army. Now Beyond will be able to reposition. Kelliser going to try and get back over here with the tanks on the left, but Beyond has a good siege position in the meanwhile.
Yeah, Yeah, that he does. Beyond, or I should say, +3 is finally done for Kelliser, so it would have been nice to hold that anti-armor missile you were talking about, absolutely. But the Marines are still good for Beyond. They're not quite as oppressive as they once were. As now, I mean, Gun runs Marines into siege tank line. He takes a shot, tanks a shot, but now is ready to move forward because he has that vision advantage. But Kelliser's doing what he did before, the thing that built him a lead in this game at the very start. He's running 30 Marines up the gullet, up a tank. That's going to get knocked down very quickly. Now, the problem is that even as these are 3-2 Marines, planetaries are still a little bit rough to break without tanks. So Kelliser instead moves up the natural. There are a couple tanks right there. That's not going to be enough. Some Marines will die, but again, Bjorn loses a ton of economy right now. He's going to lose his natural orbital on top of things, and these Marines are going to try to get on top of their medevac ceiling, so Bjorn will clean this up eventually. But Steadfast, if he had not gotten the 4th base, let's say at what cost, but he did just get the 4th base, the natural's important. It represents mules, but it's also a lot closer to being mined out than the 4th base is.
Yes, one thing to note during that is that the medevacs were out of energy, so Bjorn obviously was able to break through that despite the medevacs being there, and he did have the 3-2 versus 3-3 advantage for the end of that skirmish. So Bjorn is able to clean this up. This game has turned so scrappy. Kells are trying to sneak up on top of these Marines, not able to get the jump. Bjorn paying attention, getting away from there. Good job with that, and I do want to say that Kelliser actually saved the medevacs, which is really nice in a game that is so scrappy like this, where both players are taking huge economic hits. Bjorn gonna try and come in on top of this position. That is a very bold move, but he will pay a hefty cost for it. Doesn't get even a single tank of his opponent, losing so many units. Meanwhile, on the left side, looks like, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but at least a medevac goes down, trying to dive, maybe dropping on top of these tanks. But it looks like Kelliser keeps him alive. All of a sudden, Kelliser is up 10 tanks to 5. He's way down in Marines, but that's because Bjorn is really focusing on those Marines. Liberator harass on the pocket 3rd, which is the lifted main command center, will be quite good. Bjorn, oh my God, this action everywhere here. Bjorn gonna find his command center on the top side.
Dude, Clem Oliveira game 2 was fantastic, and we're just getting another one of those crazy late game TVTs, which, welcome back. We missed you in Atlanta. Where were you?
Oh, sneaky tanks. Very nice from Bjorn. Sneaks up on top of these tanks, has the range set up perfectly, gets the kill on one, finds the Liberator as well, and might just be able to take down this base. Bjorn is going to be able to jump these 2 tanks in the backfield, which is maybe even, well, I mean, it's pretty good at getting both, actually. He might get both. Siege tanks and that. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kelliser does clean up a lot of Bjorn's army, but both players taking absolute massive hammer blows to the head, chest, and body as a monster siege tank shot. No, Bjorn, no!
So now we're in this situation, Steadfast, where Kelliser's literally on one. He's got 3 bases technically, but he's mining literally for 1 base. His economy is, no, that's not even mining from base. That's 4 mineral patches. That is nothing. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he's got a ton of money. He's lacking, though, in a couple things. He's A, lacking in army supply. B, he's lacking in tank count. C, he's lacking in +2 on the tank. So his tank 2-shot Marines that are stimmed. Kelliser's tanks 1-shot Marines that are stimmed. That's a big deal. There is so much power in Kelliser's army right now, and he's got to take advantage of this right now to go knock Marines down, to go take multiple bases down. And Bjorn understands this time, and he understands the position that he's in. He can lose a base. At this point, that's okay. As long as he gets counter damage done, as long as he makes Kelliser bleed for what's happening, it's going to be a dead planetary on the right side. The SCVs get out. There's another command center that I think we saw floating on over to the left side. Kelliser needs to get more done. He needs to knock these SCVs down on the right side. He needs to get another base out of Bjorn before Bjorn takes advantage of this massive supply lead, or massive income lead that he has.
That is absolutely true. We are going to see an attack coming in on the right side. Bjorn catching Kelliser a little bit on siege, grabs 2 tanks, but will eat a big siege tank volley on the other side. Kelliser, he's able to keep that army integrity together. He needs to get some mining set up again, though. Bjorn is still mining from this planetary. Kelliser, though, actually, Bjorn needs to repair. Oh, Bjorn needs to repair. Repair. No repair. And that is because there's a Liberator on the left side. Both players are really being pushed to their limits. Kelliser and Bjorn are even on workers. Look at that Liberator sieging up as the base lands. The SCVs, oh, that's a lot of dead SCVs. Oh, it's actually less than I thought. 7 dead SCVs. I thought they were all just super stacked up. Still, that's pretty much every SCV that was in that top right, because I guess the rest of them died killing the Marines. Very cute little move from Kelliser. Oh, nice job. Can he get another one?
It's only 2 Marines. I don't know. There's gonna, no, he's not gonna get both.
Not enough. Good job from Bjorn to cover that.
All right.
Kells are prioritizing siege tanks on the rebuild, whereas Bjorn is building so many Marines right now. Kells needs a little bit of time to reestablish his economy. Look at that, 27 workers out of 8. I would love to see him lift that orbital from the natural, send it down to that 9 o'clock base, but these siege tanks are sieging up. Good job from Bjorn, spots it with the scan, gonna drop on top and get all 3 of these tanks. Very well done by Micro Jackson to recognize the opportunity.
Steadfast, with you talked about the tanks as well, it makes a ton of sense. That's where Kellzer's power is. He cannot afford the minerals to build a ton more Marines, but his tanks are just always going to be better than what Bjorn has. Kellzer, at the very least, he does have that right side, that north side base that's been reestablished. It is a planetary. So Kellzer's economy is still in dire straits, absolutely, but it's not as bad as it was. And these Marines cannot break the planetary, not easily. But by that same metric, Kellzer, this one mining base, or I guess Bjorn has the right side base as well, but this fresh mining base that Bjorn has, Kellzer's not going to be able to break that either. The Liberators are there. The Viking count for Kellzer is non-existent. Actually, he doesn't have any bit of that whatsoever. So he's going to have to find a different rotation.
Look at the income tab for just a second.
No gas.
0 gas mining. We got Kellzer. He's reestablishing gas mining at this pocket third, the original third base. But for a while, neither player is mining gas. Kellzer does still have a big gas bank. Huge scan from Bjorn. He does have Liberators right here. Vikings on the way. That is a necessity for Kellzer right here. But Bjorn, oh, he has outpositioned Kellzer. There is a big couple of siege tank shots, but the Liberators are really going to be a problem. And the speed of Bjorn's army movement is also a problem. I think Kellzer might just need to base trade at this point. Oh, that siege tank was in range of the other two, so they do trade out 1 for 1. But yeah, Kellzer, he's in a really tough position, but he's got to go. He's got to make a decision one way or another.
The fact that Kellzer kept that orbital alive, at least I think he did, is kind of crazy. But now, well, we're going to see a third base go down. Kellzer needs to knock these tanks down so quickly. He cannot, even if he has the better tanks, he cannot afford to take the damage from these tanks. Every single Marine, every single tank is so important right now for Kellzer. He's going to get to the third base. I think he's got, yeah, Viking's going to land on the tanks on the right side. So Bjorn is going to get those tanks that are trying to kill the planetary down on the bottom side as well. Kellzer's going to find another base that he's been angling for the last 5 minutes or so. SCVs fall. I think the orbital dies, and it will. Kellzer hot pick up into the main base now. Bjorn has just about as much economy, has just about as much mining as Kellzer at this point. And while Kellzer's army supply is falling down just a little bit, it's all about this doom drop into the main base. And the choke is disgusting now. Now Bjorn's going to find the rest of his Marines, and now Kellzer has to run away. It's a 30 army supply lead for Bjorn at this point. But again, the tanks are what we're looking at. That tank count, 8 of them, yeah, sure. 3 of them are going to get knocked down. It's going to be 5 tanks to 4. Kellzer's tanks are just a little bit better, but he's going to have to find so much better positioning. Because again, Bjorn has this right side base. He doesn't have a lot of minerals, but his army supply should be able to buttress some of that.
Good job from Kellzer. Finally going to be able to land on this left side. That is a huge deal. He did actually lose that orbital before. They're both on just 1 orbital, 1 planetary right now. Wait, no, never mind. No, the planetary died. Bjorn only has the 1 orbital. Oh man, this is a tenuous situation. A crazy game number 2 between these two players. Kellzer is down in army supply, but it is mostly in that Marine count. We have a couple of SCVs going down, I think maybe to that Liberator. Huge siege tank blast on Bjorn's army. Bjorn's got to be so careful. These siege tanks, you said they're a little bit more powerful for Kellzer. They are so powerful. Oh, we are going to see on the top side. Very nice job with that Liberator. And a massive doom drop into the main base. Kellzer doesn't have the units in position to deal with this. It's 50 Marines to 70. Bjorn should not be taking damage from these missile turrets right now. He really can't afford to. Oh my god, a full medevac. No, he loses it with 6 Marines inside. That's a huge find for Kellzer. Kellzer can jump this. He can target down the medevacs and maybe get everything. Gets 1 medevac. 2nd and 3rd do escape. Viking was able to kill that Liberator from before. We do have Bjorn making a move on the left side. The supplies are so close. Economies are so bad for both players. You talked about Clem and Oliveira. We are getting down to the nitty gritty here. Orbital command is going to get taken down. Bjorn gets a massive find. There's now no scans available. Oh, is Bjorn going to go for those tanks? No. Wise decision. Wise decision. That would have been that would have been a game right there if he runs all those Marines into what, 5 sieged tanks? Yeah, 5 siege tanks plus 2 more sieging up.
Kelliser doesn't have the money to build another orbital, but you almost feel like he needs it, not just for the mules. Mules are important, but
he needs scans. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He needs this vision
Oh god,
advantage.
the siege up, and that's why you need scans. Nice hot pickup there, saves one of the tanks, but these tanks are on the retreat. Huge concave from Beyond. He's gonna crush through, finds the fight, finds the angle, and takes this one down. What a banger of a game number 2.
Dude, well, I went into this and saying, hey, you know, Kelliser did take a map off Maru. It's a different meta, sure, fine, but he did it, and he showed us just what he can do. Unfortunately, Kelliser has still not taken a map at Katowice, which is, considering how good Kelliser has been looking in ESL Masters America and Atlanta, things like that, that's a bit of a disappointment. But in that game, and honestly, against Cyril as well, he showed us just how good he can play. Just not able to quite make it happen at the end, Bjorn. Showing us why, you know, he won a BlizzCon and he won a GSL and why he's beloved as this massively multitasking micro player. So that means now that Bjorn, it's going to mean that this next series against Firefly, that determines, well, whether he's going to be able to play against Cyril for first place in the group tomorrow, which I expected Cyril to just get first place by itself and Bjorn get second place by itself and just kind of fight for third. To see Bjorn not drop a single map up until that point is pretty nice for Bjorn.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's fantastic for Bjorn. Bjorn did lose one map to Estrella. But it's still a very impressive showing overall, like really phenomenal stuff out of the Korean Terran from Shopify Rebellion. And he's got to be feeling pretty damn good about that. But yeah, that was just such a fun game number 2. And really goes to show why people love TVT in the modern era. It can get so scrappy and fun.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. We had a tournament where TVT was not incredible, but something about Katowice. We had this kind of storyline going to last Katowice as well, where TVT had become kind of boring and not all that great. And then we had those incredible, we had Cure Spirit and Clem Oliveira and Oliveira Maru to a certain extent as well. We had these really good TVTs. And something about a $500,000 tournament, something about last year about it being a world championship brings you that, apparently these really scrappy late games, I don't know, because this is the second really good TVT. Or not really good TVT, top tier TVT we've already had at Katowice, and there's another day of groups. There's playoffs still waiting for us. So that means, though, that we are done with our TVTs for the day. We're done with 7 of 8 games for today. We have one more. It's going to be Kelliser. It's going to be Skillous for a fight for 5th place in Group C, and we'll get into that one right after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to our final series here of the penultimate day of the B stream. We got four more series that'll happen tomorrow. This time, it's a battle for 5th place, as it's Skillous and Kells. I think Skillous and Kells both maybe had some higher hopes about how this tournament would go. Again, Skillous has been this, he's not Max Pax, but he's been this up-and-coming Protoss player out of the European scene. Kells has had one of the better half years in recent memory for himself, to be totally honest, with his Atlanta results, with his online regional results. So to see them down there scrapping for 5th place is maybe a bit of a disappointment for both of them, but hey, $500 for winning this series, even more for getting 5th versus 6th place. There's still a lot to fight for.
Yeah, there certainly is. This is effectively a $1,500 show match at minimum. With, if things go poorly for Firefly, you know, in his series versus Beyond, for Kells potentially, this could even be the equivalent of him being able to jump 2 spots in the group, which would make it, a like $2,000 show match. Oh, we have the sad version of Kells. We don't have the one where he's doing that cute little face with the head in his hands. I like that one. I
mean, the sad version of Kells is still pretty cute, you know? Like, it's hard to complain about it too much. That being said, right, this is, again, a matchup with really anyone can end up from 6th place to 4th place, as you were talking about, which it does have some implications. Steadfast, Site Delta's map 1, it's Kells, it's Skillous, and, well, the question now is, as we take a look at this, what do you expect? Is this a, have you seen, I don't think we've really seen much of Kells' TVP, but what do we expect out of this series, I guess is the question to ask.
What do we expect out of this series? I mean, this is a matchup where I think they're both pretty familiar with each other. They're both still developing as players, which is crazy to say because they've been around the pro scene for a long time. But they are players that are, I think we're probably going to see a fair bit of aggression from Kells, and I think Skillous is going to be looking to play probably Blink Stalkers pretty commonly, but he's a player who's also comfortable with Phoenix.
Gotcha. Well, to see what's going to happen, we have to introduce our players. And in the bottom left, for R8 in the red, playing a banger of a game 2 against Beyond, it's Kells.
And in the bottom right, spawning down for Team Liquid, in the blue, it is Skillous. I did that so out of order.
That's close enough. Steadfast, you know, as we talk about this and what we want to see and what this might mean from 4th place all the way to 6th place, I'm just sitting here and I'm going to put a little bit of bias into this, is that I want Kells to take a map in this tournament in the group stage. I know he's got 2 series left, so it's somewhat likely, but after the incredible game he played against Beyond is the last game we had, feels like he's kind of due, you know?
It certainly does. That was a heartbreaking game number 2, because he had played really well to get himself back into an uncomfortable game, and it was an extremely chaotic game in which he really did a good job of keeping the integrity of his army pretty solid while being able to fight back and punch back. TVT can get really chaotic in those situations, and he answered it quite well. But yeah, I think you said it best at the very end. He just didn't have any scans available, and it really hampered his ability to, well, be able to feel confident moving around the map. And it was ultimately running into a bunch of units that ended up being a disaster and ending his tournament run and ending that series. But I think in this series is probably the best opportunity for him to take a map.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Skillous, again, he's been talking about how he's not been super happy with the quality of his play, but also this is TVP. This is a matchup that some people would say is maybe a little bit Terran favorite. I think I'll be one of those people, but also this is a matchup where you can do some interesting things like opening up a double Reaper on your reactors to try to get a couple probes early, or if you're Skillous, dropping a proxy pylon on the left side. And by the way, this proxy pylon, it's in a weird spot for anything. There's a Twilight on the way. Steadfast, how do you feel about some invisible men?
This looks very much to me like we could see some Zest DTs, which is to say building the gateway and the Dark Shrine in that location. Skillous, of course, did scout his opponent's quick reactor. So he is going to be able to see like, okay, yeah, you're probably going to go for this double Reaper very quickly. We will not see a scout coming on in. Oh, attempt to wall is not going to be successful. Skillous unfortunately not able to get that third adept on top of that Hellion right away. Hellion will find some value. Skillous did start up resonating glaives to sell what is going on. That's a very cute move from Skillous. And he should be able to get the kill on this adept. Yeah, or sorry, pardon, on this last Reaper. That's nifty. That is very nifty out of Skillous. It will, in fact, be this Zest DT setup with that proxy gate on top of this. And Skillous has done a pretty solid job of selling this to his opponent. He does start up Blink in earnest as he can afford it, but he does want to find some good value with this. Kells is building a tech lab, but if he starts building siege tanks and does not go for a very quick, a very quick Raven, he could very well find himself just dead, especially if he drops some mules too. We will see these adepts getting a couple of SCVs in the natural, but they are going to get corralled and picked off. Widowmine drop has been spotted by Skillous, and he should have units in position, but of course he wants to be warping in DTs. Okay, he warps in 2 stalkers. Well, 1 more stalker at home. We're not seeing a warp in of DTs yet. Skillous will have to pull the probes. Kells are getting 2, and no actual real retarget fire on those mines to try and deny more mining time. Did I miss? Okay, he just warped in the first DT. Yeah, I did not miss anything. I mean, there's still no Raven, and this could still be very bad for Kells if he doesn't get energy.
So there's another way to take a look at this is pros. The Widow Mines aren't ready, Kells. I mean, that's a little annoying, but the other way to look at this is that the warp into the stalkers here hides the DTs even more, right? Because if there are no stalkers in the main base, Kells is like, wait a minute, what's happening? What is, there's something weird. So having the stalkers, they're really important defensively, but they also mean that Kells is not going to have quite as much information about what's happening. He's going to see, of course, the Twilight's researching. He's going to see that there are stalkers, but there is 50 energy in the natural. There's 50 energy in the main. I'm pretty sure I saw that. First scan gets dropped. Kells is taking no damage from this whatsoever. At least one of the Dark Templar gets out, but in the balance of things, it's 540, and the DTs are on second scan. Is going to kill the second DT. It's 540, and the DTs. Oh, Kells, did you just kill your tank?
Oh, he did. Oh, he did. That's not ideal. Ooh. After such a good start, too, I still think he's in a really great position. The army supply is ridiculous, but imagine this push with 2 tanks instead of 1. Skillous, by the way, moving into a good position to spot this, but unfortunately just a little bit out of position. Will blink away with those stalkers, but this does look very scary. Now, moving out when DTs are on the map is tricky. Oh, we're going to see a mine drop on top of these stalkers. They've already blinked. Good target fire from Skillous. Does manage to take one of them out. Kells targeting the units, ignoring the shield battery overcharge for a moment, but eventually will take that down. There is a DT on the back line. Could get that siege tank, but there's actually not that much bio, and he does get the kill on the tank. Skillous, despite a very uncomfortable start, may just very well clean this up.
That was almost such a cool sequence from Kells. I mean, it's still, he got something. He got shield batteries and stalkers and killed off a couple workers, but carpet bombing the Widow Mines on top of the stalkers, the goal, if you get damage, that's great, but your goal there is to force the stalkers to blink, at which point you can target them down because they can't run away, and that's really, really nice. So if he was able to accomplish that, and if he was able to run across the map with, say, 2 tanks instead of 1, well, that would have been, again, I think this goes very differently. That being said, Liberator in the main base is going to deny mining for a time, and well, now the game goes on. Skillous has these DTs whenever his opponent moves out. Yeah, there are missile turrets, but you can still, if there's no army there, missile turrets don't really matter. Skillous has charge on the way. He's got his Robo Bait done, but steadfast, I guess, because of the pressure, because of the lost stalkers and maybe some other things. He's a little slow on the Colossus, and the first one's going to get started right now. Still no extended thermal lance, by the way. But in the balance of things, Kells had the opportunity to do some cool stuff, but didn't really get all that substantive damage done. So now it's a 2 base Terran and 3rd base done right around right now against the Skillous, whose economy is just about where he wants it to be.
Yeah, and killing that 1 siege tank really took a ton of power out of that push. We're going to see Kells, he will scout this gateway, this Dark Shrine, and this pylon, and that's a really nice freebie little pickoff. Oh, Kells, okay, I was going to say he's got to actually kill it, though. Very nice. Very nice getting the kill. You mentioned before, by the way, a very important concept, and that is the warping in stalkers to try and mask the build. But 2 stalkers was not enough to have at that point. Not anywhere close to enough to have it. At minimum, you should have 4 or 5, probably 5. So Kellizer did sniff that out, and I think that's why he was saving orbital command energy. So I do wonder what would have happened if Skillous had instead just gone right in with the DTs, because I don't think Kellizer had energy at that point. Maybe he would have gotten something else done. We're obviously way past that stage at this point, but I think that is worth considering. Is yes, it masks it, but Kellizer was able to sniff it out anyways, it seems like.
That he was, but look at what we're seeing out of Kellizer right now. On top of interesting developments, he's on single eBay. All right, this is not anything more than that, but he's adding in the armory very quickly. He's going to rely pretty significantly on his Widow Mines moving forward, which, hey, generally Widow Mines against Zealots and things are really nice, forcing observers that you can snipe and adding a little bit more power to your Widow Mine drops later on if you decide to do that are always really nice. But Widow Mines do lose some of their power once Colossus are out. They outrange them. The Widow Mines make it a little harder to engage, certainly, but the Colossus can kill them down. Quad drop from Kellizer on the right side, though. There are 4 or 5, actually, there are 5 stalkers here, so I don't think he really shouldn't try this. More stalkers are on the way. This does not seem viable, but Kellizer, at the very least, he's, you know, keeping some of the army back there, and maybe he can find something later on. The majority of his army is getting ready to shove into the third base.
I think he's trying to force the army to stay in the main base, and then he might be looking for a huge doom drop from the bottom on top of the Colossus of Kellizer. I think he's trying to force an army split and go for a big attack, but there was a rebuild pylon here from Skillous. Skillous is going to be able to reposition the other Colossus. Very heads-up play from both players. Cool maneuver from Kellizer and cool answer to it. We are going to see some good kiting with the Colossus, able to pick off a few bio units. Zealot run by on the top side will get deflected. It was initially just the one Zealot. Skillous kind of checking with that and being like, okay, when you move out, I'll send in the other ones. There's that Doom Drop coming in for realsies now. The empty medevac leading the charge. Battery overcharge will get popped, but there are so many bio units here, and that is going to be a lot of stuff going down for Skillous. But he did enough damage to the army to make this more than okay for himself. Kellizer does have more units rallying across the map, but most of the medevacs were targeted down. Very good job from Skillous. And Kellizer, that next wave was not ready to hit just yet. And now we've got a Stargate completed and a Phoenix being built. Skillous is going to go hunting for this last drop, and I think he's going to get it.
You know, Steadfast, I got to question the target fire on that as well. Like, there were 3 Colossus. They were not really in the best situation. That was the dead forge. Skillous could have been, you know, a +1's great, but +2 is much better. He was like 80% done. That could have been canceled. There was maybe an opportunity to try to dive on top of the Colossus, but shield batteries makes it hard. Getting the +2 by itself, though, on this drop that is doomed to die anyways, would have been really nice. And the fact that Kellizer just, for whatever reason, opted not to commit to it when he did have the time, maybe is a bit of a mistake. And now we're seeing Skillous on the map. He's got Archons. He's got +2 done, +1 armor on the way, adding in additional attack as he takes his 5th base. But this army that he has right now with a couple of Colossus, Blink Stalkers, heavy upgrades, Archons against 3 Ghosts or something, but it's not a heavy Ghost count right now. Skillous, this army, if he can fight the right angle, this is a game-ending army.
It certainly can be. There's 6 Vikings, which is good, but not a crazy amount. There is going to be a Widowmine drop on the other side of the map. And Kellizer looks like he might have F2'd that, wasn't able to get that done. Wasn't able to get those mines burrowed. There were probe pulls and all that. We're going to see big Archon blasts on the Vikings. Vikings getting a little bit too far forward, a little bit too saucy. And now with only a few Vikings remaining and still 4 Colossus on the field, Kellizer is in some huge trouble. Not enough EMPs to burn through those Archons super quickly. Has cleared them out now, but I think Skillous is just going to crush this with the army. The War Prison behind this is still alive. Kellizer is just going to get absolutely overrun. Oh, and the lift up into a dead medevac. Very nice play from Skillous, waiting for that to get loaded up. And Skillous is almost certainly going to take the game right here and now.
Yeah, I think he has taken the game right now. There we go. Kellizer's going to tap out. The drop was an interesting idea, Steadfast, but bombing 5 drops in or 6 medevacs, 5 full past a bunch of stalkers is not necessarily a cost-effective way to play the game. Is probably the way we're going to talk about that. He lost so much, and trading for a couple stock, maybe if he gets +2, but even then it's probably not going to be worth doing. So that means that Kells falls down in his attempt, in his search to get his first map win in this tournament. We have another game and we have another series for Kells coming up tomorrow, but still winless. Still winless.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he is indeed still winless. But he's put some decent results forward. Skillous, though, really want to give props to him. Fantastic map vision throughout that. Dealt with the Widowmine drops very quickly, precisely, managed that game about as well as one could ask. And he will find himself staving off technically being eliminated in this group just yet. Yeah,
but I mean, what would even need to happen? Who does Skillous play?
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just, he's staved it off for the moment. It is a good job.
I mean, look, he could beat Estrella, and Bjorn could lose, and Firefly could lose to Kelliser, and Bjorn could lose to Cyril, and they're all 2-0s, and I think stuff has to happen.
Unironically, there is actually a not super unrealistic road for him to make it through. Estrella has to play Cyril, and then Skillous plays Estrella tomorrow. Actually, hang on. No, this is far from over, actually. If Skillous 2-0s here and Firefly loses to Bjorn, Skillous actually does control his destiny. Okay, I was thinking this was like a ridiculous premise, but no, he's got a very decent shot. Wait, or did Skillous didn't lose to Estrella already, did he?
Oh,
no, they play on the last day.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, so if Skillous were to 2-0 Estrella, he could find himself in the playoffs despite starting off 0-3. Assuming Estrella loses to Cyril, which is, I mean, I have huge hopes for Estrella. He's a dark horse pick for mine to win the tournament. Like, really, really dark horse. But, like, he's the Protoss hope for me at this stage, although Hero looks really good, so I might have to addend that. But I don't know.
Huh. I mean, he'd go at, like, max he can do is 2. Yeah, I guess if Estrella gets 0-2'd and Skillous 2-0 is the next 2 series, it seems...
Well, you say the next 2 series, he just needs to win this map, and then it's down to tomorrow. Like, I was, like, thinking, like, it's voodoo math, like, but it's actually not a ridiculous premise, which you think about a player going 1-6, 0-3, and still having a chance to make it through at this stage in the tournament. It's, I don't know. That's pretty awesome for Skillous potentially.
Skillous has the good luck of being in a group with a player who we don't expect to see drop a single map, which is how this happens. Which is when you have a dominant player like this, that's when we can get into these. Well, they're all kind of 2 and 3, so one of them will advance. That's kind of that's what tends to happen. On the flip side, when you have a very even group, you can have players that go 3 and 2. When there's kind of a punching bag at the bottom, you can have 3 and 2 players fail to advance, like a special last year. So it's gonna be fun tracking that one at Steadfast. We are ready for our second game of this series to determine whether Skillous still wants to give himself an opportunity, whether Kelliser is going to get his first map at Katowice. All these questions will be answered in just about 10 minutes or so. Game 2. In the upper left, he's up 1 for Team Liquid. It's Skillous.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for R8, looking to still secure his first map in this tournament. It is Kelliser.
Steadfast. Going back to game 1, if we look at that first push that Kelliser went on after he had deflected the DTs, if he has a second tank, I think he
maybe just wins the game.
Yeah, I think he has a very realistic chance to just win the game right there. The bio wasn't an insane number, but doubling tank DPS.
2 tanks, there's so much power with that. Like, against a player that committed to those DTs the way Skillous did, the scan would have been in time to save the second tank, not to mention the fact that the DPS was just obviously going to be higher before the first tank was sniped, which would have been the second tank. That self-kill on the tank from Kelliser, that really hurts, especially after the loss he suffered to Beyond in game number 2, because you got to be wondering, like, oh man, like, what am I doing to myself? I just can't catch a break. Skillous, by the way, great job with this probe. Scouts, sees the reactor. Yeah. Doesn't necessarily know it's Marine first, but the Reaper would be killing your probe at that point, so you can be pretty sure it's a Marine first. And actually, based on the time, no, never mind. Based on the timing, yeah, you know it's a reactor, because otherwise the Reaper would have popped out later and the reactor would start later. So really nice micro on the probe. Skillous, it's so funny because I looked at the 0-3 and I don't want to harp on it too much, but I was really thinking in my head that he was already eliminated from this group, but that is just simply not the case. Yeah. By the way, this probe, simply by being here, threatening a pylon build, will delay the swap onto that reactor for about 5-6 seconds. That's pretty significant when your opponent's opening Reactor Cyclone.
Yeah, and it's Reactor Cyclone on Oceanborn, which is, I feel like whenever I see this build really work, as a committed timing, not as a response to something, it's on Oceanborn. That high ground, that flat high ground, as this Marine will get sniped here by the Adept. Very nice Skillous. But that wide open natural, that's just totally flat. There's no ramp to it. And the relatively quick rush distance as well on Oceanborn means that the quad Cyclone pressure, or, ooh, double Cyclone into double Hellion.
Yeah, maybe hoping that Skillous, in order to deal with the double Cyclone, or the anticipation of the double Cyclone, does not wall the front, and is then like, okay, I can, you know, kind of skirmish with the first units, maybe draw them out of position with the Cyclones, and then run by with the Hellions. But Skillous, look at this. There's a great little wall. He's got firm, tight control of these units. He is a player who really does have great unit control. And yeah, this is a nice start. Gets a fair bit of damage on these and is well set up to block the Hellions from running by.
And we have to talk about what Kells is doing behind this, because the first two Cyclones are trying to find something. They're not going to get it. That is a second and third barracks before any starport. Kells is going to be extremely committed to the next push. Probably going to get the starport, right, for the medevacs and for everything else, but he wants to make sure that he can hit this timing with Cyclones, with Hellions, with whatever he has, with the Marines, and likely Stim going down on top of that. Right, give us like a minute and a half, right? Give us a minute and 40 seconds, and Kells is going to be looking to run onto the other side of the map with just a ton of stuff and punish Skillous, well, for existing, I guess.
Yeah.
But because the first part of this didn't really work out, everything else is a little bit more suspect, I guess.
I wouldn't say suspect, because, you know, like the whole point of the build is there's always multiple levels to it. And you're always like, okay, even if X doesn't work, Y can still do pretty well. But there is certainly, it's going to be easier for Skillous to defend the next wave, having had such a clean start already. Probe going to try and get sniped here. Blink does get revealed, but I think Kelliser probably could have inferred it by now already. It is always a question. You sometimes do go for the starport, but sometimes you don't go for this at all, and you'll pull like 6 SCVs and go for a big bunker wall at your opponent's third, and just try and smash through with a really slow but very powerful, you know, siege tank bio push, and just a really sturdy setup. But for now, we haven't seen whether Kelliser is going to go for that yet. He did get a little bit supply blocked at 70. Not too bad, though.
I guess the question for Skillous now is whether he's going to be able to get a Colossus out. So we're going to see a scan get drops, tries to get the Observer. Almost stays alive. And if Skillous can get 2 Colossus out, he's going to be in an incredible spot. 2 Colossus against Bio without Medivacs is it's really, really good. But there's always the worry right now. If Kelliser bombs across the map and Skillous can't slow him down enough, it's going to be a ton of Stim Bio with combat shields with +1 eventually, and these multiple tanks against really just a bunch of Blink Stalkers. The first Colossus is only about halfway done, and it seems like that's going to happen, at least for the time being. Skillous has been trying to delay things as much as possible, but that first Colossus is not going to be ready in time for the first round of pushes. The Observer will go down once again, and yeah, it's 2 scans for it. But the fact now that Skillous cannot track this army in real time makes it really hard.
Oh, well, he actually used those Adept Shades to spot the tank unsieging, and does manage to get on top of that at a really nice moment. Forces a big stim. Skillous does eat a lot of siege tank shots right there, but he is able to kill one of those tanks. Kelliser, having stimmed already, doesn't want to stick around. Skillous is spoiling for a fight, and he is going to try and chase this army down. Will be able to find one of these siege tanks on the chase. Can he get the second one? Kells is going to siege up. Fortunately, he didn't have to stim, but keeping that siege tank alive is a good play. Little mini ambush being set up from Kells, but Skillous is like, okay, well, I control the ramp. I don't see where you are exactly, but oh man, that was a really nice stalker movement. Did catch the siege tank on siege. Unfortunately, wasn't able to jump on it. One thing I would like to see on the next stage from Skillous is start up that charge upgrade. He did delay it with emphasis on building units here, but still hasn't started it up behind this and does already have quite a few gateways coming on down, even getting that Templar archives and even warping in zealots. Yeah, this could be a little bit tragic for Skillous because he is in a pretty great position, up 13 workers with a much longer time mining his third and a good hold against a push. Missing out on such a crucial upgrade could be devastating.
Yeah, I'm like everything else that we're seeing is this is getting ready for a +1 charge lot Archon push, right? You've held on against the attack. You're going to go try to smash the Terran player's third base, but if there is no charge, your zealots are just about, I'm not going to say totally useless, but they are 99% useless. Like they'll soak some tank shots, I guess, but they're not getting on top of the bio. Certainly not, especially as concussive shells are there. It's not really a thing. So yeah, Skillous has got his fourth base on the way. We're seeing those High Templar get warped in. There's the warp prison. Yeah, he's gearing up for this attack, and he's just going to be missing like 30% of the power of the attack.
I mean, Colossus are really good, but without charge, it might even be higher than 30%. And he is building a war prism. He is intending to go for a push. Of course, he's getting a fourth base. He's getting a Dark Shrine, getting that +2 weapons. But this was intended to be a kill maneuver, I think, or at least have a strong potential to kill. But the lack of that charge upgrade is going to give Kells a very big chance. Kells has been pumping pure bio, and it's really heavy on the Marine numbers too, which actually does make those Colossus quite a bit more powerful. But it also means that the Archons would have been rather beneficial with no ghosts. So, I mean, this is really unfortunate. Skillous still hasn't realized we're 9.5 minutes in, and he still hasn't realized he's missing one of the most important upgrades in the mid game of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there is like, again, you talk about these things because it's so Marine heavy. The Colossus are going to be really good. The force field gets a couple. The Colossus are going to be nice. The Archons are going to be nice. And if Kells decides to get aggressive into Skillous, that makes it a little bit easier for your zealots to go and make contact. But you're right. I mean, this is just such a massive problem. I'm not saying Skillous is going to lose off this because, well,
ooh, he might though.
He might actually. You're right. I'm like, well, you know, his economy's still pretty good, but this is a committed push coming out of Kells, and it is a significant supply lead. The fact that
he starts it now. 10 minutes into the game. There are going to be DTs getting into the third and the natural expansion, and that will put a lot of pressure. Kells might not realize charge isn't done. Will Skillous be able to buy time for basically the entire upgrade? We do have a bunch of damage coming in on the other side of the map. DT is going to warp in and be aggressive. If he can get in on top of these tanks, clearing these tanks would be huge, but he's not able to do it right away. Good scan from Kells. Vikings. Oh, wow, the Observer this time barely escapes. So many SCVs going down behind all this. Skillous, he just needs to hold.
Yeah,
Full stop.
And good news for Skillous as well. Yeah, forgetting that charge upgrade is a problem, but it's probably the fastest upgrade you're going to get in the matchup. Like, you have, even losing the fourth base gives you some amount of time as the Colossus are here trying to get on top. The force fields are decent, but Skillous is just going to back out of the base. And Kells sees at this point that, wait, these zealots are a lot slower than they should be. But because it's 42 dead SCVs, because Kells is not mining out of his main or his natural or his third base, somehow this DT in the main base is still here. It's got +2, by the way, so it's one-shotting the Marines, and now eventually is going to get these DTs will fall. Skillous doesn't ever want to lose the fourth base, but this kind of, okay, charge is done right now, gets on top of things, and well, at this point, Kells lost his economy, Kells lost his army, and Kells has lost this game. Skillous, he's now got his life in his hands going into tomorrow.
That was probably the tightest Skillous has gripped his mouse in a very long time, waiting for that charge upgrade to finish. hoping, please don't notice that my Zealots have yet to have their glow up, that they're still in that awkward, like pre-workout routine where they're really just clunky, fat, and slow. But eventually they get that charge upgrade and they are able to just sweep the army from the field. The DTs were fantastic from Skillous, and he has himself a genuine shot of making it out of the group now.
Which is wild going into the day. It's like, man, or even just going into this series, like, wow, we talked about this. He's 0-3, but he's got a better map score than Firefly right now after Firefly lost to Estrella. He plays Estrella tomorrow. They'd both be... we're assuming that Estrella loses to Cyril. So you got a bunch of stuff to take a look at. Sorry. After Firefly also lost to Beyond. So I don't know if Firefly is mathematically eliminated, but it's not looking good for him. So kind of pretty much looks like a 4-horse race for qualification, or I guess, yeah, 2-horse race for third place, but a 4-horse race to move on into the playoffs.
It looks like, according to Liquipedia, which I do trust them, Firefly is officially eliminated. He did get 2-0'd against by Beyond. I think he would have needed to at least take a map to keep his hopes alive. But for Skillous, he does need to... I think if Cyril wins 2-0 versus Estrella, Skillous just needs to win the series. No. Regardless of what happens, actually, Skillous needs a 2-0 tomorrow. So it actually, as long as Cyril wins the series against Estrella, Skillous still has a chance to make it through. But regardless of what happens, he will need to win 2-0 tomorrow, if I'm mistaken. Unless I'm mistaken.
If Cyril takes a map, or sorry, excuse me, if Cyril wins, assuming if Estrella wins, I mean, it's just all out the window. Skillous can't qualify.
Oh yeah.
But if Cyril wins and Estrella takes a single map, I think that does it, because Estrella would then fall down to 2-2 +1 in map score, and then at the end of things,
Skillous could still even it at +1 each, because
sure, it'd be minus, it'd be 2 and 3 -1. Okay, yeah.
And regardless, it would still need to be a 2-0 for Skillous, because if Estrella went down to +0, Estrella would still have a 1 map advantage if he takes a map against Skillous tomorrow. Because doing some complex math on that, let's say Estrella, drops 1 map on the plus right now. He would actually, hang on, does it go by map wins?
Let me look at the tiebreaker here. So overall map differential is first place tiebreaker.
Okay, yeah. Then that's all that matters. Yeah. Good. So anything other than that is, I think it's so silly when map wins. Personally, that's my, I don't want to get into it. Regardless, if that's the case, then we will have, if Estrella cannot win versus Cyril today, it will come down to Skillous versus Estrella tomorrow to make it out of the group. Yeah,
that is, and that is wild. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe Estrella 2-0 with Cyril. I don't think it's likely. I think PVZ is pretty good for Protoss players right now, but Cyril isn't a Zerg. he's his own thing. He has I think we took a look at it. One of the breaks, he has, 24 1v1 Premier. He's like 24 Premier Tournament Championships, which is more than some groups altogether, which is wild. He won 7 back in 2018, just in that year alone. So Cyril's another beast. He's this guy that even when PVZ's good one way or the other, like he went a full year without dropping a single series. I think maybe even dropping a single map in the matchup. So even if PVZ's pretty good for Protoss players right now, Cyril is his own beast. We do have some recent history where Estrella did take it to him. I guess that was a longer actually ago than I'm thinking of, like Home Story Cup when he goes and runs into Cyril in the finals. But that I guess is a bit longer ago than I was thinking it was. That was about a year ago almost at this point.
I actually no, I do have it wrong. I should have read the Liquipedia myself. No, they're actually, if Estrella wins a map, he would advance versus Cyril, because he would be tied, and actually head to head does not trigger before number of map wins. I mean, number of map wins takes precedent over head to head.
You say that though, Steadfast, but even the concept of taking a map win, like as much as I'm like, Estrella Copium, taking a map off.
Yeah, no, I just want to let the viewers know. I don't want them to, and I wouldn't want Skillous watching this stream to be like, oh man, yeah, Steadfast said, and then be like, what the hell? Estrella took a map but lost the series. Steadfast said I was still in the playoffs. What? Give me my $17,000. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Skillous, I don't have it.
I mean, I think we just need to like angrily tweet at you, you know?
Yeah, no, that's okay. You don't need to do that.
No, I'm saying,
but the thing is, it does look like, based on how I'm interpreting it, that yeah, if Estrella does actually take a map, he is actually through.
Yes, I believe that is the case.
Well, yeah, and that's going to be what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So,
but that brings us to the end of the day for today.
Yeah, much shorter day than the previous. We've been live for just about 9 hours. It was closer to 11 hours on the broadcast yesterday, which means that we get to sleep earlier. I'm not going to complain about, well, not really. It's like 2 in the afternoon. But anyways, I'm not going to complain about that too much. Thank you so much for joining us, friends. Tomorrow, we're going to have 4 series just in the morning. We're going to have 1 from Group A, 1 from Group B, 1 from Group C, 1 from Group D. There we go. That's 4. As we determine who moves on to the playoffs, who is sent home. Only 12 of the 24 can move on. And, you know, Steadfast, to take a final look at our groups, there's a lot in flux here. Group A, Hero Marine likely wins, but Gumiho and Scarlet, they're going to be fighting. The winner of that series advances. It's that simple. Clem Oliveira, I believe they played a Maru as well. No, they already played. But depending on what happens, Clem or Oliveira can advance. Technically, Bunny could as well. Clem plays Bunny tomorrow, and Bunny has some killer TVT. We look at Group C and D. We just spent a lot of time talking about Group C, but Hero and Showtime is a qualifying match tomorrow. The winner of that series advances. It's as simple as that. Well, no, I guess Showtime has to 2-0, but Showtime 2-0s, he's through. It's as simple as that. Maru and Dark are going to play for first place and just skip the round of 12. There are a lot of matches tomorrow, Steadfast, that mean quite a bit.
Showtime actually does not have to 2-0. In his case, if he simply wins 2-1 over Hero, he would advance. Because he would have... Yeah, Hero would be 2-3 in series, and Showtime would be 3-2. And in fact... Can Showtime... No. Maru and Dark are competing for first in the group, but there is a chance that if Showtime 2-0s, can he... No. He can't. He also can't come second in the group. But you're looking at playoffs right now. And yeah, it's going to be Hero Showtime. That's a straight up winner advances, loser goes home. Gumiho Scarlet is the same situation, which is wild. And then Group B is just an utter mess. I do have a lot of confidence in Clem versus Bunny. I think in terms of the way the games have shaken out, I would definitely pick Clem to take that. But it is a situation where Clem is still not super experienced at offline events. Like, yes, he had his huge breakout at Atlanta, but all it takes is for him to, start thinking about how he had a rough time getting out of his group and lost on the final day last year. And he could get in his own head, and Bunny could certainly take advantage, even though Clem, in my opinion, has been the far superior player in this tournament so far, despite a very similar scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's all very, very fair. But regardless, those are the groups that we're looking at. There's still a lot to play for, regardless of what series you're playing, even if it's for 3rd and 4th place. As you said earlier, it's a fair $500 for the win, and also, another like $1,000 to end up 1 slot higher in the final seeding. So it's worth playing for regardless. But for now, friends, it's been an excellent evening, or not evening. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been an excellent day of StarCraft. We've done 8 series. A couple of them have been very, very good. And Steadfast, for myself, for everyone else that has been working on this event, we will see you tomorrow. Have a good one.